2 weeks from now.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Atchison County Commission meeting for Tuesday, June 25th. I'd like to call the meeting to order, and if please stand and join Mr. Cormode for our invocation.
Good morning to each one of you. As we are between Juneteenth and the 4th of July, I want to focus on how important the relationship between government and God really is. We are heirs of a people who in the last 400 years have fought three major wars divided by religion: the English Civil War, the American Revolution, and the U.S. Civil War. Maybe you should read Kevin Phillips' book on Cousins Wars if you're not familiar with that concept. They were conformist churches versus nonconformist. Curiously, it seems that one group wrote the Declaration of Independence and the other group wrote the Constitution, since only Benjamin Franklin signed both documents. The independent group did get their say in the 12 points of the Bill of Rights. 10 were adopted quickly, and another one in modified content came later. In that process, became involved in the separation between church and state. Perhaps they thought they could prevent another theology-based war. However, we cannot just push God out, the real God, out of our government forever. If we really held that position, there never would have been a war over slavery, probably not Emancipation Proclamation, and so not a Juneteenth. Thus, the U.S. Civil War became the war about slavery, a discussion of theology articulated with canons. 3,000 years ago, King David, in writing the second Psalm, made it clear how involved God is with human government and how connected to him we must be. The words of the second Psalm read, "Why did the nations rage and the peoples plot in vain? The kings of the earth set themselves and rulers take counsel together against the Lord and against his anointed, saying, let us burst their bonds apart and cast away their cords from us. He who sits in heavens laughs. The Lord holds them in derision. Then he will speak to them in his wrath and terrify them in his fury, saying, as for me, I have set my king on Zion, my holy hill. I will tell of the decree, the Lord said to me, you are my son. Today I have begotten you. Ask of me, and I will make the nations your inheritance, and the ends of the earth your possession. You will break them with a rod of iron, and dash them in pieces like a potter's vessel. Now therefore, O kings, be warned, be wise, O rulers of the earth. Serve the Lord with fear and rejoicing, with trembling. Kiss the Son, lest he be angry, and you perish in the way, for his wrath is quickly kindled. Blessed are all who take refuge in him. Let us pray. Father, thank you for being mindful of our governmental and political affairs. We rejoice to read how you guided and led King David of old. Now please encourage and strengthen these county commissioners as they govern our county. Give them wisdom to make bright and shining decisions. May they always act in the right ways. May they sense your leadership from behind the scenes in all they do. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Public comment. Anything for us today, Mr. Cormode? All right, seeing none, approval of the minutes. Does everyone have an opportunity to read the minutes?
Skip that because of.
Oh, that's right. They were incomplete, the ones we were given. So we're gonna go ahead and revisit that next week. Commissioner comments? Commissioner Rivas?
I don't think I have any today.
Commissioner?
I don't have anything.
So I just have one. I just wanted to thank the city commission for hosting the candidate meet and greet for their city manager candidates. It was last week and it was great. We got to meet 3 of the 4 candidates and they were very impressive. So I know the city has a tough job, but whoever they select, I'm looking forward to working with them because I think they will be in good hands. All right, new business. Mark Zeltner, Finance Director, disposal of records, accounts payable, paid invoices for 20.
Morning. So
Morning.
now that we've concluded our 2023 audit, that's just the disposal records of our 2023 accounts payable invoices.
Okay. So I would look for a motion to approve the order number 2024-2. The Board of County Commissioners of Atchison County do hereby order Michelle Phillips, County Clerk, to dispose of records. And witness, we have hereunto set our hands in this 25th day of June 2024 as presented by our Finance Director. Do I have a motion to approve?
So second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jody. So Mr. Hageman is calling me. Can I share his number with someone? He might not know where our commission meeting is. Is that okay? If you could just call him for me? He's on our agenda for 10:45. And thank you.
He's supposed to be in person.
Yeah, he's coming in person. Yep. So I assume he's probably calling to wonder where he goes. Okay, next on the agenda is Scott Howard, Information and Technology Director, purchase order approval for Trend Micro renewal and City of Effingham MOU discussion.
Hello. So Trend Micro Renewal is just our antivirus, our protection in general. Typically around $5,000 every year is expected.
Yep.
Budgeted, so.
Okay. So I have a purchase order as presented from our IT director for Trend Micro Worry-Free Business Security Services. This is a maintenance renewal for 188 seats at $26 each, and the total of $4,888. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes 3-0. There you go. Thank you.
The next thing on my list is our agreement with the City of Effingham. I'd like to see if we can end our agreement with them come 2025. I kind of want to reduce our responsibilities and start focus and limit what we as the IT department are doing, because it kind of feels like outside our scope to support them. But also I think originally when the original IT director wanted to have them do their support, we were going to look at using that location as a secondary EOC and offsite backup. There was never any provisions made. So no plans have been put forth. We looked at it. We were going to do it this year, I believe, but talking with the sheriff, I think K.S.A talked with the sheriff and
Yeah, I made sure that that wouldn't affect anything that they're doing.
and don't really see us moving forward with that plan. So and while we don't have a ton of tickets with them, it does take, whenever they do call, it does take a significant chunk out of our day. And sometimes it's like unexpected and sometimes it's multiple trips. So
So were they plenty of time to get somebody else? So
mhm.
So were we planning on having that facility able to link up to all of our county devices in a case of was that the goal was to be, they would be,
I think
don't know
it's,
the right terminology, accessible from that location to the whole
it'd
county?
be easier, like it'd be easy to say, take our current EOC and move what was there to set up an emergency operations center.
moving forward, I was just thinking too, like end up getting the new county shop built, then you would have another site outside the city,
Right,
that'll be perfect. I mean, I would think so.
Mhm.
So you wouldn't have to worry about that long term if you have to have a place.
right. And alternatively, if we didn't want to put our offsite back up there, there are more than enough cloud solutions out there nowadays that we can offload our stuff to there.
True.
Yes, it's slower to restore, but it's also more secure than having it at another, a physical location.
Okay.
All right, so, and you said as of 2025.
Yes.
Okay, so I'd look for a motion to end the MOU for IT services with the city of Effingham as of 2025,
It's December 31.
or sorry,
Right?
December 31st of
Yeah.
2024. Do I have a motion to
Yeah,
approve?
so moved. I'll second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes 3-0. Question, I made a note. Did you get the RFP published?
No, I have not yet.
Okay,
I will work on that today.
okay, cool.
And
Have you changed it by when we first saw it?
not, no, I haven't.
Okay.
Yeah.
I look pretty good.
Thank you. I saw, he probably doesn't know your number. He texted
Right.
and he was going to EOC because that's where he came last time we met.
Okay.
So he texted and I gave him the courthouse address. So
Yep, I left him a voicemail and
Yeah.
details too.
we're good. Thank you. Yeah, I figured he might not know your number and so not.
That's a secret. Just keep moving the meeting around all the time.
Yeah. Will you show or will you not?
Let me know if you see anything I should change before I send it. No more money for senior village.
Not yet.
I've heard that'd be about a weekly occurrence for a while,
Yeah. I think they're getting stuff switched.
slowing down.
Yeah.
I bet it's the end of the year before it's finally kind of.
I'm sure.
There a name of the spreadsheet? So Toby sent me employee spreadsheet, but it's just name and title. So I didn't know if there's a name of what he needs to look for.
It is a full 2025 salary.
2025 salary. Okay.
We heard from Steve.
I talked to him at that soft opening for Service Brewery and he said he was coming.
I saw him this morning. I forgot to say anything to him. We probably should mention that in our commission comments.
That was great.
That's a great new business, yeah.
Is that where some Pratico or what's that?
It's Miyako, no, and that's called the wine cellar now. That's over actually on Commercial Street.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the services over in the burger building, the beer building, they used to call it, it was a railroad depot years ago, next to Mueller's. A railroad warehouse or whatever. Anything else you guys want to cover before I leave? We've got about 5 minutes. I've got a question on the discussion about the road out there. Is it, I always want to say it wrong. Is it Deer Creek? Am I saying the right name? Deer Creek Road, okay. So. I'm not a lawyer, but I'll rely on Pat, but I think those are our roads because. When the city did the subdivision regs. But the county commission sign off on the plat, and they did sign off. I saw Floyd Oswald's name on there, everybody else's was, so. I think what I was missing was a development agreement that no one ever did to actually. Formalize that, so to speak, but I think just because the county commissioners have signed the plat and we've been maintaining the roads, I think there are roads. What do you think?
I think they're your roads too.
Okay, so I mean, that's,
And I know we've done work on that.
yeah. Yeah, I think in the future, if we get some subdivision
That's-
regulations where we can actually say, you know, we gotta get the roads done and we have to accept them and all that, but that one's kind of it's ours, I think.
I'm curious in November why we were told they weren't our roads and nobody had records of
Well,
it.
this seems to go back and forth every time it's a road.
No, I'm serious,
It's like-
but like, where's the record? Because that's part of the research that we do.
It's in the subdivision plat.
And so if,
Who said it wasn't a road?
yeah, we were talking about it and Joe didn't have any record that they were county roads in
The
November.
only thing I had was that subdivision thing, and then I didn't bring it today, but Michelle found a date where the commission voted and okayed.
It was the 22nd of January, I believe, the date that they signed. There was no
Okay.
minutes
So-
actually
so-
on.
So like, yeah, because
What-
here's a question I want to ask right quick is, when it comes to that, whose responsibility is it to find out if it's a road? Is this where we would go to like Roger and have him go through his questions and find out, or is that my responsibility or the committee? That's a gray area I would like to
Well,
know.
because they've been taken care of by the county and nobody's looked, I mean, you would almost have to look at every road as from now forward to kind of get a clarification on a lot of these roads that are
I
kind
just
of,
don't want to overstep my
ambiguous.
bounds and spend county money on stuff I'm not supposed to.
Oh, so I appreciate that. I just think when I thought about that, I thought everybody signed off on it.
So,
And
so then real quick, just to follow up on that, so if there's a subdivision the city signed off on and we sign off on, then the roads are ours. Okay,
Yeah.
even if
Now, if the
it's
city annexes it. it's the city's.
interesting,
It's
that's
the
So-
good to know.
So the road agreement or the standards that we just signed on with Gabe, I think we need to look at that and see what we signed there moving forward. Just my opinion on what he put in there and how that process moves forward. What's in the past, is in the past, but I really think that we need to look at the road standards or policies that we signed last week, because there is stuff on subdivision in there and how that's all supposed to be.
So it's not gonna be the same as what,
It could,
Alan was
I
saying.
think it's gonna be different
Right.
moving forward.
We should be more in the driver's seat next time, so I think we need to talk to the city about. On the extraterritorial jurisdiction stuff. We need to see at the table at some point in there, that would avoid the driveways going out in a bad spot or. Make sure the roads are built to the right standard, and I think they'll work just fine on that, but we need to have a step in that process, I think, to make sure it's done right.
And
and I think a lot of times we ought to be the last one. Because that's so many times we're the last person that's seen all of this. It's already went through and everybody expects you to sign it, and it's like,
You
well,
might say,
wait a minute.
there's a problem there.
And I may be wrong, but I believe in that it shows how much right of way. It explains, I believe,
Yeah.
that the person putting the facility or putting it in are responsible to bring the roads up to our standards, and then after so long a period of time, then they may become our roads. But I believe that's all in there. That's something we need to look at moving forward, because it's kind of addresses. But it wasn't about this one, but kind of this one and what we had trouble on 262nd Road.
so how does that work in the territorial
I like it.
district, whatever one you said, for the city? If they're signing off on a new subdivision. They still have to abide by our rules, or the city would say, no, you're good, move forward because
Well,
we
I
signed off.
think that's a good question, because honestly, I was on some of that, and. I don't remember us worrying about, that way the driveway came out on the other road there, what road is that?
Well, the thing is, we had no
What road
roads.
is that? That comes out on?
Osage?
Is that Osage?
Yeah,
Okay, yeah,
the one, it's Deer Creek, the one point, and then it changes to I can't remember the
But
other road.
Because
but
it
one
was
of
on
them comes out on
Osage
this
far
side.
enough back, I don't think we had a concern with it, but I mean, somebody could easily develop some and have driveway entrances or highway road entrances in a really bad spot.
We had no rules, so I mean, there was nothing to go through. I mean, yeah.
But I do think if we look at what we adopted, then that'll give us some more clarity on moving forward. What the plans are,
Yeah.
and if there's something, those are just guidelines. So when we go into the next stage, if you choose to do so, then we can pinpoint more. If I'm making sense,
Yeah.
this is what this will be. These were just general guidelines.
What Roger talked about was we need a little more, look, engineers like the Botter off thing out of Effingham. They're asking a lot of questions, the engineer is, it's like, well, what are your guidelines? We don't have any, so we probably need some subdivision guidelines just for when a developer comes in, they know. Kind of lay of the land, they don't have to be complicated, just some general
So
guidelines.
what I will do later today when I get out of here, I will send, or you guys can, however you want to do it, look up on what we adopted last week, and there'll be some in there already.
Oh, okay,
So.
I'm gonna go back and look at that.
So that Deer Creek is where you had done some prep work and you were gonna try that base one. Is it still too late to go back and do that there?
No,
Okay.
it's not, it's just,
I mean-
I'm just wanna do whatever,
And I did
whatever
drive
the
out
commission
there.
wants me to do.
It's rough. It needs help.
Yeah,
I
so-
think the concern was when we test products, we want high trafficked areas. Like,
So I talked to Dennis about this and he said it will still work there, because unfortunately, I was gonna bring this up later. Our rental equipment, the road miller came back in poor shape and Cat won't let it out until it's in condition for us to use. We won't be getting it till Thursday, we won't be starting until Friday. So I just found that out this morning. But yes, it can be used either way.
well, I know it can be used either way, but when we're trying a new product for the first time, we've always
Well,
said
that's-
the higher traffic, you
Right,
know,
right.
if it's a
I
good
agree.
sample or not.
This was my concern. This is a way for us to get that put up without the extra expense of us going out and doing it again by ourselves next year, the year after, whatever. We have the equipment, we have the material. Let's try it on that short stretch. That was my opinion. If you guys don't want me to, I won't.
I mentioned
I'll do
it,
whatever you guys would like for me to do.
there's 3 more houses or I've heard gonna go up. So what I suggest is maybe just doing the road back short of where they are. Let them get their construction done and get done tearing things up, and then we can do the rest of that road, maybe next year. It goes on back to those houses.
No,
versus-
I'm not, I mean, I definitely think we need, if it's our road, we need to repair the
Well,
road.
then,
Right.
There's no question there. I'm talking about a new product
Yeah.
that we're trying out. We've always wanted to do with a high test
No,
traffic
that's good.
area. So that's,
I understand.
that's the discussion. I mean, I'm all for repairing our roads in good condition that are our roads.
So did you
Don't,
chip and seal
don't
that
get it
this year then?
crossed.
Yes, it would, we would
Just chip and seal.
we would
this
chip
year.
and seal it after we,
Right.
just like we're doing with the rest of it. So, but I'll do whatever you guys want me to do.
I'm
But
good
I
either
was,
way.
I was at the same thing. Michelle did find the date, and then that's where, whose responsibility is it to decide whether it's a road? I mean, because I just need that direction.
That, yes, and that's,
that a
I
good
need that,
question?
we need that direction.
Yeah.
Is
Sounds
it
like
your
you-
call?
You said it's a road. Attorney says it's a road, it must be a road.
Well, I mean, the road records are by statute are in the county clerk's office. I think as a practical matter, it makes sense though, because we've got Roger with the wealth of knowledge and experience who has been really good at guiding us on those. I think that's the person that I would ordinarily talk to if I had a question about it, even. I mean, I kind of understand the legal principles and whatnot, but those are the 2 places I would start.
And I think this would be a good place for his list of how he goes through it, and he can answer those questions for us.
We just want to know, do you have road records on Deer Creek Road showing it's a county road? Not just from the city of Atchison, but from the county,
On where?
Deer Creek Road.
Deer Run.
Stone Ridge.
The development just past the airport on the north side.
We have a recorded plat signed by the commission accepting dedication of those roads.
So a recorded plat of a subdivision will stand firm for county roads.
Yes.
Okay,
Because the county commission, and in fact, that's part of the process of having an acceptable plat is that they're signing, accepting the public dedications of right of way and easements.
Okay.
Now, when that occurs, and just like this group went through when we did Elm View subdivision, before we accepted and signed it over, we had to know who it was that was going to maintain that. And we got acceptance from the township to say, yes, they would maintain it. Traditionally, we would go through that, but Stone Ridge predates me. It's before my time working with Atchison County, I believe.
Yeah, were you at the
Yeah.
city when that happened though?
I think I was
Yeah.
with the city when
Yeah,
that happened.
yeah.
there were signatures on the city side from you, but nothing on the county side. But you're saying if you have a subdivision plat and it's signed off on by the city commissioners and the county commissioners, that says those roads are county.
It says those roads are public roads. If they're in the city, they become city roads. If they're in the county, they
They're
become
county.
county. Now, the county can determine whether they're township or county maintenance responsibility.
Now, does the township have to accept that, or can they refuse that?
They do, they have to accept it. We don't,
Challenge.
well, let me back up. We don't really have a way, other than if we've, I think in a couple cases adopted a resolution that named a road and identified what classification it had. No, we just did the classification a couple weeks ago, did it? Never mind. As long as you've got something that's gonna demonstrate that the commission has designated a road in one of those categories, they're obligated to follow.
Thank you.
So then,
There you go.
then
We said do it.
I can do that road.
That's what I'm hearing.
I think it's your call. I just feel like testing new products, we need high traffic areas.
I'm
But-
just.
It's your call.
I wanna
I
go.
do,
I
I do
wanna
lean
go.
that way a little bit with you on
Yeah,
that.
but as far as fixing their roads, yeah, we should fix their roads.
I know where she's coming from. I don't dispute that, but if that's the solution for such a short stretch and it's already been planned for, I'm okay with it too. So if you've got a way to go with the extra product on some other place, it's a high traffic, that's great. I'm gonna leave that up to you. I'm not gonna
The only other
micromanage it.
thing that we can also do is, I'll have possibly a little bit more product. We may go further on Cheyenne, if that's okay with you guys. I'm gonna have to measure it, see where we're at on product before we would move.
How far do you have from where we stop into the county line? How much was left?
So that's a mile and a half,
Okay.
not quite a mile. Plus we have from 116 to
Oh.
about like Banks is. So there's 3 miles. We're figuring on doing a mile and a half. And if we have enough product, we could go to 214th, and that would be another 3/8 of a mile. But so I guess right quick, from now on, then when we have this question, I will go ahead and talk to Roger. And then we will start that process. Is everybody good with that?
Yeah.
I mean, it all starts with road records, so
So that's.
whoever has the road
I think it's
records
okay. So
can
that's
give
what
us
we'll-
the answer.
Okay, thank you.
Roger the show.
All right, 10:30, Steve Kaplinger, Atchison County Historical Society 2025 budget appropriation request. Welcome. Good timing. You go right on time.
I didn't say that you
Come on up. I'll see.
Yeah, what? Oh,
texted
you
me.
want me up there?
Sure.
All right. Let's go, Pat.
Well.
So, how you guys doing?
Good, how are you?
Mhm.
You're here, that's good.
I made it, yeah. So you guys got all my huge pack of the stuff, did you?
Yes, sir.
Any questions?
No, I'm just really appreciate all you've been doing down there. It's amazing.
See, did I send you a time Oh, or did I put, yeah, I put something in there about how much time we're really working volunteers pretty heavy right now. I think I put down in there how many hours we had just this year so far. Yeah, 1,200. We logged in as of the end of May. We logged in over 1,200 volunteer hours down there. Wow. It's a lot of hours. And a lot of miles, as you can see. There's a lot of, most of those are mine. Round trip from Effingham adds up every day. On the P&Ls, that gives you the actuals and the year-to-date numbers. And then on the last one is the sheet for the budget. I highlighted those items that basically the money that I get from the county is pretty much what those are the bills that I normally pay. What you guys provide, what the city provides is basically a building and utilities, and we piggyback on their internet. So that saves us a lot of expense, and so we're pretty fortunate in that regard. And then what you guys provide to us typically takes care of those fixed bills that, the non-discretionary types of expenses. And then anything else that we do that enhances the program is coming from private donations and grants. So that's, and most of the grants that I receive don't have strings attached. They allow us to use them for general operation. The largest expense is wages and salaries that we give. We have two, well, this summer we have 3 part-time people working, and but after school starts up again, we'll just have 2. And it keeps me busy just trying to keep everybody else busy, because I have to keep work in front of them all the time. And so it's kind of like trying to organize a hay crew.
Herd cats, I've done that.
Yeah.
I appreciate what you just said.
Yeah, employees is the most challenging part about any administrative position. It's like people like that, it's just really hard to keep them under control.
Unfairly accused.
Yeah, I have no problem with the funding.
Yeah.
I don't either.
I really would like to have a tour sometime for you guys to
I
come
would
down
love that.
and just informally get together and just walk you through and show you what we're doing and kind of what our plans are. I mean, you're not funding our special projects and things, but like for you to come and see what we're doing, what we're planning, and I think it'd be interesting to you.
So is there a fee to tour the museum?
Is there?
A fee? Do you have tickets?
Yes, we're now charging a fee.
Okay.
Instead of doing it strictly on donation, because
Well, no, it's
yeah,
interesting. Your museum entry collection, that's a good number. Like I think
yeah.
it's really nice. Like it shows that.
Well, this summer, Kansas has, this is the second year they've had a program called Sunflower Summer.
Yeah.
And so if you're a Kansas resident, you can get this app on your phone, and the Department of Tourism is paying the entry fee for people to go into any museum in Kansas, or, well, I think we actually have 5 different places in Atchison that participate. This is our first year, so people come up with their app, and the only thing we've got to do is make sure that they have a school-age child with them, and it's for educational purposes, and so they're letting them in. Well, we had to change from a donation to a flat amount to get into the museum so that we could participate in that program. And so I'm getting some, we've been going on now for about 4 weeks, and we're probably averaging about $80 a week just from that program. we've also, we always were just cash before on everything. And, well, a lot of people don't carry cash, you know, so, we instituted on our signage, a QR code. So they take their phone and they do that, and they can pay with a credit card if they want to. And so that is probably bumped us up another $100 a week. So, that, and there's, the Amelia Earhart Hangar Museum is drawing a lot of people into Atchison. And, because it's a big deal, you know, that museum out there, and it draws a lot of people. And while they're there, all the museums, when people come in, we try to make them aware of every other museum that's in town. And so we're sort of, between us, we're cross-selling, and we're getting a lot of people that are coming in that have come to town just for that museum. And then they tell us to go see our museum and the birthplace and the Eva Cray. And so we're getting a lot of traffic that's drawn into town because of that. And it's, you know, we're cooperatively working together on a lot of stuff. And so it's helped our gate quite a bit. Memberships up are a little bit better this year, not as much as, say, 2 years ago. That's my fault, I think, because I've been so busy, I just haven't done the newsletters. And the newsletters are a good way to remind people to pay their dues. And because I haven't been doing the newsletters, I think that's why it dropped off last year. It's coming back up. Hopefully I'll get the newsletters going again. But it takes a long time to, you know, you got to take care of Effingham and you got to take care of the museum, and, you know, and Effingham still needs a little babysitting.
So in 23, your increase were,
Pardon me?
entry was $6,400 roughly in 23 as far as the fees, the entry fees. What are they running this year so far?
Well, let's see, as of the end of May,
Oh, it's probably in here now.
let's see if I can find that spot.
Oh, maybe it's-
It was 2378, but I've just in the last couple of weeks, I've probably deposited another 1,000.
Okay, so it's on the same page.
So I'm actually ahead of pace. I looked back at it to see, and I'm ahead. Last year, we had one person that just dropped $1,000 on us because they were impressed. And so that kind of made it look nice.
I'm on the Christmas card list.
Yeah, 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 they'll get a newsletter when I get around to it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the information. I think it's nice to see when we do give 10,000 of appropriations, what it goes for, and it's very easy to understand what you use it for.
Well, I figured, you know, for people like you, I need to make it simple, you
Yep,
know.
yep. That's a good one. It's easy to understand when we get rule.
Any other questions?
Nope,
I'll get out of your way.
thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
All right. You still employed, Denton?
No, he's here.
He's on probation.
I can't believe he's still working.
I thought his time was up.
All right, see you later.
Next, we have Michael Hageman with the Kansas Department of Transportation. He was coming today to give us an update on the new overpass on 262 and 59 highway. So,
Well, good morning.
morning. We had you at 10:45 and our IT director is gonna come
Okay.
to help if you wanted to put something up on the screen.
Laptop out, so. Familiar faces in here, but I visited with on occasion over the last month or so about this project, so, yeah. Working towards, getting this project out to bid. We did have some adjustments to make with some temporary access into Mr. Steck's property. I visited with Mike and Roxanne a couple of times on that to try to resolve that, come to a better arrangement. Unfortunately, there's no way we can't have some impact on their property. And I think they understand that, but it still doesn't make it any easier for them. So we're trying to do our best to answer the county's request to get this, maintain this roadway open for connectivity across the highway. And there's a few things that we have to modify to make that happen. So I'm not sure how familiar you are with the scope of the project, so let this open up here. The existing structure is a aging single box bridge. We're going to replace it with a haunch slab bridge, so a multi-span structure. In order to accomplish that and handle traffic through the project and address some slope issues on the west side of the highway relative to the railroad, we have to shift the roadway alignment east about 15 feet. And that, of course, does create the impact and the effect on the Steck property. So the intent is to construct this project in phases. There'll be the first phase will be some preparatory stuff. We have to extend some structures, getting the temporary access, do a number of things like that. The second phase will be to build the new half of the new bridge and the alignment on the new alignment. Once that's complete, then we'll flip traffic onto that new alignment and replace the west half. So through the course of the project, we'll have two-way, one-lane traffic with signalized control to either end. So we'll be meeting traffic both ways. There will be rigid concrete barrier wall along the side of the active lane to separate traffic from work zone. That does prevent us from having any type of an entrance off of the side road or property along the highway within that lane closure. The conflict involved vehicles trying to enter into one-way stream, not really knowing which way the prevailing traffic is flowing, just presents some safety issues that we would prefer not to encounter and put on us collectively as government agencies and as our constituents. So that's why we have to provide the separate access up to or down to the Steck property one way or the other to get them access in and out during the course of the project. A second here to open this up. As part of the project, we'll also be reconfiguring some of the local road. Right now, you have an at-grade intersection, T intersection of 262nd Road with U59 at grade. Then it splits into a Y into two separate legs to the through lane of 262nd that goes under the highway through the structure. Those Y-type intersections are historically problematic for potential crashes and stuff. So as part of the project, our intention is to reconfigure that, rebuild that to a single T intersection down on the through route. Maintain.
Okay, yeah. Do you have the file that you want to send? And
Um,
he can mirror it up here like he did for the road and bridge master.
This is for the.
This is
for the
I can download it.
You're good. We'll need this one too, but he has it.
he does have,
Well, no,
we'll have to. So I did meet with. As I said, I've met with Mr. Steck a couple of times. I've met with K.S.A. Yesterday out at the site. Don't know if you're all aware of that, but we did discussing some other project related ends.
yeah, Mr. Carney's here.
So give me a second here. Apologize. Okay. 5769, it's a long file name right in root to that directory, so. This is not a complete plan set, it's the updated utility information that we sent out to the project affected utilities. We're in the process of discussing relocation, if necessary, of some of those utility lines, and we're working through that. I guess I can open this up online. Okay, so if you want to page down, probably if you select that, if at the bottom of the, let's go down to the bottom one at page 6. So that shows you the south limit of the project, where it says begin. So where it says begin, there are 310 plus 65.81 or so. Not bring pointer.
Let me take this chair so I can see it straight on, too much of an angle.
So the bridge, for reference sake, the bridge station is 393 plus 91, give or take. So that's about 1,200 feet south of the bridge is where the project will start. And then, well, that's where the limits of construction are. And then we go on south to station 415 plus 00 is the end construction. That's where we have to, so with the offset alignment, horizontal curve, we have to bring those two alignments back together on the tangency. And that's why the project extends as far north as it does, because we have to gradually bring those together so there's a smooth intersection of those baselines or those center lines. So you can see there, right below the structure, you can see the 262nd Road going eastward out of the structure. You can see the old Y intersection alignment shown in the dashed lines and in the new proposed realignment in the solid line. As I say, that would all be covered as part of this project. And it would be surfaced in kind, so I anticipate that would be hot mix asphalt, commercial grade probably. You can see the Steck property there just to the left there then of the 262nd Road alignment. And if you can you zoom in on that a little bit, kind of right on. Actually, a better option might be to go to sheet.
That's a better map right there.
Yeah, maybe sheet 16 would be a better depiction of that. You'll have to pan up. Oops. All right, so unfortunately, this is the designer on this is a consultant. You'll have to go back to the other page. They have not provided the updated version of this to me as of this morning. But you can see the kind of offset line that comes off of 262nd and heads south, then meanders off southwest and then goes back south again. That is the proposed alignment for the Steck property access. We're trying to utilize the old electrical utility corridor as best we can to minimize the impact to the Steck property. Can you zoom in on that, kind of like right on the bridge structure? Yep, right there. Okay. So you see those dash lines, there's a leader that comes off that says construction limits. So there's two shown there. The one furthest south is the limit related to the highway project, okay? The alignment for the temporary access will fit within that. So we're not engaging any other territory or ground outside of the footprint that's required to do the new alignment of the highway. To put it another way, we build the access. At some point, we'll come back and have to take that out, but the alignment of the highway and the projecting the slopes down, the ditch and the back slope, that the limit of that construction will be beyond where the Steck property access is. Tried to engage our design people to minimize that as much as possible. We've pulled the right-of-way acquisition back a little bit related to that and try to keep all of that inconvenience, if you will, as to as minimum as possible. I have not actually visited Mike about this yet, so still not ideal from his perspective, but it's really the best we can do. So there'll be some other discussion that will be necessary to work through the final details of how we do this. And come to an agreement with the Steck family. So the barrier wall will run full length project, so we'll shut the highway down. There will be advanced signing, temporary traffic control signing beyond the limits of the project to get people slowed down and aware that there is a stoplight there. that's probably gonna be another 1,500 feet or so south or north of the limit relative, depending upon the actual signage that we use there and how slow we can get the work zone to be for the court, for the duration of the project, so. You zoom back out. I guess, so at this point, I would entertain questions and I'll try to be as transparent and honest as I can. There, to preface that, I would say, there are a number of people involved in the decision process. You know, on your end, that there are a number of entities that have to enter into the various discussions you had, so. I'm one of the members and I'm kind of low on the pole. I can advocate, I can inquire, I can try to assist with issues you have or concerns you have, but not to be rude or blunt, but it's not my decision. Whether I think it's a good idea or not in the context of the final project doesn't always matter. Oftentimes it doesn't. So things that don't make sense. The first option that we came to the table with access to the Steck property did not make sense, not even in the widest terms of imagination. And so we quickly eliminated that one and sought other options. And if you want to see what that was, if you go back to sheet 16, just to give you an idea of how intrusive that was. You see the straight line that's coming up. Move your mouse down a little bit farther, right there. So that was the proposed access off of 262nd south up to the Steck property, and it pretty much went entirely through their developed area.
So I just wanted to tell you, thank you for coming and sharing this info with us. You met with me and Mr. Carney yesterday. He had approached me of getting with you and the railroad to look at a possibility of an access road, and that's what we looked at. And then you had explained yesterday the Stecks, which I didn't even know that this was infecting them to this point, and until you mentioned that yesterday. So
So Mr. Steck has expressed displeasure on the opportunities that we've met. And understand.
Yeah.
The communication process in this project, and not just this project, in many projects, in a number of projects in this era, post-COVID, with the transportation bill that we have, the communication process has not followed the normal protocol that KDOT would normally pursue and provide.
Okay.
I'm not going to make excuses. But I will provide apology. There's a number of parameters that tie into why that is, and the bottom line is, whatever those are, it doesn't really matter, because we have to have appropriate, effective conversation and discussion with our partners, whether they be county, township, landowner, whatever they are, whoever they are, so that people are in the know about what we're planning to do earlier in the process, because it doesn't help anybody when this gets delayed to a point where we're impending to let this project and we have a number of loose ends. This is not a common issue. KDOT schedules are typically very intentional, spaced out. We don't really rush to decisions. We don't make them longer necessarily than they need to be, but we try to provide adequate time to look at the issues and have the discussions necessary to bring everybody together. That did not happen on this project. And so doing a lot of this on the backside, And moving forward, it appears that a larger portion of that responsibility is gonna fall to the local area office, whether it be, well, in this case, Horton. Normally, there would be much more engagement from right-of-way acquisition people during this process, and the surveying. When the survey's done, that would have been done several years ago. There's usually some introductory discussion with the landowners so that they kind of know what we're doing, why we're doing it. That didn't happen, right?
May I interject?
Yes.
K.S.A. First off, Michael characterizing us as a loose end, that's very much where we're at. Not only with K.S.A, but with the commission itself. This has been going on for years. And for a 30-year, for us being at that location for 30 years, and for us to have been a loose end is beyond adjectives, right? The first pass, and Michael, hang on.
No, I just want to clarify, I don't mean loose end in a derogatory term.
No, I
Just to clarify that, I don't.
You're
This
your
is
word
good.
that it was appropriate in this instance. The loose end, the first pass of their temporary access for rocks and images, and this isn't just nonsense imaginary words. We secured bids from Urban Lawn Care for what KDOT was proposing to damage. In addition, secured an arborist, certified arborist to characterize the trees. Independent of any business disruption, the first pass at this was going to be a loss of physical assets in excess of $300,000. To loose end, right? Point of emphasis. And now Rox and I met with Michael and I'm adjudicating something with KDOT today and not with commission, but loose end, you're meeting out there with Beaver again yesterday. Rox and I aren't loose ends.
100%. And I didn't know you guys were even involved until yesterday. Beaver reached out to say, hey, do you think there's a possibility of putting in? And I'm like, well, you ask, we'll find out. And so that's when I contacted UP and KDOT. But to your point, this is very good conversation for me as a commissioner, because how do we understand the implications to our constituents so that we can be at the table, so that we can have, like you said yesterday, we should have been having conversations like this a couple years ago, right? And so I because the way it plays out for me since sitting in this seat was we found out we were going to lose that underpass, right? So then we advocated not to lose that underpass for many reasons.
No, and I
No,
understand that.
But
But
it needs to be a learning aspect of, you feel like a loose end. I didn't know you were implicated like
the
this.
loose ends and the lack of communication continues. Rox and I met with Michael 3 weeks ago, and when we left that meeting, we were under the impression that KDOT was studying an alternate access to the south instead of, again, a more impactful in so many ways. Rox's images isn't an office. The office is where this is being destroyed. And the way that KDOT's regulations are set up, we're going to be screwed no matter what. This pivot that Michael talked about today again is maddening, and I'm adjudicating something that I need to take on with KDOT, and so I apologize for taking your time today, but you're going to destroy our business. You're going to give us, you're going to take us off of a access to a 3,700 traffic count a day road down to a 150 traffic count county road that's going to have road closed to local access to it, right? This is going to be so impactful. It's not even funny. You know, the state talks about making people whole. There's no way we're going to be whole in this deal. And to be a loose end is more than trouble.
So let me kind of dissect that in pieces. I'll start at the end and work backwards, so. Did meet with Rox and Mike about 3 weeks ago, presented them with two alternatives. One was to come up from the south side of the project. Another 800,000 feet or so south of the beginning of the project with an access road. Require impacting another landowner. It would require.
Let's be clear, the other landowners are cornfield, okay, so. And
It was gonna involve a footprint of land that we would have to disturb in excess of the current footprint of the project. So in the course of that discussion, my impression when I left that meeting was, well, Eric and Mike and Rox weren't really pleased with either option, but of those two, it appeared like maybe the north option was better because it didn't impact other of their property on the south side. So in discussion with our design team, I kind of tasked them with looking at both these a little more.
Michael, can I ask you
They
a
came
question
back
here
with
with
yeah.
everybody else in the room? Has anybody from the design team come to the property?
In recent time, no.
Well, as you described, the only part of the design team was limited to the right of way. They never actually entered the property. So again, it's a, K.S.A, the design included taking our septic tank to our building. The easement included being 20 feet away from our building.
Correct. And
It's-
again,
But
that option
for
was-
nobody to have left in a cubicle, an office, to come and witness it in 3D is criminal, but.
so. Well, let me continue. So ultimately, we could hold the north access footprint totally within the limits of the projects. We would not disturb anything else for the sticks other than what we needed to do for the base project. So that was ultimately why we chose to go with the north access. There were other benefits in the length and the cost, additional right of way or easement. The overall length of the two options, the north option is less than half. So there were some clear benefits to that. So that was what we chose to
Benefits
try to
to
go.
KDOT's budget, but not to a 30-year plus state of Kansas county of Atchison.
One of the topics in each of the discussions I had at the STEX was the extent of impact to their property. And so that seemed to be a primary component of what we should focus on. And so that was what I tasked the design group with. This is the
But without the
impact.
design group
Can-
meeting with us in person.
Okay.
It's impossible to understand what's least impactful to us.
May I pose something?
Sure.
Because I didn't know till yesterday that your name was even affected by this until
And
meeting.
and I wouldn't even have known about this project or the meeting today had Beaver not called me, right, K.S.A?
And that's my error. I should have.
No,
Well,
again,
so-
it's
My
been-
intention was to call you and visit with you yesterday.
And
That just didn't.
the way it happened on there is when I talked to Mike, he's like, I'd be happy to come to a commission meeting and give an update. And so I'm like, absolutely, like I got it on the agenda immediately. Again, not having stuck in my mind of why vested interest that you're being affected by it until I found out yesterday. So again, I need to find out how I can do better of being on top of what the KDOT projects are in our county or who they're affecting. I mean, there's room for improvement there, but also I think we need to continue this conversation. Because I had only allotted time for an update but this,
We're beyond that.
we are, but this is very important discussion. So we need to figure out a next step of a time to get together, to visit about this and to learn more of the impacts and what we can do as a county. I mean,
So
That's- I
one
really
more.
don't know.
One more comment on this process. Typically, okay, we go through a process of programming and selecting. We have a rather extensive queue of projects waiting lying in wait to be brought online. And so it's pretty intentional about how we schedule those through the system. And then once we identify a project's going to move into the construction pipeline, if you will, then we determine how that's going to be designed, who's going to design it. We put together an initial concept of what we think we need to do and how we'll do that. And then we bring that to what we call a field check stage. So there's some plans developed that kind of give the rough concept. Because at that point, we come out to the field. We walk the site, we look at things, and we try to assimilate what those impacts are. And then based upon that, we go back to the drawing board to tweak things. So early on, we identified that this property would be highly impacted. It was one of the primary points of our discussion, but further than that,
A primary
At
point
that
of the
meeting,
discussion, Michael, hang on.
that's the
You gotta
one
push
that,
pause
no,
here.
just a second.
No.
That's the
it's-
one.
It's my,
No,
it's
no,
my,
let me
it's my
finish,
life.
please.
November 16th, 2023, they had already identified the easement. And the first time a letter was sent out from Topeka on April 29th, 2023. It's this lag of communication, and it continues today. I wouldn't have known about this meeting and this new pivot, had Beaver not called me. So
Well, and I apologize.
would-
If I
you
knew
would've
you're
known about
affected,
the
you
pit.
would have known,
Because
100%.
you were most impacted by this. It was something I've intended to schedule. It just would not fit into my calendar. You were on my list of people to call about this had you not been here today. But what I'm trying to get to the point is, when we had that field check meeting, that's when all of you are invited into that discussion. That's where we bring the township people into discussion if they're potentially impacted. You bring the landowners, adjacent property owners, adjacent property users. There could be people that lease the land. You could have absentee owners that are states away, but you have someone that's leasing, using that land. We try to bring those people into that discussion so that we can say, hey, got this project coming down the line. This is the scope, magnitude of what we're planning to do, and initiate those discussions. That's the part that did not happen. That is why we have the failure to communicate. And that's a lot of ground to cover in a short period of time. And the most efficient way is to have a group meeting. Probably should have engaged you before now. I tried to bring you in line on board of what was going on. Future efforts will be better. I apologize again to you, Mike. I mean, this was not intentional. There's nothing about this that was meant to be exclusionary. And again, I'm not going to make excuses. It's just the communication for whatever reason did not happen. And we are going to do our best to correct that and amend that and to remediate that.
I've heard that before, and it lands short when you were several hundred feet away from the front door yesterday.
So we missed the field check meeting. This is already at a stage of let for bid, or is there still room
The
for?
meeting yesterday did not pertain to you. That's why you weren't invited. It's for somebody else's concern. This project concerns you, but that particular thing really doesn't.
Okay, so is there, you said you're not, obviously there's teams behind you making decisions. Is there anything we can do to engage the right people in, identifying, we missed the field check meeting, we missed some of these things?
Was there actually a field check?
No, he said there was.
Okay.
There
so
was a field check.
there
We
was.
did come out.
Oh,
Because it was at that time that we identified that the barrier on the west side of the box was starting to fail.
so was anyone from Atchison County at the field check meeting? I mean, I haven't got any
Can't-
invites,
Can't
so
tell
I
you
didn't.
that you were, and you should have.
Okay. So is there anything from today on that we can do to get our heads together to try to help alleviate some of this? Or, I mean, is it set in stone? Is the timeline set? Are we? Because I,
Timelines aren't set. I
Okay.
mean, the duration of our projects are such that when we have the letting date scheduled, our expectation is we'll hit that date and not really move it. But if we move it at all, we'll try to move it ahead to get the project in the process sooner. But the intent is that it will always stay within that fiscal year of projects in that pool of money, because it starts to become problematic if it gets delayed into the next fiscal year.
and what's that
You
fiscal
guys
year?
kind of potentially could deal with that same issue on your side if things don't occur in proper timeline and you're trying to finish work that was planned for this fiscal year, you're doing the next fiscal year, trying to move that money around. It could be done
And this project's what fiscal year?
this fiscal year. It's supposed to let,
Doesn't this fiscal year end in 5 days?
I'm sorry, fiscal year 25.
Okay.
So I've
So,
already moved into fiscal year 25, but technically we're in the tail end of 24. Everything we're doing is
Gotcha.
into fiscal year 25.
and so you
and-
can influence and advocate for people to your design team. So I would like to come out, if you guys could walk me around and show me the impacts in person so that I can understand it.
Well, as soon as KDOT provides an alternate path,
But maybe we can all get our heads together.
happy to.
Come on out.
Okay, that way we can. And again, my apologies, I'm not leaving you out of anything. Again, if Beaver wouldn't have asked about the access road, we didn't meet, your name got brought up. So I apologize not knowing the impacts until today of what. And again, I would have sent you, hey, he's coming, like, he was just gonna give an update. So I just want everyone to understand that no one was intentionally left out and.
I'm not here to stir up stuff, but that's not what I was.
Yeah.
intended on.
Yeah.
I'm also concerned about my access road, because when I went back to the shop yesterday, I pulled out some records and stuff. And just like my payroll is $480,000 a year for my operation. That's just payroll only. And this is gonna cut me back, it'll cut me back to less than $200,000 in payroll. What is gonna happen to me? And that's why I've come today to see if maybe if we could have some other kind of access road, as in a farm access or something like that, where I could cross. That's what I've come to.
Yep.
you
No,
guys to
I think
about.
I appreciate Mr. Hageman giving us an update.
Well, I have no problem.
And
I'm
then
not trying-
I feel like we need to have some follow-ups amongst ourselves, to kind of get some more information and work with him to see if we can do anything, right, to preserve
So
businesses.
let me make some inquiries with, I don't disagree that our design personnel should engage the field environment more often than they do. For the bulk of my career, I've maintained that should be the first assignment anybody that's in our role should be doing. You should be out in the field for about a year to absorb what goes on, how it goes on, why it goes on, so that when you go back to the design realm, you have that bit of knowledge to draw upon to guide you in what you do and how you do to put plans and designs together.
It
Because
seems like there's hundreds and hundreds of man hours doing all the drawings and things before they met with anybody to see if that's really what was wanted or needed. I mean, it just seems like it's completely out of scope with, I mean, I understand the need for detailed drawings and everything before you let it, but they probably shouldn't be developed until the practicality to see if it would fit in the right of way or the minimize the impact. It seems like that's kind of second or third or fourth.
so part of this concept was initiated at that field check stage, which was.
While you're pausing there for a field check.
Field check
temporary
was in
access
October
drive.
of 22, so about 2 years ago.
Eric, K.S.A, it comes, the drive to help us, the initial proposal came through a 3-foot oak tree and a 2-foot oak tree across my septic tank and would have added 5 feet of dirt to my front yard to allow cars to enter in off the temporary easement that is equivalent to the distance from me to you down here. It's.
So
Yeah.
this was the concept that was kind of first conceived in field trip. At that time, we didn't know about the battlefield. Certainly, we knew about the trees. No excuse for that. We knew about the trees. We knew about the disruption to the landscaped area surrounding the trees. So we certainly knew about all that. And there's a certain amount of work that has to be invested on the front end to put a concept together. So you have a place to begin, if you will. And then we try to assimilate that, evaluate it, assess it, and then determine if that's the way to go forward or not. Now, to be equally transparent, I did not know, when was our first meeting, Mike?
More or less.
January, February?
No,
March?
May 10th. Ish.
So I didn't know about
And on
this.
June 5th.
I did not know about this alignment specifically until shortly before I met with Mike. I'm like, what the hockey sticks are we doing here? And so at that point, I contacted Mike. I was contacted by another person in between there. And then after I contacted Mike, I was contacted by a couple of Congress folks.
I
Did
was
you say
going to
you-
contact you.
So you knew about it?
Roger Dent poked the bear.
Yes, he found out about it through, someone
Well,
gave me a drawing.
Mike actually contacted me to ask me questions about it. I talked to Joe about it. Joe gave me Mike's name. I called Mike and said,
Oh.
it seems to me to
About it.
describe is probably not what you're thinking it is,
Yeah.
and that's what started him on that road to try and do those repairs, and that actually originates with Mike. So
And then
again, sorry, one more time, I got my nose into something probably shouldn't have been.
No,
Or
I-
at least if you get your
there's
nose
no-
into it, let us know if it's affecting our constituents.
There's
Cause
nothing
here I am
to
like,
that line at
didn't
all.
know.
There needs to be communication, and frankly. I don't care
Absolutely,
what
there
avenue
needs to be
that comes from.
communication.
I mean,
So frustrating.
So I poked the bear with Epley is what initiated Michael's visit, right? That didn't come from K.S.A globally or Michael individually to come see me. The bear got poked by Epley.
Well, I definitely think there's more we need to discuss on that particular, but at this time,
So I will get with, I had calls into the design group today about the topic of yesterday's discussion.
Okay.
Wasn't able to reach them. I will pursue that today. Get a pulse, if you will, of their receptiveness to come together. We may do might be some type of a video conference, a hybrid meeting of some kind. I don't know if y'all are receptive to
yep,
that. but
absolutely. We just
That's
gotta
gonna be
figure
a
out.
lot more likely and can happen much sooner than trying to schedule a. Not that they can't do face to face, and I think they do need to come out face to face, but trying to coordinate that with a meeting might push this later than any of us wants it to go. So. I will inquire to see what their schedules will allow, get them here sooner. I'll certainly try to do that.
Okay.
Try to have a meeting out here so we can kind of walk the site and kind of evaluate what's going on.
That'd be good.
I think it's important that the design people actually do meet the Steck family because of the
100%.
impact that this project has on
And
them.
to see their business that they've
And,
ran for 30 years.
No, I'm
So-
sorry, 30 years at that location, 34 years, Rocks, whenever it was, 23 years old in 1990, started this business. And for us to be, again, to tie it back, Michael's careful with his words. I know I'm twisting and butchering that word, but it seems very appropriate today. You said it.
Well, yeah, let's
Well-
schedule a follow-up and that would be,
I assure you, I
Great.
don't have the impact that you do, but physically, I don't have that impact, but I understand what's happening.
I would like to say.
And while it's not in my control, one way or the, at the end of the day, it's not my decision what we do. I certainly can try to advocate to make it as best as possible, but there are limitations that there are things we can change and there are things that we can adapt, but there are certain parameters that we can't. I mean, we're locked into certain geometric parameters by federal funding, by all that, but we
And all-
we can go into
all
that
those
in another
things we
meeting,
can
and
go
I
over.
probably
We-
defer to our design people to kind of flesh that out, because that's their subject matter expertise area.
I,
But,
Joe, did you have something?
certainly welcome to come back.
yeah, no, we'll get our heads together and figure out next steps, but I hate to cut you off. I
Nope.
appreciate it, but
Got
we're
it.
running beyond schedule and we have BG consultants here to present our new road and bridge facility master plan. So-
Can I impose on you to let Joe just do sense crazy?
Of all the correspondence I've had, and I've talked to Michael and I've talked, we've talked about where the traffic going around, how it was gonna affect other roads. But in no part did I discuss anything about anybody's property or easements on those properties. But we discussed, first thing was, availability for EMS, because at first they were gonna close the whole thing. And then the rest of it was where they were concerned if we needed help, or their concerns were about the roads we were gonna go around the project. But I had no discussion about anyone's easements or properties, and I just want everybody to know that.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Have you put on your list to be contacted?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna get you and I wanna go out to Mike and Rox's and. Again, if I would have known, I would have been in your ear and you would have been there yesterday and we would have been walking your property too, but. I'm only as good as what I know, and when I don't know and people don't give me the information, then.
Yeah, I think, this commission, basically, we can try to be a catalyst, but
Yeah,
I mean, as far
100%,
as
and advocate
actual
for,
decisions, we're,
constituents.
yeah.
No,
No,
Eric,
well.
it's initiating a conversation, but the conversation was with, how one part of it impacted another constituent, and as a,
Right. No,
collateral damage, ours was.
I'm
Just
happy
look
to
at the
be,
map. Roger's got lots of them, and he identifies the adjoining property owners, right?
thank you.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. So. Can't leave that pile with you.
Oh, yeah, we can give it back to you. Thank you for,
Not that we're not willing to show you information, it's just that in these interim steps. If we leave. Versions of them float around, it becomes increasingly difficult to manage all that, and. So thank you. Thank you for your time today.
yeah, thank you for coming and sharing,
But
um,
I we'll do better. It's all I can do is we'll try to do better to include everyone in this discussion and engage.
I know there's a lot more details to work out, but when we do have a timeline, I think the earlier we know that, the better, with Cargill sitting right there and all the traffic that they see if it hits during harvest of, I mean, we're gonna need to really blow it out there for people to know, what their wait times are expected or the routes around, so appreciate that.
Yeah, there's a number of nasty tentacles on this project that have not been resolved as they should be. I don't like being very you do, so
Thank you.
moving forward, I'll get back with you. Let me have a time to contact your people, but I'll be in contact with them. Figure out
Sounds good,
next
yeah.
step.
And I'm gonna get with Beaver and Stex and. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your patience. Sorry,
Sorry for.
there was more information about the update than I was privy to, so I would have allotted more time if I would have known that.
Should I leave a copy?
Leaving it, yeah, just leave it in there.
Did you get one, Mark?
No.
Thank you very much, Mark, get one, please.
See you again.
Let's see, take care.
I'll be in contact.
Okay.
Thanks. Nice to meet you. Good to meet you. I used to go with the name. So. Have a good day. Probably one more for you to have tonight. Fucking, I'm maybe you get
So, BG Consultants is here on behalf of, Joe with Road and Bridge Department to present the, programming and master planning report, which is a culmination of our efforts over the last, month and a half, 2 months, and the design iterations that we've gone through. So I'll try to be brief and kind of let the document speak for itself, and you guys can dive into it a little bit more on your own time and give your thoughts, afterward, but I'll kind of go through page by page and just give a brief summary of what that page is outlining, and a couple of the important highlights on those. So the table of contents there, we've got broken down into a variety of sections. We started with an introduction for the purpose of the report, giving a brief history of the need for this project for a new road and bridge maintenance facility and yard peripheral improvements at the new location. That part one introduces the three key issues that the Road and Bridge Department is facing as far as its existing facilities and need for improvements. So, of course, as we've discussed before, the centralization of operations is a key factor. You'll see on that Exhibit A that it's a long drive time just to get from base to base for Road and Bridge Department with their current facilities. And then number two, their existing site constraints and their outdated infrastructure. You can see that their existing facility there on the corner of 22nd and Pacific off the service road, their existing facility and footprint really can't expand generously for the amount of improvements that are needed. And then, of course, the third being employee retention and long-term impact. So we obviously know that a facility like this would definitely be encouraging for hiring, as well as creating a more appropriate work environment for the activities that are going on at Road and Bridge. So that central location there is shown there in Exhibit E for the proposed location, which would centralize all of the operations that Road and Bridge has into a single yard and facility. Part two is outlining the master plan. That figure, Exhibit F, is just depicting that that property at US 73 and Mead Road. It's a 40-acre tract, and they're proposing to develop 12 acres of that to the west. On the next page there, you see Exhibit G and H on page 13 outlines that 40-acre tract and how we propose to segment that into two areas for partial development. The west section there, 12 acres, 525,000 square feet, would house multiple facilities that have been proposed, as well as even a proposed sheriff station, which isn't necessarily included on this document, but I'm more than happy to discuss the opportunity for that a little bit in more detail. The site programming, this goes into a lot of our BG Consultants as a design firm, our efforts over the last couple of months, working with Joe closely and Emily through Road and Bridge to understand their needs a little bit in a more higher level. And then these criteria that we outline are the site layout and orientation. How are the buildings laid out on the site? How is the site accessed and circulated through, making sure security and safety is a priority, taking into considerations of environmental aspects, and then of course existing utility infrastructure and how we're tying into that. And then of course expansion and flexibility for the future. So the Exhibit I is really kind of our master plan that we've been working for. And that really outlines the entirety of the scope, even if that's not what gets performed in the first phase, so to speak. You can see that we've still got two main approaches off of Mead Road, the primary being directly perpendicular to Pardee. That access allows employees to enter into the west side of the lot, as well as public and guest parking. They're not quite yet in the secured perimeter. If you continue on, you would be stopped by a cantilever gate that would require security credential, that the county would have those credentials to be able to access the secured yard. The primary focus of our scope was developing the office and shop building facility and the design parameters of that facility alone, but we also integrated in the needs of the equipment buildings, which are equipment sheds 1 and 2, just north of the office and shop facility, as well as the salt dome and tailgate hopper that are located north of that. High visibility on all areas of this site from the office and shop. Just to the east of that, we have the proposed sheriff station location as well. And then off to the far east portion of the developed half of the lot, we've got all of the pilings and storage, rock piles, laydown yards, culverts to the north. We feel like that acts as a really good peripheral of storage for road and bridge and not intruding in their main circulation for vehicles. On the next page, we start to get into our scope as far as developing the building programming and the design. That's been broken into 4 sections: the programmable space allocation study that we put together, diagramming a bubble diagram for early identification of space relationships, the maintenance shop bay design specifically, and then an overall conceptual building layout. So that's programmable space allocation worksheet on page 19. That's a document that you've seen before. It's just been updated up to this current level of the study for the building. We're proposing a 13,500 square foot building with a 4,500 square foot mezzanine, so a total gross square footage of 18,000 square feet that we then divvied into the program spaces or the functional spaces that the county needs for the road and bridge facility. On the bubble diagramming on part 4B, page 21, that starts to give a visual representation of the spaces in relation to their scale, as well as their relationship to other spaces. So this was an early diagram that we prepared for Joe and Emily to kind of understand what relationships we need with each of the spaces that were being proposed. The office administrative area in red, the maintenance shop bays being the primary driver of the project. Adjacent to what's in blue there is a wash bay. Those need to have a close physical relationship. And then, of course, support and accessory rooms in purple and maintenance storage spaces in gray. They all have direct adjacencies to other spaces, and some have visual adjacencies to other spaces. And that's how we initially begin to diagram how we're going to lay out the facility. Part 4C of the facility design that starts to dissect into how we design the shop bays themselves, particular to the fleet that Road and Bridge currently has and expects to have. The part 4C there, the verbiage goes into the different aspects, the different components that we diagram, and then of course the diagrams on page 23 indicate different options that we propose that we see for other municipalities and counties that have very similar facilities. For this particular study, we decided to proceed with diagram C, which is a 90-foot bay length. It's a pull-through bay. But what that allows is it allows the trucks to keep their attachments on the vehicle in a season where you may need to activate your fleet in an emergency situation. And those vehicles can be stored in the heated shop, or in the heated shop bay in the winter time with the attachments already on and assembled, ready to go, ready to pull out the shop. The next page, the conceptual building layout. This is our final preliminary floor plan, so to speak. And what that means is this is still a working document. We understand that there could be changes to this, but for the sake of our study and for this report, we finalized this preliminary floor plan based on everybody's feedback over the last couple of months. And we believe that this is a really good starter to begin the next phase of construction documentation for the facility's construction. And we can dig into the floor plan details if you want to. It's really not too many changes from the previous iterations that you've seen before. Part 5 outlines the MEP systems, HVAC, plumbing, electrical, communications, things that are very standardized for fleet maintenance facilities for similar municipalities and agencies that have fleet maintenance facilities. There's some images there. Those are some example images of other BG Consultants projects that depict some of the systems that go on in a facility of this nature. The part 6 interior finishes, this is really just describing the difference in the interior level of finish between the maintenance bay and shop areas and how that contrasts with the office and support areas. Generally, we'll see sealed floors and pretty neutral tone spaces in the shop facilities, and then contrasted with the offices. Those are generally have a higher level of finish, which is reflected in the opinion of cost that I'll get to here in a second. That'll have ACT ceilings, maybe epoxy floors, some interior finishes such as bathroom partitions, plastic laminate casework, countertops, doors, wood veneer doors, things of that nature. that have a little bit higher cost to them, but really add to the finished level of those spaces. Part 7 is the useful building life expectancy. So this is a chart, exhibit Q on page 31, that diagrams all of the expectancy, all the life expectancy of materials that are being used in the facility, as well as the systems. So obviously that first chunk, structure, foundation, slab, superstructure, that's your slabs, your footings, your concrete, your steel, heavy steel frame. That is obviously going to have the longest lifespan, nearly 100 years plus. Those are obviously the most stable and durable materials used on the project, so they have the longest lifespan. But compare that to in the last section under site, you see that striping, pavement markings, those generally tend to have the lowest lifespan, and need to be assessed and replaced on a more frequent basis. So this is a schedule that we put together for the county to reference as far as a maintenance schedule that would be requiring attention at certain periods of time. Excuse me, certain periods of time, and help understand some of those deferred costs. Part 8's opinion of probable costs. Again, this is a document that you've seen before. It's just been updated. We've reflected that this is a 90 by 150 footprint, that 13,500 square foot facility. This also has all of the other site components listed that we've discussed up to this point to give an approximate probable cost at this early stage in the process. Obviously, this is a document that will continue to get refined and itemized to a much higher level of detail when we begin construction documentation and actually prepare bid documents out for bidders. So we'll provide an update to that when that time comes. And then the last portion is part 9, the summary. This outline is really just about a culmination of all of the efforts up to this point and describing the need for this facility and the improvements at the yard at the proposed location. And that BG Consultants is here to help implement that. And we're here to help Joe with Road and Bridge act on their behalf as far as your guys' next steps and getting this project to a phase where you're ready to have design documents started for construction, whether that be, I believe, the end of this fiscal year, or I'm sorry, the end of this calendar year, there was some funding available that Joe might be able to speak a little bit more clearly to. That may be something of interest to discuss as far as the timeline. So any other things to add to that, Joe?
Not really. Anybody have any questions?
I think we've made some adjustments on some of the layout that haven't been incorporated yet. So, I mean, the north lane across
Well,
the
if
top.
you look, it's right below the
Culverts.
culverts, and we can change that.
Yeah, there was an
one way or
email that
another.
came through and.
That was kind of a
I
late
could've-
thing because we
Yeah.
talked about access of the rest of the property.
Right, yeah, so.
And a need for an access road across there. I don't think that would change the scope of the,
Right, exactly. That's
of
exactly
the,
right. Yeah.
but
so-
I just noticed there was a few things like
Yeah,
that
and that's why this is, again, this is a preliminary planning effort, and what we're calling it our master planning effort. This is the reference document that we're gonna start with, to begin to develop into further documentation. And so we understand that there's gonna be changes to this, but yeah, just to understand what that change, what happened with that change is that north approach shifted north about 60 feet from where it previously was. And so the culverts actually line the northern property line. If that's not what you would like to see, I think those culverts could easily be relocated to the east. If that's something you want to explore, but yeah, the total footprint expanded from 8 acres to 12 acres. At Joe's request, and I'm sure that was probably
Then
the discussions.
I think we talked later, didn't we? About K.S.A, what was it? Was it 15? What was it? The last conversation we had, which really doesn't matter.
What are you talking about?
On
This-
property, how many
Oh.
acres?
My recommendation was 20. I don't think we need 40 acres.
Yeah, no, but I mean,
I think it was,
within
we
that-
proposed 25.
Well-
Pat, have you
Well,
heard anything?
so, yeah,
Yes.
what did the city and AAEDC say?
I didn't talk to AAEDC. I talked with the city. They are, as you know, in between city managers. So this would be a commission decision that would need to be made. We may want to talk about the specifics in executive session, but the. The feedback from the city attorney and the, was that this would just be something we need to talk to the commission about. He also had mentioned that they were skeptical that we had the desire to purchase or the wherewithal, I guess, to make the entire purchase. So,
Does that mean that they're not surprised that we're asking for less?
well,
I mean, it's like with
Yeah.
anything, you want an option until you have the data, and when you have the data, you know, and the city commission, I talked to him at the city manager meet and greet, and many of them were like, why did you need 40? I'm like, well, we didn't know what we needed until now we know. And so, I feel like they would be receptive.
yeah, I don't know that they would or wouldn't be, but it's a governing body decision and we'd have to.
So when did he think he'd have that? Like, could you ask him to?
I did not ask him to put it on their agenda and. Do we want to do that? Maybe perhaps it would be good to have,
And we need to nail this down.
Yeah, 100%. And we only had till September to,
Sure.
figure it out. So, yes.
sure,
I thought that was the direction we gave you last week when Alan said, I said 20, Alan's like 25, and
Either's fine.
well, I had, I guess, that preliminary discussion, but we would need to get on their agenda and go talk to them as a commission
okay,
for them to vote on.
let's do it.
So any questions for Grant? Anybody? I would say, Grant, that we'll have to have some discussion between us and the commission.
I have some questions, like if we decide to move forward with just certain parts and just. How much of the groundwork needs to be done at one time? I mean, I could see where you would have drainage issues if you didn't do maybe a majority of like your major grading.
Yeah.
First, even though you're not gonna improve it.
Yeah,
Until down the road. I didn't know what kind of, because that's, by looking at a map, is it telling me that you're cutting 4 feet out of this area to add over here? And so in order to even, like, say if you didn't want the main building and one shed. How much of that grading area would you have to complete to be able to just do even partial?
Yeah, I think the first response to that, I think, is, of course, what can be afforded. And that will dictate a lot of answers, but so my recommendation would be that a survey be performed fairly quickly, and that would be for the entire tract that you would like to develop. And we could find the boundaries of that. So that's the first thing, that would encompass the whole area as part of the scope, not just a phase. The second would be utilities, understanding what's the furthest extent of utilities, and then grading. And I think grading would I think it'd be preferable to have all the grading performed in the initial phase, even if it's temp seeded for a few years for down the road until the future phases are commenced. But I think that the most cost-effective way to do it would be to have survey, initial grading, and site utilities, that infrastructure performed first as phase one. And then if you want to include one building or two buildings in phase one, that could be done. Building construction, having a separate building isn't going to be a huge additional cost for phasing, because unless you're doing like a remodel where you're keeping tenants in the facility, but trying to remodel a separate portion, you're not really affecting anything else within the other areas of the site. So I think that constructing a separate facility, like your second equipment shed, like your salt dome in phase two, isn't going to have a substantial effect on the overall cost. It's just going to be a deferred cost. So the cost is just the cost of escalation over time, but really no expense related to additional phasing efforts on behalf of the contractor.
I just wondered that we.
Yeah.
Figure, well, this is gonna cost this and this, but then we don't have that grading estimate.
Yeah.
To be part of that phase one, because we
Yeah,
have to
and-
get all of the phase one.
Right.
everything in phase one that's necessary to even do a partial.
Yeah, and the cost estimate reflects as if everything's being done at one time.
Mhm.
So once we determine what that phasing looks like, we can break that cost estimate into actual phases and second mobilizations of a contractor if needed. And that would reflect those costs.
Some of it would have to be done, so like if we were gonna use the North Drive, which we all have talked about. That it would have to be to where everything would drain and we'd be able to run our equipment up and out that North Drive instead of using. But I just wanted to throw that, and then like if the sheriff was gonna put a building there to make sure that everything was to where he could get, everything would drain, so. So then I guess we need to sit down, so as county and go through what we think we can do and then send that information back to you.
That way we could put a proposal on just phase one. Yeah. And just for reference, I know we've sent a bid proposal for survey services. That can be done at any time prior to, that can be a separate contract. It doesn't have to be included with phase one services. So if you want to have the survey performed earlier, that way we can have that information on hand at an earlier time. Because that's something that's gonna have to be done regardless. We're more than happy to perform that earlier, at least get it on the schedule. That way you have that knowledge.
So I have a question about that, because you're saying basically if you're gonna phase one, then you're gonna do a whole nother proposal, like, couldn't we just utilize this and piecemeal it out as we see? I understand the survey part, but I don't feel like we should move forth with a survey until we have an agreement that we can do the 20 acres or,
Whatever.
yeah, whichever.
I
It's not a
agree.
problem.
And so I just want to make sure that we didn't do a map, like the map, this is key to me, to what we need to accomplish. But like then to do another proposal for phase one seems a waste, in
Oh,
my
yeah,
opinion.
no, it
Like,
wouldn't be an extensive
Okay.
planning report. It would just be, you guys tell us what phase you would like to start with. Let's say you want to cut out both equipment sheds from phase one. And you just want half of it gravel, half of the current area gravel. And you tell us that and say, okay, we'll stipulate that as phase one, and VG Consult would provide a fee proposal for only phase one services. And then you can decide if you want to proceed with that.
so with this breakdown, the way you gave it, if we wanted to do grading, sewer, water, fencing, why couldn't we just add those up for phase one? Done.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, no problem.
okay, that's what I was thinking. Okay. Awesome.
My question was only on the scope, how much would need to be done, because you wouldn't want to grade half of the lot.
No,
Put
I
up a new
understood.
building,
Yeah.
and then you
understood your
have
question.
water flood into because you didn't do the completion.
Grading utilities is number one.
Yeah.
And I would include that as one project.
Yeah.
And then let the building construction be any future phasing or gravel, you can see after it's been rough graded, but you may not gravel it immediately. That may be part of phase two, but like we had in a previous discussion, if you get a good price on a larger allowance of gravel, it might be worth fighting on it. And you'll just have to tell us if that's the direction you want to go.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I don't.
Appreciate it.
Digital, I'll send a digital copy of this.
That'd be
same
awesome.
Format, and I'll send that to the way that I've sent it before.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
thank you, and sorry for the delay again.
That's okay. No, I understand there's other important topics.
I'm gonna take that Christian break.
I'm good with that. I'm sorry. Thank you, by the way, for jumping in and getting that on for us.
Appreciate it.
Very good.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I do. That's for the Union Station.
This is for like.
Union Station.
Okay.
I don't know if this pertains at all to.
We don't know whether it's the same. Yeah. And who's, you know, site. So, see, that's what we have to use to. So, yeah, there's no question.
And it's. This one. There's. Because he needs to change display. Will you help her with the display? Yeah. Yeah. I think maybe you did the extend. Did you put it back to? Yeah. Commissioner Quinn, I did let the bond council know it would probably be a little closer to 1.
Thank you. Sorry, I was trying to keep us on, but felt like some of that needed to be talked about because I didn't realize that constituents were being affected by it. So
No worries. He was.
otherwise I would have allotted for more time, but he was just gonna give an update of the project. So I was like, oh, an update should be this.
Right.
So anyway, but yeah, no, thank you
No,
for
good,
communicating
good.
that with him.
I didn't see it going.
Joe, you don't have to rush for yours. I kind of pushed some other things, so it's the time that you need for your.
Okay, Joe Snyder, Road and Bridge Superintendent. We have Husker Steel Bridge replacement quotes, peppercorn discussion, notice to proceed and contract with Pruitt Construction, Road and Bridge Department update. And then I added the 4-way stop at 214th and Lincoln discussion, future options for Rollins Road Bridge removal and Brooks Road chip and seal.
Then I sent a couple right-of-way permits
Yes.
yesterday, I think, and this morning that I have got. So Husker Steel builds bridges. And during our selection of bridges, we have discussed 2 bridges on 214th Road. And we didn't, that they both needed replaced. Remember the two wooden bridges?
Very close together.
Very close together between Clay and Cheyenne. And Chris Edelman was around, so I just had him give me an estimate of what they would cost, so we would know in the future if there was something we wanted to do. And the West Bridge is, I gotta flip it over, 25 6 feet wide and 32 feet long. And it would be $155,882. And that's got an inverset bridge, so it comes precast, similar to the last one we put in, just a little bit different. So it would be put together, and there would be no time to wait on the deck to cure the 30 days. So I just wanted to go over that. The other one is exactly like the last one we put in, and it's 50 feet long, but it's only 24/6. It has to do with how they have to build the bottoms, the decks. And it was $196,927. Did I send you guys copies of that? So that's just, now that would be with us doing the backfilling and grading when they get back. So it's just information that I wanted to pass along. So if we have any bridge discussions, it will also give us a basis, like on a 30-foot bridge, if we have one someplace, it's $155,000 around that to replace one. Any questions on that?
No.
The only question I had is when you approached them about the cost share, they said no, even though like.
Well,
We were-
so the only way we could have done that was to apply for one for local bridge product, Kansas local bridge, and the other one would have been the off-system bridge. there was no way when I talked to the engineers that we could bring it into
Okay.
one.
I was just
Because
curious,
it
because you were
wasn't-
gonna check on.
Yes,
that,
no,
since
and
they
it,
were so close.
but they're
Yeah.
not close enough. It would, and then when you get into moving streams and you get the Corps involved, and
Got it.
it becomes very touchy. So, the Gabe discussion. So I was asked last week about his involvement with the Ottawa Road. And as I said, he is basically done. He's got to bill us for the, filling out the application. And there might have been, I think that was it, fill out the application, and anything else he's done up to this point. From now on, unless we have a problem or an issue that we can't get resolved, which I don't see that happening, he would be just like he is normally. If we call him, he charges us for the time that he has used. So does that answer?
Yep.
Your question there? I've got, on the low water crossing, we did not get the contracts or the notice to proceed signed. So for Pruitt construction on the low water crossing on 250th Road. So here is the notice to proceed.
So I have some questions about this.
Yes.
Because I've had multiple contractors ask me about this. Because we only received one bid. And in the bid packet, it said it had to be completed in bold by June 15th. And so they've been driving by, when's this starting, when's this starting? And I didn't know, but
Weather has caused some of that problem.
okay. Well, there's.
So it's already started and he's been flooded out 2 or 3 times.
That when they get bid documents that are highlighted stating you must complete the work by June 15th,
Yes.
and they know their workload and say, we can't get it done by June 15th.
Right.
But now that we're going to amend it to July 31st, they're like, well, maybe they could have done that. And then also, because it gave 46 additional days. And then also, we're now not requiring the bid bond that was in the bid package.
Well, I thought the bonds were supposed to have been done. We've been talked to him about it. And I noticed that strikeout when I was printing this off, so I will discuss with Gabe about that.
Okay, because it's just.
No, I
contractors pay
understand that.
attention
No,
in this county.
I
of, like,
understand.
Who's getting what and what are the parameters and why they don't bid things. And so to only receive one bid. And then we altered the acceptance from June 15th to July 31st for 46 additional days and took out the bid bond.
I will talk to him about the bid bond. Any other questions on that part?
Those were just questions I've gotten that didn't.
Nope, I understand.
Okay, so we didn't sign the notice of
We,
proceed,
we,
but you
we
proceeded.
signed, signed the, notice to award,
Notice
but
of-
we didn't get the proceed or the agreement
Okay,
signed.
he's
And I
already
got a hold,
started.
yes, and I got a hold of Gabe and asked, and
do
I
we,
got the information.
okay, so it's okay to do the notice to proceed dated today, even though. He's proceed.
Yes.
Okay.
It is, this is what he told me to do, so.
Okay, I would look for a motion to approve the notice of proceed to Pruitt Construction for the culvert and low water crossing 250th and Graham. Do I have a motion, and to allow the chair to sign, sorry.
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved. I will second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes 2-0.
Mr. Davis is on.
Okay.
He joined.
Did he say something?
No.
You-
Okay, and then this would be the agreement, basically the contract, and with the price and everything on it. And it said 4 copies, so I have 4 copies. They're all exactly the same.
So do we want to get clarification of why they're not requiring the bid bond anymore before we sign?
That's whatever you want me to, whatever you guys want me to do.
I think I would like to have an answer since that's the bid required it
Okay,
when we awarded it.
okay,
And so
so we'll
if we're.
hold that,
That's fine.
we'll hold that till next week.
Okay.
And this one was the date changed. He had a change order. It has to be done by FEMA by July 31st. And that's why we had posted it in June, hoping it would be done by then to give us time. Well, it's not done. He's been flooded out three times. I talked to him again this morning. So that's whatever you guys want to do there.
Can you just ask clarification of if the deadline was July 31st, why we put June 15th in there?
Well, we wanted June 15th in case we had, well, this was me, because in case it started raining and we couldn't get it done. That gave us an additional 45 or 46 days to get it done. So that's what I asked for. Well, we're past that date. And I keep getting notifications from FEMA that it has to be done by July 31st. So
Got it.
when I talked to Gabe, it was like, okay. So that's why that
Well,
is.
we're already past the date it was supposed to be done,
Yes.
so to me, it's. So
Yeah.
what happens if we don't have it done by July 31st if the weather doesn't cooperate?
I have to talk to FEMA.
Then do we not get the money?
Well, we've already got the money.
Okay,
We had 2 projects to finish. My crew finished the other project. And this one was bigger. It needs to be finished by July 31st.
but with all the, I'm just.
Oh, I know.
July 31st, not June.
Yeah, July 31st.
Right,
That's what
but-
it says there.
Yeah, but we awarded, there's
Yes.
ample time in what we
No, I
bid.
understand.
I
I
mean,
understand.
based on the thinking.
It's gonna
there's
have
ample
to be,
time,
it's gonna have to be done.
But we don't know what happens if it isn't.
And I will find out
I was.
from, FEMA. Is this it?
I'm sorry, I'm like,
Sorry, I
where's
didn't,
my pen? Okay, so I would look for a motion to approve the change order. Dated today, 6/25/24 for the culvert and low water crossing at 250th and Graham, Atchison County, Kansas for Pruitt Construction. The contract price of $154,884.50 stayed the same. The only revision on this is that the work is ready for acceptance on or before June 15th is now being extended to ready for acceptance on or by July 31st, 2024. And this allows the chair to sign. Do I have a motion to approve?
So
Okay, it's been moved. I will moved and seconded. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. What did you say? Since I can't see him, it's fine to just do 2, right? Okay, passes 2-0. Sorry, you told me he was on and then I didn't look.
I don't know if he's just listening.
He did say he was gonna try to
Said
listen.
Yeah, I don't know if
He
he's.
texted me to say that he's on. He just now texted me to say I am in favor.
Okay, okay, so
I think he should still record the vote as 2.
2-0. Okay, thank you.
so updates, the guys just milled both ends of the bridge. And I'll go look at that when I leave the meeting to make sure that it's ready to go when we open on Thursday. M.026.4. So I wanted to have all that done, so when we open it, it's open. River Road was bladed yesterday, so it should be good. And as I stated earlier, the road mill machine isn't here yet. It's supposed to be here Friday. They won't start our time on the other equipment that we've already got until we start using that machine.
So, and you won't be here Friday. So, I mean,
No, I talked to the guys at the beginning of the week and I talked to them last week. That if we needed to work Friday, we were working Friday to get this thing
Okay.
done. Because then CAT will have their representatives there that have been involved in this before and help us get started along with Dennis Odom with base one.
Okay. Can you let me know when you're gonna start that? So
I will do my best.
Okay.
Because it's kind of been, their machine came back and it was not in very good shape, so we're actually getting a brand new one to use.
Hmm.
So, any other questions before we get to this?
When you get that, when you do have the timeline, will you send all of us so we can
Yes, I
see it?
will.
Cause like with the micro seal, I like to go out and see what it.
So if it shows up Thursday, then I'll know we're gonna start at like 9 o'clock or 8 o'clock
Weather
on
permitting.
weather permitting, because
Yeah, it's supposed to
see,
be.
we've got to be careful. Tomorrow would have been the perfect day to start because you don't want, a little rain doesn't hurt, but a lot makes you have to go back and blade it again. So, and then we will probably work the first, second, and the third, trying to get finished up. Any other,
You have the
just-
right away permits,
well,
or do you want me to print them out?
well, no, I have them.
Oh,
I just didn't know if we wanted to go through. Here's the one. Rural Water District, number 5. Consolidated Rural Water District, number 5 on Cheyenne Road.
look for a motion to approve the Atchison County Utility Permit application for rural water district number 5. Trotlock Excavating will be boring the water line under Cheyenne Road to serve a home. The water line will be sleeved with a 2-inch yellow. The water line will be bored south of the intersection of 318th Road, approximately 920 feet from the east side to the west side of Cheyenne Road.
Then the maps on the back side of that shows exactly what they're
You'll
doing.
look at that for it. Have a motion to approve?
Someone,
Okay, I will second. It's moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Passes 2-0.
This second one, the utility owner is Lumen. TDI Cable Maintenance is the one doing the work, and they are pulling through old existing lines. Pulling cable through new cable, and then if any of their boxes are damaged, they're gonna fix them. And I had this is from Mark Hunter. I had a discussion with him that if there is any boxes, that if they can move them out of the bottom of the ditch so we can continue to ditch like we need to. And instead of a map, there was so much. I couldn't understand the map, couldn't make heads or tail of it. Leavenworth County couldn't either. So he printed out what roads, where all they're gonna be in the county.
Do you know what this cable's for? I
Not
was
really.
curious when I read the permit. I just didn't know if it's. I haven't. heard
It's
of it.
existing, I don't know. Well,
People-
Lumen is Lumen.
Well, because, oh, hold on, let me think where this.
They keep changing their names so often
Well,
that
yeah,
I
I was
don't
wondering if
remember.
it says jetting fiber, so is it internet?
So it could be.
That's what I was curious because. I was trying to remember the company that abandoned all their boxes out by Cummings. They were gonna do it, they put boxes in, then they didn't, then they sold to another company. And then this new one, I was like, maybe it's
Well,
fiber.
Lumen's fairly good size and it could be fiber. But like I said,
Yeah. I was
it's gonna be
curious.
fiber, but they're pulling all new lines and
Okay.
and
All right, so I look for a motion to approve this Atchison County right-of-way permit application to Lumen, the subcontractor FiberTel. They will be jetting fiber in existing conduit. And we are working 73 Highway, 294th. Neosho, follow south to 262. 262 to 73, like there's a whole little map
list.
of where they'll be. So do I have a motion to approve?
some,
Okay. I will second, moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Passes 2-0.
Okay, four-way,
Oh, did you want to sign under it? That's what you've been doing, I think. Yes,
the four-way stop.
yep,
We have traffic counters up. We have 3, we don't have 4, so we picked what we thought would be the busiest.
Yep.
I have looked at it. To me, there's basically no sight distance, no matter where you're at. I talked to Nelda yesterday, and she is going to get into her schedule and try to come up and look at it and help us with, because she is an engineer, help us with the decision we need to make on what should be done at that intersection.
Okay.
So all of her work right now is going the other way, but she's gonna find a day that she can come up and look at that.
when she does that, will you let me know and I
Yes.
can let Mr. Lee know too?
Yeah.
So that since he brought it to our attention, I think he'd be probably wanting to be on site to.
Sorry, I just have it written down. All right. Rollins Road Bridge. I don't know what you guys want me, or where we've decided to go, or how we're going
Which
with
bridge
it.
is this?
It's the one that we removed. It goes back to
Oh,
That Shane took out.
that Shane took out.
okay, so what,
She just,
Well, we never really followed up with it. We had constituents come and concerns emailed. And we said we were gonna remove the bridge and then reassess what the ground looked like to know what our options are. And so I'm just following up because we never really did anything beyond taking the bridge out.
okay, I thought this was a question of another bridge being.
no, so
Just,
this is, I mean, I don't know what you guys would like for me to do. I'll do whatever you would like.
At one time, there was discussion of seeing if that ever hooked up, if
Okay,
there was roads that went into the city to the south. Was that,
so I looked yesterday, and I think this would be a perfect place to use what we just implemented with Roger and have him look at it. The right of way goes by Garrett's on Grandeur. It goes out into a pasture, and then it just stops.
so
from the
there
south.
wasn't a.
So that's
record-
just my preliminary investigation. So if you would like me to, I will get a hold of Roger and we will look and see if there's any dedicated right of way. I mean, that's just what I looked at yesterday on my own.
If it would be that way, we could bring it in with no major bridge.
I think
rebuild
they're-
And
he's
be,
in here.
Here he is.
We have a road questionnaire with all the information on this that we have done already. I'd be happy to send it to all of you. I've got to see if I can get it down inside, because right now it's like 26 megabytes.
So is that something Joe's gonna fill out for a request to you then? Is that what you're saying?
Well,
He's
we've
all-
already had, I mean, this is one that's already been in discussion. We've researched it already because
Okay,
several people have been in asking about this before.
so what did we find out?
Uh, It's way more complicated than this, real simple. It's not a 2-minute answer, it's a 20-minute presentation. So I will send you, because there's like 20 pages of data on
Okay,
it.
so can you present it to us next week?
Week after.
Week after?
he's not
Yeah,
here.
'cause he's
Okay.
gonna be gone
I'm going
next
to be
week.
gone next week.
Okay. And, okay,
I'd be happy to. I can throw it up on the board and show you what
That'd
we
be-
have, because this is one. Because we're looking at this particular road, we're looking at not only the entrance from the north side, but we also took a look at the entrance from the south side.
Okay.
Because there was discussion of it at one time going through.
okay, yeah, I think that'd be great to see what they find out.
Mhm.
And some of these, when we research them, it's 2 pages and it's real simple. Some of them, when we research them, this one, for instance, there are 20 pages of data in there
Okay,
on what goes on with it. So
perfect. Okay, that sounds
Okay.
good, thank you. Okay, Brooks Road.
Okay,
Do you know the cost of what it would cost to chip and seal? We talked last week about cost advantages of maintaining chip and seal versus gravel, and we
Right.
said it's cheaper typically for chip and seal than gravel, but it's getting there, right? So
Correct.
I have a group, an entire road full of constituents willing to assist us in getting there. I just was curious what the cost is to chip and seal it, and then they're, depending on what that cost is, then they're willing to pay
Okay,
for it.
so I would have to sit down and figure per foot. I went and I looked at it. There's some grading that needs to be done.
Okay.
That culvert needs to be replaced.
Okay,
And the culvert cost, just me looking at my sheets yesterday, if we put pipe in without end sections,
okay,
is over $7,000.
okay,
With the end sections, I didn't price them, but sometimes they're $3,000 or $4,000 a piece on the size,
so worst case, 8,000.
just for the material.
Okay.
And
I
there,
mean,
there is a possibility if I
For the
get,
end sections.
yeah, there is a possibility that when the snakes aren't so prevalent around there, that we get in there and it's a concrete tube in sections that maybe it can be pulled out if they're not all busted up and relayed, but that may cost as much as just replacing it.
Okay.
And then with the chip and seal, I think that what we're doing is going to work. I hope it does. I think that that is the most economical way for us to do that. So when we get done with this project, I want to see what the total cost of everything is, because I also got information yesterday on a company that comes out and just does it.
Does chip and seal?
Well, does like what we're doing right now. And that's what, basically, that's
Phase one,
the base one. The base one, we're gonna chip and seal on top of it.
right?
And if, we'll see what it costs us, and if we like this, then next year or whatever, whenever you guys decide to tell me, if we want to do some more, then we could come and do that at that certain time and get it.
So you don't think that road has a good enough base to?
No, I'm not saying it doesn't.
Unknown.
No. It needs
How do
some,
we-
it needs some, it needs
Good,
some, it needs build up.
Okay.
In some spots. So,
Sorry.
no, go ahead.
Well, I've got some questions because I wasn't for sure what this topic was. So if that's a new thing that the county is going to do, is to, if neighbors, and now do they have to all be unanimous to do things like this, that they get together? And I mean, how are we going to, if we have more requests, because I anticipate
That would
that
be
there would
great.
be. But I think we need to have planned out and thought out, so to know what we're gonna offer. What if we had 10 different places that wanted to have this done? Are we going to do that and then take over full maintenance of that as a chip and seal road?
Which
Yeah,
we
because it's-
determined was more
Was
economical,
cheap, but
cheaper than gravel.
yeah, but
Well,
sometimes they
that's-
fail, and then you go back in, and if, what if we do a base one and 5 years it fails? Is that gonna be back on the county to bring that up to a chip and seal or to a hard surface road? Because the neighbors are gonna say, we've done that already, we've done our part. So I think we need a little thought on how much we're gonna do, or before we offer it to one.
So I understand what you're saying, and I think we definitely need to think it out. It's something he came to us last year and we brought it up and we never did anything with it. And so it's like 7 of the 10 are on board, but they can't know if they're on board without a dollar figure, right?
Right.
So like if the dollar figure makes sense and they want to do it, to me, it's a win-win. You got constituents putting skin in the game to help us all to come up to.
But
No, but to your point on the last road we talked about. Well, we would be doing it, right? So we know that the product would be just like you would go out and chip and seal a road. So you would do it right versus.
Well, yeah, but the things happen. So then I've just, I think that we would need some understanding what was expected.
So on I want to be a little more educated, because since I've been here, we've only done one chip and seal road virgin from gravel.
Okay,
And that was when I first got here and it did not turn out.
okay,
So either we would try to use the base one and do it, or I need to get someone to school me on what we need to do.
okay. So it's not
Is
saying.
that fair?
Yeah, 100%. That's a different
Be-
perspective
because-
than what I was feeling of like,
I'm not a no on this, but I
we're
just
just
think
not
that.
confident that we can take a gravel road and make it a chip and seal to last at this stage.
Right, and that's one of the reasons why we're doing the base one where we're doing it.
So,
So the base one's on gravel, and
so should we do the base one on this road where
that's what I'm wondering. If this turns out,
then you get the finished
then we
product?
can see in a year what we have. You know, when what I watched in Missouri and Alan was there, it was all mainly asphalt or a chip and sealed with asphalt patching over the
Okay.
top of it. But he also said he could do this, and when we decided we're gonna try this and try to chip and seal over it, and that will give us an idea. And if we go to Stone Ridge, then here we are on a road with not as much traffic, which that one, it does and it doesn't. You understand what I'm
Uh-huh.
saying? It's a short stretch, so maybe that'll it has more traffic than the other Stone Ridge will. But then the other thing is, are they gonna want us to then go from there all the way? Because I've been approached by that to go all the way to 234th.
It's just to that whole neighborhood of, they have a name, I forgot what
Yeah,
their
but-
subdivision is.
But I've been approached by one of those people before about it needs to be done all the way to 234th.
Well, then that would be their stretch to pony up the.
Okay, but I just want
Yeah.
you to be aware of
No,
it. That's all
100%.
that's,
So do you then you believe that base one, we need to use the test strip on Rooks then? Is that what I'm hearing?
well, I
So
wanna
that-
see where we're at a year from now from what we're getting ready to do. I wanna get it through the winter. I wanna see if this is gonna work like it's supposed to. Does that make sense? And then I will get information on what we need to do if we're gonna do it ourselves. And then you guys will have to decide how you wanna do
Yeah.
the housing, you
So
know.
we're not gonna be able to give them a price until a year from now. Is that what you're saying?
I wouldn't feel comfortable.
Okay,
Does that make sense? So I want to see how this product works. If it doesn't work, then
I don't know, my mind just goes to all the potential problems. Another would be, there's 10 people there, 8 will do it, 2 won't.
yeah, they
Does
already
that-
know that. They're good. Like, they already know
There,
that.
but
It's kinda
well,
one of those things.
theoretically, depending on the price though, but then also. Do you ask for it up front? So once you put it down, and what if they don't pay? I don't know any of these
100%.
people involved, so
Yeah,
I'm just
no.
doing a theoretical
Well,
And
thing
all
of
those
like
things would
how
have to
how
be
we do
discussed,
that.
ironed out.
I don't
Put in a
want to.
contract so everybody knows what to expect.
So, and there's two ways to look at this. You know, if we're just doing it for them, then whatever equipment we do would be all on them. But if you're doing a week's worth of work, then it's gonna be cheaper if you're renting the equipment for a week, or do you charge them the whole? Am I making sense? So when we do, like with this, we're renting them machines for a week. So we can do 3 different spots. All right, so if we're gonna do that again, say next year, and they want in on it, we rent it for a week if we have stuff to do ourselves. Am I making sense? It's cheaper to rent it for a week than it is per day.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah.
To Eric's point of like worst case scenario though, what if you do it this year? Out there with very, very minimal traffic, cause you don't have traffic. And then you're like, oh, it's good. And then you end up doing it there and with more traffic, it doesn't hold up.
Well, I think that we'll find out on Cheyenne,
Cheyenne has got
a lot of traffic.
So that's the
That's
one you're
the,
gonna
that's the
look at.
main guinea pig. I just was trying to kill 2 birds with 1 stone with trying to get the other done at the same time we had the equipment
Got it.
rented, is basically what I was trying to do.
Another thing on that is. I could see this happening close to city, or right off of a main road where there's several new houses in a row. And being a short stretch, they can afford to do that. I mean, I could see that scenario. But do we end up with the county having to mobilize to, if it's chip and seal or something, the maintenance in the future, that we've got 30 of these 2-block long portions of a former road that used to blade? Do you see where I'm going?
I
That
think-
now that
I
we've got all these short segments to do. Is that a problem?
My opinion would be this, if you want my opinion. Okay, normally that is basically comes to, there's a why comes to that and it comes out. But I understand you. I don't want to be like Camp Creek Church. I don't want to be down like on 210. If we have all those little spots all over,
Segments.
So you just need to have a minimum amount or something that makes sense.
whatever you,
But the
whatever
goal being, if people want to buy in and pay, like, cause last week, chip and seal is cheaper than gravel roads to maintain. Okay.
that's what I've been
Yeah,
told once
so
you're established.
constituents are ponying up to help us achieve success, like when.
Right, and that's a decision that you guys as commissioners will
Yeah.
have to make, and I'll do whatever.
I do think that there's thought, and I'm for it. I would love to be on a paved road. But at the same time, I know that could also cause things you don't see right off the bat. You know, if you've got snow removal would be maybe different, or treatment, and then you would go around, it would be a little bit like if you had to maintain all of the dust control areas. Well, you've got these little short segments, and you're having to be cognizant of getting them done and to not grade them, and so it causes some problems on the other side. I'm not saying no, but it's just the things to think about.
Okay.
But that's kind of, when we get
So
done
we-
with this, I'll try to figure out how much it was per, I think it's 1,700 feet. I measured it the other day. I believe, don't hold me to that, but I think it's 1,700 feet.
So your plan is base one and chip and seal and to give a price next year.
Yeah, I want to see if it works.
Okay, I just need to get,
So
back in touch.
I'll get in contact with some other people and see what's the proper way if we were to do it ourselves. And then try to figure out a cost on that. So to talk about some KDOT stuff, is there any way we can go into an executive session to do that?
what is that pertaining
To
to?
what was talked about today? I
don't
want to
know.
be, how is there?
I mean, unless it's
I mean, unless it's a.
non-elected personnel,
Well,
I
I
mean,
wouldn't think it would involve, doesn't involve any.
Well, I'm not
personnel. Could be
elected.
attorney client.
I have to be very careful what I say.
We maybe have a discussion for a few minutes, and that would give me a better idea as to whether or not it would be a proper thing for an executive session.
Do you guys mind if? I'm not trying to,
You want to finish and then we'll.
yeah, then we heard him and I can go out and talk.
okay, sounds good.
All right,
Okay, thank you for being patient, Katie. Sorry, we're running a bit behind. Catherine Sparks, Community Corrections Director, Prevention Program Discussion.
Thought I was gonna trip. Okay. So as I discussed with you guys this morning, KDOC did give us an additional 27,000. I was able to rework our budget and found that to hold over our prevention programming for first quarter, we would need a total of $10,768.30. We decided this morning that I could utilize our reimbursement funding to cover that cost, so we wouldn't have to dismantle to come back together in 3 months.
That was your recommendation. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I spoke with Sherry about the 5,600 that is allocated to truancy. That money is still available in her account, and she has no issue with that being used for the prevention.
It's great.
Excellent.
So that would take the overall need at $5,168.50 that we can utilize from our reimbursement. I don't know if there's anything I need to do outside of,
Well, what are you wanting to use it for?
we'd be using it for the truancy programming that we
So
offer
like, just a,
for
like
truant
I cut you a
kids.
check to $5,600, or you'll be paying it,
Um,
because you don't have access to that,
Yes.
so it's just.
I assume the easiest part would be cutting the check for the 56, and then we could put it in our juvenile reimbursement account, and then I would pay the salary from that account to cover that
Because
portion.
when you're paid out of the salary, it already knows to come out of.
The reimbursement, yeah, so I assume that would be the easiest.
Okay.
I don't know if that's
Clean
easiest.
to me, I just write you a check to community corrections and you deposit it how you will.
Yes. So, Sherry did say she did not think that 56 was in the budget for.
It's question. whether they
Okay,
Keep it or not.
Oh, and
Okay.
25.
yes,
Right.
so,
So you're talking about 24 budget.
yes.
And because it's over 2,500, should we make a motion that, okay. And that would come out of the juvenile detention account, is that correct? Or what was it?
No, it's, truancy program,
Truancy program.
it's Department 18,
$5,600.
correct.
Okay. Okay, so I would make a motion to allow a purchase order.
I can type one up pretty quickly if you prefer.
Yeah, that might be good. I was gonna say I can.
And then the other thing was just approve it, since it's over $5,000, I do need to bring it to you guys and receive your approval to utilize that funding to pay for salaries or anything else. So after that 56 that you're in the process of approving right now, I would need an additional approval to spend 5,168 additional.
That's in your
That's currently in our reimbursement accounts. That would be
owned by the county or by the state?
county.
Okay.
Yeah, those are by county. That's what we do, the bond supervision, contracted UAs, and those funds that we receive from that go into these accounts.
So maybe Mark can make us one for that one too, just so I know what fund
Mhm.
it'll be coming out of.
This other one is against juvenile reimbursement.
Yes.
So I would look for a motion to approve the purchase order as presented from our community corrections director out of county general juvenile detention department in the amount of $5,600. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay, I will second. It's moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes 2-0.
Katie, what's the total of the other one you need?
$5,168.30.
Sign that too, and I'll put it in the folder.
Yes, can I borrow a pen? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. Thank you.
516,830, right?
5,168.30, yes.
So
And,
I'll take that one back and I'll write you a check and you can have this one.
okay, okay. And then like I said this morning, I am applying for that additional grant. I am very hopeful for that. And then there is two other grants. One is a governor's grant. The other one I just found out about, and I'm doing some more research that I am gonna look into also applying for, and hopefully collaborating with the guidance center in other areas
Okay.
to bring more services.
Sounds good. All right, so I have a purchase order as presented from our community corrections director to take $5,168.30 out of her juvenile reimbursement fund. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay, I will second. Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Passes 2.
Do I just take this? or you need-
No, for sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
she'll scan them in and then.
And then-
go.
I
Perfect.
will email it to you.
All right, sounds good. Thank you guys.
Thank you. What's the verdict?
I'll come up, and talk to you.
What's that?
I'm gonna come up and talk to you.
Okay.
If you let me.
Yeah, absolutely. What time did we say our, what? Okay, perfect. Yeah, we got set
Yeah,
18
it won't
minutes.
take very long.
Yeah.
I just want everyone to know on the KDOT project that that's not our project and none of the easements or going in and out of people's property is anything that I have anything to do with.
100%.
So
That's
I
why I
just-
didn't call you
yeah,
yesterday. It
that's-
was all state. Like,
Yeah, so I just
otherwise you would
wanted,
have been involved.
Yes,
like, if
but
it
I've
had something to
been,
do with
I've had
us.
a lot of discussions on us going around county roads to get around it, you know, and if there would be anything that we would need to do, or if we were gonna be on township roads. And I just want everybody to know that I knew nothing about
I didn't,
these things.
I didn't even
So,
know.
but I wouldn't because it's not our project. You know, that's the thing, you know, when we have projects, we understand, we know what's going on, but when KDOT does it, it's out of my hands. It has nothing.
So one thing I learned though, this morning is because we do hear, right? Hey, there's gonna be a KDOT project. Like we hear that usually before information's out. Is that we need to be taking the initiative to say, when's the field check meeting? Like
Well,
that's the
it
thing
was,
we need to be.
and I need to
included
look,
in.
I think that I may have been there, but none of that was discussed. But I'll have to, that's over 2 years, almost 2 years ago, so I will have to look. But the discussion about I was never involved in any discussion on anybody's
Well,
property.
Me,
And to take, when they say that they're at the, the low end of the totem pole as far as decisions making, we're not even on that totem pole. I mean, we can be a catalyst, we can advocate, but
Well, so-
that's about the limit of
that's why my timeline was so short, is he was gonna give an update, right? And that all spurred from Beaver calling me and saying, hey, do you think you could get a hold of KDOT and the UP to see if we could get together and talk about putting an access road in down off my property? I'm like, sure, I will try. So I got a hold of both of them and they were agreeable to meet yesterday. And that's exactly what happened, right? As we met, we drove this golf cart down, looked at the possible location, and then Hegeman's like, well, I'll go back to the drawing board and see if this is feasible. And at that meeting is when they just mentioned he was working with the Stecks. I didn't know what they were working on, and so he was coming today just to give an update, and then I was like, oh my gosh, I had no clue they were
Well,
being affected like that.
And I did bring it to you when he told me that north exit or entrance off of 59 onto 262 was gonna be,
Done away with or
well,
changed.
while they're doing this project, it's gonna be shut off.
Yeah.
So
We
as
knew
far
that.
as the other end, nothing, it really wasn't any of my business, so there would have been no reason for them to discuss that with me.
And I just knew Span Bridge or whatever. I didn't know that they were altering the highway,
the trajectory.
lineup or
Well, I
whatever.
think originally our biggest concern was they were gonna close it. Remember,
It was.
they
That
were
was
gonna,
the
that
thing
was
that got
our,
us all like,
And I think you assume that they're just gonna put in a simple
new
structure
bridge.
about like what it is, affect
but
very little.
it'll be put in just like the one is down on 73, other than they're gonna realign it a little bit more. Because of the, like
how
you said,
devastating for the
No,
Stacks.
I understand. I just want everybody to know that that was never
Well,
discussed with me. So-
Me neither. And that's the thing is like, I
You
mean,
yeah.
you would be advocating for your
And
people.
and really, that had nothing to do with me. I just wanted everybody to know that. So that's what I got to say. I just got to be careful with what I say.
Yeah.
So
Well, you're not disparaging them. It's just like it's none of our
it's not our project.
jurisdiction.
So, all righty. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Arterberry.
Hello.
How are you?
Good.
Thank you for being pushed back just a tad.
Oh, no,
Now
that's
we're
okay.
good, actually. So, yeah, so we are ready for you, sir.
That's perfect timing.
We have David Arterberry with Stifel, Nicholas and Company. He's here to talk about bond council. financial advisor of the capacity along with finance director for financial planning discussion. So, thank
There's
you.
just a
And
little
Mark's
snapshot of what we're gonna
part of this as well.
talk about, just to have some numbers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we just invited you here today to kind of give us some guidance on, we have a little bit of cash and we have a need for a facility. It was just kind of weighing some options on bonding or not, or using the cash or not, and just some trends that you see and any guidance you have for us, and they may have something else for you too.
Okay, I appreciate it. And I don't know, if I have any grand revelations for you today, but I thought I appreciate you all inviting me down to talk to you and give you sort of my initial thoughts on your project. And maybe as we kind of go through things here, I'll show you a couple maybe different scenarios that you might look at, but I kind of figured that this might sort of be a starting point to kind of flush through this a little bit, maybe further develop some financing scenarios that you might want to look at. But
not only are we doing that, we're in budget season, so we've got to figure out how we're going to pay for whatever we're going to build and be budget friendly, and that's on us right now. I mean, even before we've really gotten to the point of borrowing or bonding, you know, we've got to figure it out for our budget.
How are you going to budget for it?
Yeah, for 2025, starting 2025.
Okay. Oh, well, good. I think, there's, when I look at this, there's a couple sort of things in particular that I wanted to talk about. The first one was, like Mark was saying, start to think a little bit about developing a plan of financing for the new facility. So that sort of is one of the topics of conversation. The other topic of conversation is the type of debt that you would issue. I think, I've worked with the county in the past on a general obligation bond issue. I've worked with them on a sales tax revenue bond issue. Some sorts of debt require elections. Some sorts of debt require notices and protest period. So that's sort of the other topic of conversation is what kind of debt do you want to issue? And so we can did you have a preference? Did you want to talk about the type of debt first, or sort of the plan of financing of when you might consider issuing the debt or using cash? Or
I'm not ready to issue the debt, so I'm going to defer to Eric.
I think the type of debt first. I mean, that way, because I think we're just kind of at the ground level trying to get focused in on where we might want to focus our attention or what sounds the best maybe for our scenario. So if you could throw some scenarios out, and that would kind of spur
for the type of debt?
Yes.
Okay. Basically, there's three kinds of debt that you could issue for this project. One would be, as I mentioned, general obligation bonds. Now, I was trying to give Garth Herman, your bond counsel, a call about this before I came down here, because he's ultimately the one who would have the say on what types of different debt can be issued, because it's all depending on what the statutes say. But I'm pretty sure what Garth would say here is if you wanted to issue general obligation bonds for this project, you'd have to have a public vote. So obviously there's a lot of time that would go into that, and you'd schedule that. You could schedule that at a normal election, or you could schedule that as a special election. So that would be one option, would be general obligation bonds. Another option that you would have would be sales tax bonds. And that would either involve pledging part of an existing sales tax or implementing an entire new sales tax for the project. Now that would also, in all likelihood, I suspect, require a vote, especially if you're going to implement a new tax. I know that would require a vote. It might even require some special legislation. So that's, I think the sales tax option, although it's there for you, is something that could be fairly lengthy in terms of getting the proper authorizations If you have to get new legislation and then have a vote, that could take, really the better part of a year or so to do. The third option, and probably the one that we see most often used on this sort of project, is some sort of lease financing. And that can either come in the form of a lease purchase agreement that you might enter into with a bank, or it could come in the form of public. You could, if you wanted to, create a public building commission, which are fairly common in Kansas for counties. Sorry, put that on mute. Are fairly common in Kansas that counties use to build building projects. Or you could do lease-backed bonds that the county issues. They're often referred to as certificates of participation, but the lease purchase agreement, the public building commission, and the certificates of participation, all just different forms of leasing that you could do. Unlike sales tax bonds and the GO bonds, a lease would not require a public vote, but it would require a notice and protest period, where you'd have to state your intent to enter into a lease and then publish a notice. And then the public would have, I can't remember, it's 30 or 60 days, in which if they wanted to, if they filed a petition, could require then that you have a public vote for the issue. So notice and protest period. I don't know, Patrick, have you gone through and looked into any of these options? And
Well, I mean, we've done multiple lease purchases for equipment. We've never done one where we were leasing land. We did a lease purchase to improve the elevator here, but we put up some equipment because we can't really mortgage the courthouse.
okay,
So no, I haven't with financing real estate.
It's the- okay.
that way. I've done the work for two fire districts that did that, and their they had a protest petition, I think it was 30 days.
okay. Yeah, it could probably be similar then for a county. Yeah, I think when, as I understand it, when you're acquiring a new build, unlike equipment, if a building is involved or land, then I think there's that notice and protest period requirement. And I think that is triggered if the payments on the lease annually exceed 3% of the county's operating budget, which I'm pretty sure this probably would, but.
Like on something like that, would you only do that on the facility, or since we haven't purchased the land yet, we intend to, or do we need to have that purchase secured for the facility to be on?
I think, yeah, you'd have to have the land secured. You have to, in order to do the financing, I think what you'd have to be able to do is give the title to the property over to whoever's providing the lease to you. So the bank.
It's kind of a security.
Yeah, it's security. I mean, it's a little bit more complicated that sometimes there's a base lease and a lease back, but essentially whoever is providing the funding to you is going to want to have the ability, if you should ever not make your lease payment, to take over the property.
Sure.
Do you mind if repeating the 3%? Was that 3% of your payment of the operating budget or 3% of what you loan?
It's 3%. The annual payment on the lease can't exceed 3% of this county's operating budget.
Got it.
And I can't remember if that's including debt service payments or not, but basically, I think you'd want to look at your entire operating budget and then multiply that by 3%. And if that figure is less than your estimated lease payment, then you'd have to go through the notice and protest period.
And does that have any threshold as far as other debt that the county has? Or it's just that project would be separate?
Yeah, it's separate.
Okay.
Yeah, general obligation or lease payment or leases, lease purchase agreements do not count against any sort of statutory debt limit that the county has. So yeah, so that wouldn't be an issue.
Do you know what our statutory debt limit
It,
is?
it's 3% of your assessed valuation. And I think the last assessed valuation I saw was a little over $200 million. Okay,
That's 214.
240. And then on top of that, then you can add motor vehicle value. So that might put you up to 220 or 230 million. So it'd be
What was that for again? 3% of the assessed value was for what?
that was for your statutory debt limit for general
Yeah.
obligation bonds. So if that number is, let's say it's if you just look at a nice round figure, $200 million times 3%, that's what, $6 million. So, and you already do have a couple $1 million outstanding.
Yeah,
So that would leave you, if you did want to do general obligation bonds, which, like I said, I think would require a vote, that would probably cap you at about $4 million, maybe a little bit more, that you could issue for this project.
because lease purchase doesn't,
At least you don't have to worry about that with the lease
that
purchase
doesn't
agreement.
go toward your statutory debt limit.
Right.
So it would just be our bridge bond and road bond, 2,365,000.
So what are the going rates for bonds now?
For bond, right now for bonds, if you were to do a 20-year issue, it would be probably about 4%, maybe a little bit higher than that. A lease, it's a little bit more, a little harder to know a lease rate because it's, usually leases are done with banks and a lot of times there's not information out in the public about them, but I would expect, probably it would be closer to 6% for a lease. I'm sorry, closer to 5% for a lease. Maybe a little bit higher. One issue that we've had recently is that a lot of banks, since interest rates started climbing in 2022, a lot of banks have gotten out of the business of lending, doing lease purchase agreements with municipalities. They're lending their money elsewhere. I think they might get a better rate of return doing mortgages or something. But so we haven't seen as much of a demand for banks to do these. And as a result, we're seeing them wanting a little bit higher interest rates. The Public Building Commission that I mentioned, that you could do and do a lease agreement with the Public Building Commission. Those lease agreements are a little bit different, and they're actually a stronger financial commitment from the county, and they would probably sell at interest rates and maybe, mid 4% or so. So the bonds might be 4%. If you use the Public Building Commission, it might be 4.5. If you did a lease purchase agreement, it might be 5.
Can you explain that Public Building Commission, how that works, or who they are and
Sure.
what they do and how that
Yeah.
affects everything? Because that's a total new avenue for
Okay.
me. I've never heard of.
No, it's like I said, it's fairly commonly used in Kansas for counties for building projects because counties in Kansas don't have nearly as broad authority to issue bonds for projects that cities do. If a city wanted to build a road and bridge building or a public works building, there's a good chance they could probably do it without any public referendum, without any notice and protest period. And their debt limit isn't 3% of their valuation, their debt limit is 30%. Counties have a lot more restrictions on their ability to borrow. So one of the things that the legislature years ago put into place was the ability to create public building commissions. So the way it would work is if the county wanted to, you could create a public building commission, the Atchison County Public Building Commission. You would appoint the members of the commission board. They would also adopt bylaws that I think you would have to approve. But that commission would be an organization of people, and typically we see you know, at least one of the county commissioners also serve on the Public Building Commission. In some cases, we've even seen the Public Building Commission have the same members as the county commission. But it would be up to your choice on to who you wanted to appoint, but the Public Building Commission then, they have the legal ability to issue bonds. They could issue Public Building Commission lease revenue bonds. What they could then do is they could issue bonds, and the bond proceeds from what they issued could be used to construct your project. The county would then lease the project from the building commission. So the building commission would issue the bonds and build the project and then lease it to you. And you might go, well, why would we want to do that? Well, there's normally when a county does a lease purchase agreement, there's provisions in it that say that you have your lease payments are subject to an annual appropriation, which means that every year when you're doing your budget, you have to appropriate a payment for the next year for that project. If you decide, you would be within your rights legally to decide when you're doing your budget one year that you don't want to appropriate next year. You don't want to make another payment on that project that you've leased. And if you did that, you could then, at the end of that current fiscal year, walk away from your project and no longer have those lease payment obligations. So that would be within your legal rights. Now, I wouldn't suggest you do that because whoever provided that lease to you would throw a fit, but legally you're within your rights. That non-appropriation, they call it a non-appropriation risk, right? The risk that you wouldn't appropriate a payment. Whoever is buying that lease, or if it's the Public Building Commission, the Public Building Commission will look at that and say, that's a risk factor that we don't have if we're doing like a general obligation bond issue, because in a general obligation bond issue, your obligation to make those to make the bond payments is absolute and unconditional for the life of the bonds. If you decide you're not making the bond payment, you'll get sued and you'll probably lose the lawsuit.
It's an escape hatch.
Yeah.
I mean, if things came bad, you could
walk away from it.
You could walk away from it.
You could walk away
in the middle of it.
And so the investors look at that as, from their standpoint, well, that's a risk, because what if they decide they don't need that facility or that piece of equipment anymore?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why the interest rate's higher. That's why it might be 5% instead of 4%. The Public Building Commission, there is an exemption in the statutes. Lease payments that a county or a city makes to a Public Building Commission, they can actually not be subject to the annual appropriation clause. In other words, they can be a commitment and a firm commitment for the life of the lease. So they're really very much akin to a general obligation bond payment. You wouldn't have the ability to not appropriate and walk away from the project. If you did that, you'd get sued. So that little different treatment of the lease payments under the statutes gives comfort to the investors that, hey, this is a better transaction. This is a better credit risk for us than a normal lease. So a PBC lease is viewed better by investors. That's why it gets a better interest rate. It might not get a general obligation bond rate, but it's going to be better than a regular lease rate. So I don't know if that answers.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's very interesting.
Yeah, I have a couple other questions
Sure.
that came to mind when you were going through that was, so the bridge bond was done prior to me being a commissioner, but the road bond was done while I was here. And I don't remember that we ever had a public vote. So is that something we didn't do correctly?
No. Road and bridge projects can actually be done without a public vote.
So would a facility fall into that?
I don't think it would.
Just a question.
Yeah.
Like,
Let's
let's clarify.
That's a really good question, because as I was preparing for this meeting yesterday, I got into the statutes and I started looking, well, what defines it as a road and bridge?
Right.
And I think I think if I recall right, the statute basically said that it had to do with the actual maintenance of the road. I don't think it had to, or construction, it didn't have to do with. But you know, that was another question that I was gonna try to ask Garth is, could this facility fall under? The reason I don't think it will is because I've worked on some other projects with other counties where they've done lease purchase agreements for this kind of facility, so.
Next question is, if you could help me understand, so I think it's a great statute that they set a debt limit for counties, so you can't go beyond that.
Yeah.
But why is the lease financing, why doesn't that play a part in your debt ceiling when it's debt, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to understand.
You know, I don't know why the legislature did what they did. I would speculate maybe because of that out clause, that ability to not appropriate that you have with the lease where you could walk away from it if you wanted to. Maybe they feel that that's something that because that right is in there, it's not locking in a county necessarily.
There's recourse if something.
Yeah, maybe I mean, they treated it differently.
Yeah.
There's that limit, that 3% limit. You know, I mentioned that cities have a 30% limit. There are a lot of different types of bonds that cities can issue that are actually exempt from the debt limit calculation. So a city could issue general obligation bonds for a new fire station, and those would be exempt from the debt limit. They could issue general obligation bonds for, I'm trying to think what, roads in front of schools and in front of City Hall, and those are exempt. They could issue general obligation bonds for improvements to the water system, and those would be exempt. So there's a lot of exemptions for cities. For counties, you just don't have that broad authority, so there aren't as many exemptions that apply. So I think, you know, one of the things that, you know, the timing of when you do your project would depend on what kind of financing you decided to do. I mean, if you wanted to proceed immediately with the project, I think the only option that, when I say immediately, you know, within the next 90 to 120 days, I don't know as though you'd have the ability to do a general obligation bond issue or a sales tax bond issue because you don't have time to get an election done. So I think that would be one thing that would probably, you might want to take into account is how quickly do you want to start the project? And if you want to start it quickly, you know, is lease financing your only option? So that's, I think, one thing to sort of think a little bit about. I can't think of it besides those, you know, the geo bonds, the sales tax bonds, and the leases. I can't think of anything else related to the type of financing to talk about, unless you guys had any other questions.
You think on that? Oh, in your experience, what's better, like for the term? Do you max out? Do you pay as much as you think you're going to be able to afford and per year and payments and shorten that time up? Or do you lengthen that out for breathing space? I mean, what seems to work? Or
you know,
maybe that's more of a political question, but yeah, you've
no.
got feedback on that.
Yeah, no, I'll give you my thoughts on it. You know, a lot of people like to think about financing in terms of their personal finance. And I find myself doing that too sometimes. And I mean, I'd love not to have a mortgage, and, you know, and I don't want credit card debt, and I want to pay off things as quick as possible. I think, in my opinion, as an elected official and somebody representing the taxpayers, not just now, but in the future, you have to kind of think a little, I think you might have to take a little different perspective on it sometimes. And that is, you know, what's fair and equitable. If you're building a facility that's going to last 30 years, do you really want to saddle do you really want to pay it off over 5 years, let's say, and saddle the taxpayers over the next 5 years with the responsibility of paying that off when taxpayers over the next 30 years are gonna enjoy the benefit of it.
Hmm.
So there's the concept of sort of matching, match the length of the debt to the useful life of the asset. Now, you don't want to get too carried away because statutes only don't allow you to borrow for more than, 30 years. But, on a building like this, I think, 15 or 20 years would probably, I would have to guess, would be, the building would, I'm sure, last longer than that. And that would seem to me to be a reasonable borrowing length. We see a lot of school districts do 20-year borrowings. And a lot of building projects that we see counties do or cities do, we see also 20 years as sort of a common reborrowing period. Now, I think this project might be a little bit different because it's involves road maintenance and doesn't involve multiple facilities. And I'm guessing some of them could, take a little wear and tear compared to like a courthouse or something that might want you to do. It might justify a shorter term, but I think something in the neighborhood of, on a project like this, 15 to 20 years would be reasonable.
Are you familiar with the USDA loan?
Yeah,
Do you
Yeah.
think that could be a good fit for us? I mean, we dug into some information on those. Just kind of curious
yeah,
what you've seen.
no, I haven't seen it used for a building project. I'm familiar, I know they've made them available for building projects. I haven't seen it used for that. I've seen it more in the context of, they do a lot of lending for, like water projects and sewer projects. And they can be really nice deals, for a couple of reasons. One is that, a lot of times the interest rate that they'll charge would be a subsidized low rate. It might be 1% or 2% below what you could get if you were doing a bond issue or a lease or something. But then the other thing that's a real nice benefit is sometimes those loans actually come tied with a grant too. So if, let's say you need $2 million, it might be a $1.5 million loan, and then they might just give you the other $500,000. And combine those two things, and they can be very attractive programs. The one thing, though, you have to keep in mind with most USDA loans, as I understand it, is first of all, they the way they do them typically is they call it a loan, but it's actually a bond issue. You're actually selling them bonds. So it's not a loan like you think of it. They call it a loan, but it's actually you selling them bonds. So any steps that you would need to go through to authorize a bond issue, for instance, a vote, I think you would also have to go through if you were doing a loan from them that's structured as a bond issue. Now, it's possible maybe they could do it as a lease. In that case, you'd have to go through that notice and protest period. But I don't think they just make a loan. I think it's either a bond issue or maybe a lease. Okay. So that's kind of one thing to keep in mind. The other thing is, when we see those done a lot, they won't close on their financing until the project's substantially built. So you have to provide the construction financing yourself in a lot of cases.
So it's like a construction loan, draw as you need. Is that what you're saying?
You'd have to get your own financing.
Okay.
So you'd have to figure out, how am I going to finance the construction of it? Because they won't originate the actual loan until it's substantially built.
Gotcha.
That's just what I've experienced when I've worked with them on water and sewer projects. I don't know as though if they've got a program for building, if it would be different than that or not. So in a lot of the cases, when we work with cities on USDA loan projects, we'll work with the city to do a temporary note issue that they might sell to a local bank, and then they'll do a long-term financing that will eventually pay off that temporary note with USDA.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do you have any other?
Mark or Pat, do you have questions? I mean, you're
No,
very wrapped up in this also, and I want you to have the opportunity if you have any questions for them.
I do have some, did you want me to go into some of these
I mean, absolutely.
Okay,
Sure.
I don't wanna,
Yes, please.
I'm not running too long.
No.
Okay. These are, let's just call these very, very rough scenarios that I wanted to show you to just kind of illustrate how a financing might.
Do you have another one?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
There's a lot of numbers here, but I'm gonna try to just point out the highlights and what I was trying to do. I know you've got a pretty healthy amount of cash, both in terms of ARPA funds and some funds from the sale of an old senior facility, as I understand it, and maybe even some sales tax dollars that you'd have available if you wanted to help finance the project. So I thought, okay, well, you know, what let's look at two extremes. First of all, let's look at one extreme where you keep your money, because right now you're actually earning a nice rate of return on your money, and you keep your money and you borrow for the entire scope of the project. So again, it's an extreme example, but I just kind of want to illustrate how that might look. So if you turn on to page 1, up at the top box on there, I just try to show how much funds you have available right now. And this is based on that information, some information that Mark sent to me. I think it should match up with these numbers. Yeah. And that column on the right side of the box, you see available, and that just shows you have, after the purchase of the land, about $1.6 million of ARPA funds, $834,000 of funds from the sale of the senior village, and then possibly about $375,000 of sales tax dollars. So about $2.8 million available. So let's assume you hang on to that money and you just put it into an investment account. Right now, you could earn, you said 4.75%. Okay. Right now, you can earn 4.75%. I think by statute, you could only invest that for 2 years, I think. So if you look down at the bottom of the bottom table, the bottom set of numbers on this page, on the left-hand side, you'll see something called investment fund. What I've assumed here is that you put that money, the $2.8 million, into a special account and invest it. And for the next couple of years, you earn 4.75%. I thought it was really aggressive to assume that you could continue to earn that high rate of return. So after the first couple of years, I assumed it would probably go down to a more historically common level of about 2.5%. And I said, okay, what if each year you withdrew enough money to help reduce your debt payment on the facility? So I kind of backed into these numbers, but assuming those interest rates, earnings rates of 4.75% and then 2.5%, I think that $2.8 million could generate about $236,000 a year that you could use theoretically to help offset your lease payment. So then on the right-hand side, I assume here that, let's say right now you want to build a facility and you go out and do a lease purchase agreement at 5% for the full cost of that facility and some issuance costs. On the right-hand side, under the section called debt payments, you can see the total annual lease payments on that project would be about $712,000 per year. So if you subtract from that amount those transfers from that investment fund, on the right-hand side, you can see the annual payments net of those earnings you get from that investment fund. You have net payments of about $475,000, or I think that's about 2.22 mils, assuming that you levied mills for the entire payment, which I don't know if you'll do or not, but again, I'm just trying to illustrate the point. So that's the example where you use all that instead of investing, or instead of using your money that you have in the $2.8 million as a down payment, you invest it. And so the mill levy is 2.22 mils. On the next page, this is just the complete opposite. Instead of using that $2.8 million to invest, you use that $2.8 million to reduce the amount that you borrow. So instead of borrowing, the $7.4 million, if you look down under that bottom box, the annual cash flow, you'll see a bond issue size down at the very middle of the bottom of the page of $4.5 million. So if you were to do a financing for $4.5 million at 5%, your net payment, you wouldn't get any money coming in from any kind of investment fund, would be about $436,000, or about 2 mils. So in this scenario, and with given these assumptions, to me, it would make more sense to use that money as a down payment than it would be to invest it. Now, I think that conclusion might change if you knew that you could earn 4.5 or 4.75% for the rest of the life of the borrowing, but I think that would be, I don't think you'd want to assume that you could do that. So that's sort of two extremes there in terms of financing options. Option 3 is a little funkier. What I assumed with option 3 is that you split the project apart into 2 pieces. You did half of the project now and half of the project 2 years from now. And again, I'm just trying to illustrate how the numbers might be impacted by that.
It's a great job.
That $2.8 million, what if you were to take that, not use it immediately, but invest it at 4.75%? So you invest that money for 2 years. Well, I'm sorry, the first borrowing amount that you'd need to do, again, if you look at the middle of the bottom of the page, you can see $3,694,000. That would be the size of the first borrowing that you would do. Let's just say this year. The next borrowing then in 2 years, it would be for the remaining half of the project, but you would have on hand at that time, not only the $2.8 million, but also 2 years worth of investment earnings, or about another $273,000. That money combined wouldn't cover the entire second half of the project, but it would require that you only borrow about another $869,000. So that second borrowing you see here is about $869,000. The combination of these things would then result, if you look over on the far right-hand side, the mill levy about 0.662 mils for a couple of years and then go up to about 2.069 mils. When you compare that to option 2, it doesn't really look a whole lot different.
I think if you were going to go out to vote on something, you tried to explain this, it would be hard to explain to voters that you were doing 2 rounds. I think that would get, but I appreciate though the comparison is very interesting.
Yeah, I think, you got, and this other variable, this other option here illustrates another variable that you'd have to think about if you split the project apart into phases, and that is, what will construction costs do during that 2-year period of time? So you have the variable of investment rates, you have the variable of the borrowing rates, and you have the variable of construction cost escalation rates. So there's a lot of things that go into it, and I'd be happy to tweak these if you wanted me to and look at other scenarios. It's not too difficult since I've got it all set up, but to me, when I look at this, I kind of try to pull back sometime and go, I don't have any control over those variables. I have no idea. I mean, you can speculate as to what those different variables might do. I mean, I'd speculate that interest rates will be lower in a couple of years, but I don't know that. I think I've always kind of taken the approach on these sorts of things is that just control those variables that you know. And let that guide your need and financing for the project, and don't try to speculate about interest rates. So just kind of keep that in mind, because these mill levy numbers, although they are different, they're not hugely different one option to the next. I mean, it's not more than a couple of tenths difference in any one year. And much like trying to sell the public on something that is confusing, I don't want to twist yourself into knots to create a financing plan where the difference is pretty imperceptible in terms of what the overall mill levy impact would be.
What's amazing is the difference between the first yearly payment of the first scenario with 711,930 per year, and the third one is half of that.
Well, because you've only borrowed half the project. You've
Yeah.
only done half the project.
Well, but that wouldn't be half the project, because you started that second 2 years in, didn't you? You're paying for that.
Yeah,
Oh, but there's another 87,000 on top of that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's supposed to be added in. All right, I didn't catch that.
yeah, that's right.
But still, the at 435 on the second scenario was substantially better than the first.
Yeah.
That yearly payment.
Yeah, when you use the money as a down payment and reduce your borrowing, that payment is considerably lower. It's, $40,000 lower. So.
Yeah, I think this is exactly what they need to see to be able to make a decision of knowing which way to go.
Yeah. Good.
No, thank you very much. That's very helpful.
Again, a lot of numbers here, but hopefully I did a decent job of explaining it.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you did a really good job. And this is having information makes decision-making a lot easier when we can see what it entails.
Yeah. And honestly, on option one, I'm not even sure how viable option one would be, because don't you have some sort of limitation as to when you have to spend those ARPA funds by?
Yeah, ARPA, yes.
1231. Well, they have to be accounted, allocated in the contract.
Okay. So, yeah, you probably just couldn't invest it for
Right.
20 years. Actually, these borrowings I think I assumed a 15-year borrowing, so the numbers would be a little bit lower if you decided to do a little longer borrowing.
Yeah, I think we're just we're edging into it, and it's gonna get real here pretty quick, but I think we're just trying to figure out and swim through it and get to where we need to be, kind of figure out what's the best scenario for our county.
Yeah.
If there's any words of wisdom or you can impart to us, I would appreciate it. As far as borrowing and.
No, I think my only words of wisdom, I think, would probably be, don't try to base your decision solely on where you predict interest rates may or may not be. Do what makes the most sense for you in terms of the timing of your needs for when you need that project online, and how that works into the type of financing that you want to do.
Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Did you have any other questions? Okay.
Well, thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks
thank you
again.
so much.
Have a great day.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah. So we'll just take a little break. When Mark gets back, we're gonna talk about the ARPA funds update. Just.
Okay. Go get something to drink.
Okay.
Mark, maybe you already told me about it, but I had to ask you about that. Was like an acronym, Zen funding for counties, or I told you the commissioner had from Jackson County had.
Oh, yes, I did receive word back from Brett, the grant guy that Joe and I had been kind of working with, and he said that they did use some bill money.
Bill, that's what it was.
Yeah. But it was towards, it's like with their large package, they were able to kind of piggyback on some of that with the grant that we had found for them. So I wasn't for sure that confident that he would think that would work for this.
He was talking about the USDA loan, but he also said something about you would get that grant, but how was that a grant you applied for when you applied for the loan?
I think so. And there's, I did reach out. I did have some information back on the USDA loan. So if we want to go that route, but we can have someone here to give you information too. I don't know it completely. It looks kind of, you do this and then this happens and then this happens. About it. And I didn't realize that it was kind of more like a bonding thing instead of a loan. But I did get some information that the interest rates right now is about 3.5%. There's no underwriting fee. So like in David's packet that he shared with you, if you did, there's issuance costs to take out a loan, of course. So there's not one with the USDA. There's no prepayment penalty, of course, and it's all based on federal obligated funding. So if the government decides they don't want to fund very much into USDA loans, it depends on the time of the year you do it. Also, they were saying that it doesn't look good on the application if we have a bunch of cash. So you would need to
Spend that.
have a different allocation for the cash that you had, like senior village proceeds or the ARPA or something else. That they look at available cash and go, well, what do you need us for?
Well, I think
But we can always explore that later.
I would spend that down to a certain level, I mean, and then apply for a smaller loan.
Yeah, and
So
so that's kind of
I would look at that.
the hope that by having David here to give you some different scenarios would maybe collectively you guys could think about what you wanted to do.
Also, really hadn't thought that we were probably gonna need to go to election. That can be scary.
With a general
With-
obligation.
Yeah, or a couple of those scenarios involved possible, protest period, and then if there was a
Right.
protest, then you would have to go
Right.
to
Right.
an election.
And yeah, like some of those, the 3% threshold of our total operating budget, I don't think we would probably get there. We would only get there if we were funding the entire footprint, but from the consensus, I don't think that we would do the entire footprint. I think you would probably do your phases, which wouldn't be the full 7 million. So you wouldn't have
And
to
we wouldn't
worry
know
about
until it was bid, but it's possible that it could come
It
in
could go.
lower. And
either way.
you had scenarios where it was from the other counties that the actual bid was much lower than what the
Well,
estimate
from
was.
Lyon County, yeah, the one that just did this. Okay, so ARPA, I think it's important to keep that at the forefront for us, and keep having conversations. Because we're gonna run out of time, and I do not want to run out of time and have to dump the money, so just wanted to bring it up again this week of some thoughts. I think that this morning was good. We got the purpose in this report of the reason we want need a road and bridge facility. And then the costs help how they're line itemed out. I don't think that's made me sway from how I think we should keep using ARPA. Is to use it for the ripple, like a ripple effect of grading, sewer line, water line, underground electric, and chaining it off, which will then allow you to do the things you want to do on the storing all of your pipe and culverts and like the reason behind it for larger. I don't think we should sink all 2 million toward the project, I guess is what I'm saying. And I had a question because we had 1.6 because we took the 400 out.
For land.
So I added the 250 if we end up doing 25. I think
Okay.
20 would still be fine, but and added up those line items and it's $515,500. Now my next question was last year to make the budget look good. We took 666,000 of that as ARPA before we had senior village proceeds.
Well,
So
problem with that is now I think we've learned that we can't use that towards the Ottawa Road. project.
correct.
So I don't know
So
what else you would,
that was the point of that. So I was just wondering, can we contract for materials that amount out of ARPA? So that you're not. Like, I don't know, or are you thinking of senior village, like? Either way, we're at a 2024 deadline, right? The budget and ARPA, so.
Why aren't you wanting to put any more ARPA into the road and bridge facility?
So because the price tag is $7.5 million. I think that getting the land, running the utilities, fencing it off to where you can then take a breath and put all of your center location for what you're saying there while we figure out you're gonna have to lease one way or another. And I just think that, to me, dumping it all toward that project isn't a ripple effect when we could utilize the ARPA and other manners to continue to make a bigger ripple effect, because you're gonna have to do a loan anyway. And again, I'm just taking in all the information we're being given from every direction, so unless I'm open-minded, so if someone can explain to me why we shouldn't, but. So I got some other ideas to throw at you for ARPA that I did last week, but Corey got some numbers together for the CPR machines. To meet state regulations on each ambulance would need one. And so he gave a range from, there's two different brands, 7,000 to 23,000. So I did worst case scenario, 5 ambulances, you could put CPR machines in each one. The high end is 115,000. The cardiac monitors, they currently have 2 old ones. 65,000. I'm giving you worst case scenario. He gave me low end, high end, but just to put some numbers out there of things that would be a ripple effect, I think, when it comes to people and different things. Storm shelters, they ranged from 4,000 to 15,000. He would want one in Atchison and Effingham, so 30,000. The ambulance, is one that we're gonna get to when we talk about being over budget, $2.8 million of should we buy an ambulance outright to lower the budget, and knowing that it's a one-time purchase stretched over many years, right? So it's not gonna hit us next year like we did with Road and Bridge, where it sounded good to put 666,000 toward it, but now it's biting us at 863,000 this year, right? Of like an increase. So I think, and then IT had the RFP that we said that we we're gonna do. And then also he had some outdated things that I asked him to put a list together so that we can kind of talk about.
I've got one real quick one.
Yep.
And I was wanting to touch on this because when we talked with the courts, they said,
I-
asked if we were gonna have
I put it on there when you said it.
Uh,
I was gonna bring it up. Michelle's
because
office. I
they
put it on
want,
there.
they want a number, wanted a number for us. And I wish we had Alan here
Yeah.
to, but I was wondering if we need to augment that some because
100%, but I would suggest that you should know what you need and get a contractor and get a price and tell them we want this done by the end of the year so we can pay you. And then that would be part of it. Like, I think that's the best route to go.
because overall, we had 100,000 set aside for, and to do the things that we've done and upgraded restrooms and things like that. On a building this size, I think it's probably about as much bang for the buck, because a lot of these facilities haven't had any change for 30, 40 years. So especially with the electrical upgrades, which we seen with the scenario with the lightning, the offices that had it versus that didn't. I think that we needed to consider bumping that, and I don't know what that figure would be though, because we don't really know. We don't have hard figures for Michelle's
She's the
office.
last one, right? I mean, you're like the last one. so-
And
The biggest problem why I decided to go last, so to say, or to be put last on the agenda of the budget, you know. I have those elections, and I have one coming up on the 2nd of August, and then again, or not the 2nd of August, I'm sorry, the 6th of August and the 5th of November. So that's gonna, it takes 2 weeks after that to finalize it and have our canvas. So.
this running us, the timeline just don't work.
But if we had a number and a contractor and said, okay, this day of the canvas, 2nd week of November, you can start.
Mhm.
And then depending on how long they take, I mean, if it's a contractor and they could get in, get out. We could have it, and we're under contract, so we're fine. We don't have to actually pay the money, but at least you would have the contract with
Mhm.
whatever contractor.
Right.
That it's, and then we can all be like, okay, it's gonna get done. It doesn't matter for you if it's next year, but it's done. It's a like it's
Just like with
signed out.
the sheriff's. Jail upgrade.
So I don't know. I just go back to our initial talks about ARPA. And I think that doing some of these, the land, the utilities, the fencing, getting ourselves to where are we doing the grading ourselves?
No,
We had discussed not,
Okay, I didn't know. I thought
No,
you said
because-
you were gonna do some of the things yourself.
no, we talked about in the last meeting, but was that the day she was,
oh, maybe it was.
I wasn't
that
here.
they felt like, everybody felt like if we kept doing what we were doing and somebody else did that.
Okay,
we would
so
be-
it's-
We would be better off,
Okay,
if
so
that makes sense.
yep, 100%. It's figured in there. Well, and also from the public, like why is Road and Bridge working on their own and not our
And
road?
that's exactly what was brought up.
Yeah, that was a huge thing there because it's like, oh, all they're doing is hauling gravel to their own facility, or the graders are all working at the facility,
Mhm.
not on our road. I
Right.
think that would be a bad precedent to
Yeah.
start off on a bad foot.
But I mean, I just feel like that would be an investment, a huge investment, $500,000 toward setting our stage for the future with a ripple effect. And then some of these other items would also set a ripple effect and we can keep on going. The only caveat is the 666,000 that we took out of ARPA.
And you're wanting to use that for Ottawa Road. Right.
That's what the plan was last year, last year before we even knew that we were getting the grant. That we were setting that money aside to take care of Ottawa Road. Every year we were gonna try to do a mile. Am I-
Yeah,
Correct me if
that's
I'm
what I
wrong.
remember.
Yep.
Yeah,
But that's what our plan was, when we got lucky, and we got the grant. So we're gonna get 2 miles, but then. We've pretty well dedicated to told the community, we're gonna continue this until we're done.
right.
Yeah.
So it could work. When we're not using the grant money. But not, afterwards, but we won't have it, if they get it to bid and it starts next year. We won't be able to use that money again before it's too late. Am I making sense?
So that means you need to use the sale of senior village to fund that.
Yeah, the only thing that would be questionable, and I don't know who you would ask the question, or if you would ask the question, like these culverts that we're gonna do before the small ones that we're gonna do before the project, if we could use that money, use ARPA money for that.
And that's budgeted currently, right?
That's in that,
666.
yes.
And then
Plus, we have part of contractual there to help with that.
we're behind on that timeline, but they're still gonna start in 2025, is that right?
That is, the bids have to be out
November.
November, but you have a 6-month window after that to have them done. I'm hoping that they will be working in 2025. That was the plan when we started.
So we won't have the contract back in 2024 to know who,
No,
okay.
I don't believe so, unless something,
I was just wondering like if that could be the contract, but it can't be because we
No.
won't have it done by then.
So no, you're gonna have to leave a placeholder in that senior village number for that money to go back.
now,
But she just gave us that. So senior village proceeds of 840,000,
That's what you have available. to
but
use.
so
that's not with the
It
666
is
out.
with it out.
Oh, it is with it out. Okay. So you took the 666 out of the 1.498.
This page that I
Yep.
give you.
Got it.
Well. I would just, we're gonna have to come up with an estimate for what to tell the courts. What about an extra 10,000 on top of the 53? Would that get them close enough to their?
I mean, I think we give him the 53 and make him work with it. I mean, Brian was shooting from the hip when he said 70. He hasn't done any of the numbers.
Okay,
Like, I would just leave it alone and just, here's 53, prioritize and do as much as you can.
all right,
That's where I'm at. I
So I
mean,
think we need to have a recap then. Of what that looks like, where we're at. Every month, every 2 weeks, every week, I don't know, but
of ARPA.
yeah, because what if they don't get that 53 spent out?
Well, that's what I was. Well, and so that's the concern too of like, when I ask on timeline, you can't get it done by the end of the year. Well, that's the money for it.
Mhm.
So to me, of like, if you go out and get a bid, maybe I don't know. This is all, it's like a puzzle and you gotta have all the pieces fitting or you're gonna be hosed at the end. But I
well,
guess,
we won't finalize, I mean, we're trying to. Compartmentalize these and put them in. So we're gonna have it spread out, but there's some of that will be fairly last minute. Correct? I mean, it's gonna be,
Probably if we're paying. For plaster and wallpaper and
yeah, but tell them to go for it on 53, but we'll probably have some residuals there that we could make up some more of that, but maybe we don't promise them that, but
but does it just have to be under contract, or does it have?
but since it's done, if Brian's doing it internally,
Let's see.
that's the catch-22. You're saving on one
you
hand,
have
but
to
then,
buy all the supplies and have them paid for.
Yeah,
Another, I know I brought this up last week too, but we were told that Memorial Hall needed pointing. And we were given a quote in December of 23 for 269,000. When the appraisal report came out that Mark had sent us, they have, that asset at $11 million. So there are
What-
two separate conversations here. One I want to have about the appraisal report, but two of the facility needs tuck pointing. I think we should put an RFP out and get some accurate bids and tuck point it before it. I mean, it's just like we're talking about. Nobody takes care of the facilities until it's too late and then it's too late. So it's been brought to our attention. It needs it. This was the old one, which probably wouldn't be valid right now anyway, and we only got one. That was furnished to us by Travis. But it's the information we would need to put something out to bid as far as getting numbers. I think that would be, again, a ripple effect of longevity of a historic building that we own. of just other thoughts of things we can achieve with the 1.5 million to figure that out. And again, don't need answers, just want to keep bringing it to the forefront, because I think once we go through our what's next, our budget meeting, that'll kind of, all of this will kind of tie in of like where we're at and what we need to think about, so.
You said that was a report for what?
This was that appraisal report that he sent us of what our insurance through K-Camp is based off of. Which, can we tie this discussion in with your budget
Yeah,
discussion?
yeah.
Is that okay? Because this was very interesting to me. I
So
thought,
they're gonna do the appraisal every year now going forward because of, I probably won't say it right, but because they haven't come in for many years. Now that, like, we had that lightning strike, they didn't have the value appropriate of today's value, not 4 years ago's value. So things were cost more to replace. So
Right.
now they want to do an appraisal every year to make sure they have the appropriate.
so I wanted to ask you about that because, so for instance, the courthouse, I remember, and I don't know if you were part of the discussion, I know the commissioners were in Bryan, of if a natural disaster comes through today and takes out the courthouse.
Are you gonna-
Replacement value is 20, what they're basing us off of is 23,166,000. We're not gonna recreate this, like, it's gonna be devastating and sad, but like, it'd be crazy to try to.
It's not a historical replacement.
Right, you would probably just do a services building for an increment of that. So I was wondering if that's something we can talk about with them. Of, do we need $23 million of coverage? And that exact situation applies to Memorial Hall, in my opinion, too. If a tornado takes that out, we're not gonna rebuild the Sailors Memorial Hall for $11 million, like, I wouldn't imagine. I mean, I'm trying to read you of where your head's at, but I'm like, I would be like, no, we're not. I mean, we would put up a Morton Building gym and let them run their programming or something, not. So I didn't know if those two factors could lower anything. I know that you were expecting what, 15 to 20% increase on our insurance?
Yeah, 15's the number, which
It-
is not factored into our budget,
Yeah, I know, yeah.
because I wasn't sure what to do.
So, in looking at this, I know I mentioned last week, so for community corrections, we rent. And I'm just saying this, I haven't done a cost analysis, but we have personal property of 176,000 that we insure. The health department building is 1,130,000. So again, I don't know. I'm just throwing out ideas if we should look at options of downtown retail, selling something like that and finding a space for them to operate and rent. Like, I'm not saying one way or another, I'm just saying the more information we have.
That's the value they have on the building?
Mhm. Yeah,
Oh my.
so, and then also, I mean, this was really eye-opening. I'm like, why haven't I don't know,
When did
paid
you send
attention
that one?
before. But
Oh, well, I don't remember.
the sports complex of 2,700,000 of insurance.
Seems lower into,
But I
Yeah.
was just wondering how that, I mean, I know it's our property, but when we are, but when we're authorizing things to be built out there, then we need to just remember that that's going to add here.
Add to the value.
Because-
More to insure,
Okay,
the 18th, I believe.
and then the other one that I had was, so we've been talking about if Corey got one more building on his campus to finish off, to be able to move his rescue items over there, that would, and then have room for her. Then we could sell that former recycling center, get it on the tax roll. That's appraised, that replacement value for that is 829,000. Which again, I mean, I just feel like a lot of this is. We could be smart and lower these liabilities of. I don't know, just thank you for sending this because this was very like eye-opening of those properties we've been talking about. And then are we allowed to keep any of the sales tax to help with like our insurance at the sports complex or not? How is it written?
What was the question?
Yeah, probably we could, if we could figure out a way to fairly apportion.
Okay, I mean, I feel like they should
Yeah,
be able,
it's mathematical computation.
Yeah.
So you should be able to do that.
yeah, which would be helpful for our
What was
budget.
the question?
So the sports complex, we pay insurance on that of replacement costs of $2,710,000. My question is, could we utilize some of that sales tax that's paying for the sports complex
okay.
to pay the insurance for that to offset our budget so that the taxpayers aren't paying sales tax and paying ad valorem for the insurance
Not
on it?
even an S, I mean, if there's an actual.
Yeah, it's in
figure.
here.
Oh.
So,
I didn't get any of the report. All I got was the
I
cover.
think it was Friday the 21st.
21st.
It's in a zip file. It's too large.
and then our budget discussion, you have all of
Yep.
our worksheets for us to flip through with you.
Did you find it, Eric? I just sent it to you. May take just a moment to get it.
How do you feel about an RFP for Tuck Pointy Memorial Hall?
Not yet.
Okay,
Uh,
I'm
I'm
just, nope, I think,
It seems like we have so many expenses and everything, and then like we're looking for more for some things, but then it's like we haven't figured out our pay with them. We've already.
No.
Did you find it, Eric? I just sent you another copy of it.
No, I can't get this thing to. Get on.
So this is everyone's budget. I thought that we could go through and just go down the departments, and if you see a line item that sticks out, we'll highlight it and we can figure it out after that.
okay,
But that's kind of where we're at, because by July 20th, we need to know a number for R&R to give Michelle, so she can put that on the R&R notices that go out to the public. So my recommendation is either July 9th, we have that number, or July 16th. No. No. I don't know.
I had to have them mailed, 10 days prior to the first hearing. The R&R hearing, which I don't know when that is as of yet. It's normally between August 20th and September 20th.
But
So they're not supposed to schedule them until at least the 20th.
she has to have that number. So, anyway. Okay.
so as we sit today, we're $2.8 million over R&R.
It's probably a little less now because Joe redid his
Okay.
personnel to take it to reduce some of the overtime, so it's probably a little.
But we don't have the 15% insurance.
No, so it's probably
Added.
back up and probably equivalent.
And something to keep in mind, if we do end up getting a facility of 7.5 million, we'll have insurance for that number on top of that, which
Yeah.
we can forecast.
Hmm.
But, okay. All right, so the first is non-departmental.
Yep, so this is gonna be your appropriations. The only ones that went higher here is Memorial Hall and the fair. And then we added the United Way.
Which again, I mean, I'm trying to remember, so Memorial Hall went higher,
You guys had limited down to 10.
right, but I was trying to remember why they. To do, and they completed the lighting, that's done. Here it is.
I know, I wish they would have waited just a little bit more, because now there's a grant for LED lighting.
I saw that and I was like, bummer.
That's it.
Okay, so Eric, is there anything that sticks out to you on these that you have questions on the first page?
Memorial Hall,
Okay,
that 200% is,
okay, so that could be, I mean, here's the deal, like if we would tuck point the building, that's benefiting us though. So I'm trying to remember exactly what you need any more usage?
adding that much to them.
Oh, okay, so I think. Remember we talked about this, cause we stopped doing things for them, like Brian stopped
Mhm.
doing the lawn maintenance and the cleaning, and so then they just added that money in. Of numbers, which I saw their staff mowing, so. Again, I don't know. I would be. Up for what that is, like, I would be agreeing that we could figure out, like, kind of dig into that a little bit more.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just gonna highlight them and then we can kind of go back.
Okay. So then
Uh,
that brings us to the commission department.
hold on, sorry, there's on the back.
Okay.
On the back of that one.
So. We lowered that one. Current actual. So we lowered that.
Now, I didn't realize we had split the mental health into two, the 73 or,
We renamed it because of the wording.
okay, the one was 58,000 and the other one was 48.
So
So
guidance center is 50, I think, because it says
That's
or
correct.
GU.
GU's, that's the guidance
Mhm.
center.
And then is the other
Development would be
achievement
the,
services.
Yes.
is
Achievements.
that achievement services or is
Yeah.
that the crisis center?
No, the crisis center is regional crisis center down below.
Oh, down, there's third, okay.
48 was achievement services.
Mhm.
All right, so I'll highlight the 10 on the crisis center just because the numbers weren't, I mean, if we're 2.8 over, so it's gonna take a lot of highlighting to figure out what we're gonna do, but that's one thing I'm in question, I think, on of
Okay.
ROI. And that'll take seeking feedback from the key players of law enforcement and mental health providers. Okay, so next mission. I had brought up, I thought that we should all go down to the same amount. Just as a flat rate. I still believe that. I think, I don't remember what the breakdown was, but I thought. Think 20,000, like 20,000, 24,000, we were all kind of staggered of like,
Mhm.
if we all just went to 20 flat, leave it alone.
That's where it was for years and years, and that's kind of where. I was always in favor of it, the other two at the time, I don't even remember which two it was, wanted to be. Get the percentage or the COLA every year like everyone else, so I'm fine with staying at the 20.
Okay, I'm good with 22, so we can just.
Alan won't be here, so we will.
All three of us, 20,000 and no COLA, just.
And then that'll change benefits and.
Yeah.
Retirement.
Okay, so then. Office supplies, that's just to cover our printer, which.
Yep.
Is that heavy, or do you think that's fine? I mean, I don't know who uses this.
It's pretty much just us today.
Yeah.
On Tuesdays.
Okay.
It's about $250 each time we do it, and we
Okay.
do it twice a year.
Cool. All right, so
For the printer.
Oh,
the KCCA, dues, I think that's worth it, 100%. Training. $75 For person budget workshop.
Yeah, and this year you guys did not attend the budget workshop, so I'm not sure if you wanted to keep that for next year or not.
So honestly, with you in your position, I don't really feel like I need
Yeah,
that.
Michelle and I sat down here
I mean,
this year and.
yeah, I mean.
Okay.
So. I mean, are you okay with doing away with that,
Mhm.
the budget workshop? Cause you're I mean. The person that's giving guidance.
Madam Clerk,
Yeah.
cut it off.
Okay. So one quick question, and I'm trying to think of how the easiest way for this to go, and maybe it's just asking you to. Of when we talk about these departments, we need to talk about vacancies. Cause that's something in my brain of like, when we budgeted, we see the spreadsheets, which, thank you, you've sent them to us as we have each individual meeting. But like today, as a recap, I can't remember if she had vacancies and what those look like, how long they've been there, because if that's something we can take away.
Yeah, I
we
think
had-
that would be your department.
We had
with
talked,
the
we had talked through
vacancies.
that,
I can try.
or I can pull up each one. I mean, we have those, hold on. It might just take me a minute to find that spreadsheet that we went along with this budget,
Okay,
but I think it's important because,
Are you talking the personal service line breakdown one?
mhm.
yeah, so we have that with each one. And so, let me think of a department.
I don't think we have them on all departments.
Not every single one.
No, so I don't have it for the sheriff,
Have a master one.
which I had emailed and he was working on it, was that last week or the week before? He's out till July 1st. And Toby, I don't think knew what one I needed because he just sent me a list of his people.
Do you think maybe it's when we come to the department, I could just read them off to you and say if they have one or don't have one?
But yeah, so like, for instance, I know I'm gonna use Brian because he's top of mind because he told me this morning he hired somebody. But like
Okay.
in his breakdown, he had like
There's
two
two.
vacancies
Mhm.
at the time of talking.
Mhm.
But if you're not advertising for them and you don't actually need them, let's take those out so we get a better, clear picture of what we need in personal services actually. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
We're short two,
You're what?
we're short two, but we
Okay.
are actively trying to replace them.
That's the
Yeah.
key there, because I mean, you know, there's a
We're
lot of
short- we're
turnover.
short two.
And some people are replacing with maybe something not where it was, right? Of like,
Part-time
Yeah.
or changing a
Wait.
landscape.
like a new person versus someone that's been here a long time. Okay, so do we have vacancy in clerk? No. Okay, so contractual services. The one thing I wanted to bring up on this one is, so personal services, well, hold on. Before I get myself too far, let me flip the page. No, so is the elections budget within this budget
No, it's a separate number
It'll-
40.
that will go
We'll get
next?
to it.
Okay,
Mhm.
because one of the things is the personal services, when we did the 60,000 for each person.
Mhm.
It's not on the clerk's budget. So I wanted to bring that up to see how you guys felt about that. Of. It's like 42 instead of 60. So we did elected officials at 60,000.
Mhm.
The motor vehicle by statute got 10 extra.
Right.
Elections, because we were told it's not by statute, it didn't get anything. So I'm revisiting to see if you feel like the clerk should have the 60,000 in the clerk budget with the elections separate.
Yeah, that's fine. I didn't get the breakdown part. That's what,
Okay,
so.
so I was just bringing that up to see what that would look like.
So we want to highlight that,
Yeah, I just think we should look at what that looks like.
and then that'll change benefits and retirement as well, just letting you know.
Okay. What else? Treasurer.
Okay, treasurer.
Oh, she put a lot of notes in here. Hold on. Original request. Oh, yeah, we took her 50,000 from the reserve. So this reduced the budget, rearranging staff and office for 2025. Okay, this was one I had a question. So we
Okay.
had talked about predictions last week. And revenue predictions were gonna be down with motor vehicle and with watercraft, I think,
Mhm.
because of inflation or the economy, we were said. I think that was when the auditor was here.
Mhm.
So is that gonna affect personnel then? Less transactions or
Is there
Okay.
any open positions on this? one?
like, are there?
There's not how she's budgeted, no,
Okay, so they're all filled.
that's correct. However, she has discretion to change between motor vehicle fund or who's paid from motor vehicle fund and who's paid from the budget. So, an employee in the treasurer's budget, she can move them to motor vehicle budget and vice versa. She just has to use the number you give her. The 145,000 is made up of 3 employees right now. But one employee could move from that and take a motor vehicle employee and move it up to that. She has the discretion to change.
So how many total employees are in that office?
There's 7
So this is 3,
and
so 4.
1 vacancy in motor vehicle.
So there's 4 in motor vehicle and 3 in treasurer.
Correct.
Okay.
And as Connie's in the motor vehicle too. So it'd be 5, I guess, if you count her. And 1 vacancy.
There's only 6. There,
Yeah, okay, so there's, I
there is
guess
a
there's
vacancy.
6 currently.
So there's 3 in this one, 3 in motor vehicle. Which do we have that budget too, separate?
No,
Because
there's
that's-
not a budget. for
That's
motor
not an
vehicle.
ad valorem.
No, that's
Okay.
the state,
Okay, so that's not affecting our 2.8.
correct.
Okay, so this is 3 employees,
Mhm,
no vacancies.
mhm.
Pretty self-explanatory.
So back on treasures,
Mhm.
that 26 point, is that so high because we took that from last year? And then now that's coming back?
So, yes, and then the other part of it is. The employees that are being paid out of motor. The employees being paid out of the treasurer now are not the same employees being paid out of the treasurer last year, so she switched some stuff around.
Oh, okay.
So you have higher paid employees in the treasurer,
Okay,
in addition to that 50,000 coming back. So
Alright.
it looks like $30,000 more.
mhm. Okay. I got it this time. Thank you.
Okay, unregistered deeds,
Oh,
or county attorney.
okay,
Yeah,
that's
fair
the
enough,
next
there we
one. Okay, so on this one, can we back out the increase of? Okay, so that's another question, sorry, I don't mean to go back to, but with everyone we've covered so far. Have they been in line with no increase and no COLA? Like we had,
Everyone so far.
okay,
Except for the change that you proposed in clerk
okay,
and commission went down.
yep, okay,
Correct.
okay, so on
But
this
this
one,
one, you, in 24, you. Yeah. The attorney came to you with a letter that said, for my 2024 budget, this is my rate, for my 2025 budget, this is my rate. So I don't know if it was assumed that it was because you approved it for 24, it was approved for 25. I'm not sure.
okay,
So we may need just to reapprove that. I mean, I think we agreed in principle, I made
Right.
that, but then. That she wouldn't be eligible for any COLA that would possibly be offered because it's already a negotiated
Right.
figure.
That would be your discretion.
I think this one would be a good one too, to have kind of a one-on-one with, just to find out where she's at, cause I know she had priced
Okay.
out some full-time contracted attorneys. And she hasn't had that. So just wondering like what the 2024 is gonna end up like, and if she feels like she'll have any that could be put toward 25 to come down a bit, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Which, without having that conversation.
And then, in that department, there's one vacancy, like you said, the assistant attorney has not been filled,
But budgeted for.
but budgeted for, yes.
Okay, so yeah, that would be a good conversation then.
And it is not currently advertised on our website, because the department head and I were in agreement that other methods of advertisement for that particular job was probably.
More of a recruiting type.
If you, are talking about and having the serious conversation of the ARPA, I think the $20,000 capital outlay server can be purchased with ARPA.
This might have, yes, and this might have been one of the things she's working with Scott on, because Scott had said there's things that really need updated that.
Mhm. Well, I kind of wrote down some stuff in the ARPA
That's a really
tracking
good one.
when
I
he was
like that.
talking about it,
Seven.
Short,
Yeah.
sweet.
Yep, that's a great,
but I don't see one of those being the ones that he had said.
thank you for pointing that out. Cause yeah, that would be really good to do with ARPA.
What was the proposed dollar amount on that one?
20,000.
Okay, and I'll register deeds. There is not a vacancy currently, but I believe there will be one in 25,
And they budget for 3.
30.
Just not,
There's not a lot there.
no.
I think the only really increase is for a new register deed position. And going to more training and such.
Which is probably gonna be ideal in 2025.
Say that again, please. So the only real increase
The
is,
role increases for extra training and travel
right, but
for
not
the
the,
new.
not the role.
Right, no,
Okay.
just for the new person
Yeah.
filling in. for
No,
that role.
100%. Okay. Well, and depending on what their view is on what to run their office, like,
Right, it could change.
it could change. Okay.
You wanna move on to court?
Yeah,
Okay, so courts,
but after you said ARPA, office equipment would that be a ARPA also?
it. I don't know about that one, just because that's the rotation of the computer. And to use the ARPA, we should do it by the end of the year, so unless they replace their computers early.
Oh,
like this
okay,
year.
means it by, yeah,
Right.
I'm not thinking of 2025, I'm just thinking of expense.
I'd love to say yes, but just don't think that one's. Whereas the county attorney server, we can get that now,
Right. Correct, I just wasn't thinking of 2025.
Question on, so that, are we good with the county lake now?
Oh, sure,
Is that where we're at?
sure.
We're in
Are you done with the,
unified courts.
oh, question, court reporters. Did we not hear that we, am I crazy? Did I watch a show or did they say haven't been court reporters?
Yeah, no, you're accurate. There's a
Okay.
shortage,
Okay,
so they have to contract it out more.
okay, so it's still being paid out of that line item. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. I'm like, I know that I feel like they just told us that.
What is the court council also in that?
No, that would be in county general, and we haven't got to that one yet. But I'll look to you when we do. So kind of like,
Okay, so on the county lake, I noticed it's not on the appraised report. Are we paying insurance out there?
Yes.
Okay, do we know what that looks like?
no,
Okay,
I don't know why it's not on that appraisal.
yeah. Cause that's something with our.
It typically is.
Are we paying? What structure is there?
Well, I thought it was,
General like liability.
yeah, just general liability.
I'm sure we're paying that. I'm sure that's covered.
As far as a value of it, you mean?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, maybe not. Maybe it's hard to value.
I think it's worth keeping this in our mind and discussion when talking about a new road and bridge facility as far as assets that are not being utilized, that are liabilities, and the dam not
Mhm,
being good and it silted in and all the things.
mhm.
So this is something that, like, when it's top of mind in front of you, you remember, but like when we're talking about financing and different things, like I think this is important to keep in mind of an asset that could offset some of that expense for the
Mhm.
taxpayers.
And we don't have a breakdown of how much is ag or timber or anything, do we? We don't have anything like that.
Well, just what the appraiser has in her.
Yeah.
It's like in several different parcels.
Well, I know that there's, and it's probably isn't the time or place, but I know there's several land. Not buyer, but land broker
Hmm.
that can find the niche person that wants to buy a piece of it. And so if they just want timber for hunting or game or something, they could do that instead of like trying to sell it all at once or
Right.
something.
I think it'd be interesting just to get a value on it, to have the info. Okay, HR, no vacancies, this is for 2.
Correct.
I don't have the spreadsheet in front of me.
What are you?
Oh, sorry,
HR
Oh.
09.
Okay, I'll let you talk. Thank you.
but I'm curious to know what the director was at on this one.
I'm able to say that, right?
Yep.
60.
In that, oh,
Well-
sorry,
It'd be 49.4.
so that's implemented as of 2025. Okay,
It'd be the
Um,
same rate as right now.
okay. Um,
That's not what I meant.
I'm just wondering once cause we're futuristic, right, of like,
Are you counting this?
Yeah, I was counting the cell phone, so 58.7, sorry, without cell phone.
okay, so I'm just thinking, cause the certification and the testing will happen next year. Do we need to have any more in there for this line item?
I mean, if you're gonna have a certified director, yes,
Okay,
that knows pretty much everything that you throw at the person. Yeah,
okay, so we wanna highlight that and look at that. Replacement of a computer.
that's
Are
the
you on the
rotation
rotation?
plan. Mhm.
Um, oh, this is really-
Problems.
What's that? Oh, you're dinging? Are you dinging?
I'm dinging. Yeah, my computer's even dingier, so.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. Oh, it's in there. It's the class. Okay, so training. Travel mileage. Recognition. Which we moved out of us into you for employee recognition. Sorry, not to veer off, but I see actual only 241. Do you think we need that much for next year? Cause we're already halfway through the year and not
For
the
which one?
appreciation and recognition.
So I haven't ordered the milestones for next year yet. So I usually
Okay,
do
so-
that in October.
Thank
Plus we have employee training day, that some of that goes to in October too.
So it's all happening the end of the year. Okay, thank you. Okay. Facilities and maintenance. Personnel, I gotta change, and that one keeps flying out, that's right. Personnel services on that, do we have vacancy?
There's two as of right now.
2 vacancies.
Oh,
Two vacancies.
We're in maintenance now.
yes. Is there only one now?
Only one,
1 vacancy,
and it is currently advertised on our website.
okay. And it's advertised. Okay, and we had discussed removing the office help with this line item.
Correct, you did.
I just feel like as a department head, if we're offering it to one, you offer it to all, and department heads are responsible for doing their own budgets and all of the things. So just wondering how everyone feels about that, because again, it's just more dollars, right? More dollars to the,
I'm not necessarily for that.
okay,
Be, if you took Emily away from Road and Bridge, you know, it would be,
well, but you're doing your own budget, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
I sit
because-
down with her.
Yeah.
but how they're utilizing
I guess
someone underneath them, I mean,
all I'm saying,
utilized differently, but strategic to their office.
So I
To their
take like
department.
where she keeps all the totals, in which we found some of the stuff we can get from Jody now, but we keep track of everything. She keeps track of everything. And we take those totals and we input them to see where we need to either raise. I do it, but she does all.
which I guess-
I'm looking
Which is
at
part
it
of
as
her-
the
which is part of-
department. Now, how things are arranged within that, to me, isn't necessarily as important as what I don't think it would be successful without that part of the puzzle.
Yeah.
And I know what you're saying.
I'm just saying
But
consistency.
But
of
yet, I
if
think,
it's-
I think that. The other flip side is you could have somebody that was a whiz at doing all the budgeting things. And if they didn't know all of the other stuff, we wouldn't, I mean, we're taking advantage of the knowledge of the installation and the wiring and
Yep.
all of that. So I can't just okay that.
Can we utilize that position for full-time to help with the cleaning as was discussed? Because we have one on having some leave come up and we wouldn't have.
My recommendation for this would be to talk with this department head on these ideas and
Okay.
probably a closed session.
Okay.
And just to give some feedback, that individual was split between my department, and his department. And it was a part-time split between the two, but was gonna be utilized more for the AP and billing process. And if you do look countywide, most department heads do have an individual in their office that helps with billing.
Okay. Okay,
But
So-
I think that should be a discussion with you and that department head in the private session.
so just one vacancy in that one.
Yes.
Okay. And then contractual, let's see, commodities, nothing. Office equipment, discrimination.
So it's really when you get into the supplies, the repairs, maintenance contract is when it goes up.
Did we? Yeah.
But since any conversations from the first budget, from the first meeting that you had with him, nothing has been changed on this. So
That's what I was thinking, that we had.
Yeah.
Plugged things in, but. It hasn't been plugged in on his, correct?
right. I mean, we did take out, the emergency repairs of 20,000. But I don't think any other revisions have been done to like the maintenance contracts or repairs or to what makes that up. I know he was in here with, papers that showed what those were, but I don't know any more than
You don't have any notes on what, do
No.
you?
just
Have
what's
any
here.
notes on what we revised?
I mean, I don't think we revised anything because we didn't get answers.
Well, I was thinking that we did have some suggestions. Let's see if I've got anything. I've just got to go through my papers.
And
think
everything,
you're right.
it says this morning, we were told everything on the first floor with that bathroom remodel was done and paid for.
Right.
So it's, this was printed just 4 days ago, so I would assume that's gonna be off of the 2025. So yeah, we probably just need another
Another round with him.
follow-up.
Or we have it
Because
the same.
I mean, it's one of those things like I don't have a clue even how to estimate when.
If you request another follow-up next week, just and to present the changes that he has notes on from previous meetings to show to and to update.
And he has 20,000 for moving water sewer lines paid from ARPA.
Yeah,
And we don't have that in ARPA.
no, we paid it already.
It's done.
Yeah.
Is that the one right inside this door? That he was talking about, that drain
No, it
line
was the big, wasn't it the big line over here?
over
with
the electrical panels?
Yeah, that,
Okay, so that's done.
Yep.
So that can come off this field. So then actually, there's nothing left in the notes,
right,
because both, so
Right.
we could reduce it 30,000.
based on those notes, yeah, but I
Okay.
don't know what else makes it up.
I would just verify they're accurate.
Right.
I don't have any notes on it.
Good to move on?
Yeah.
Okay. Emergency management.
I believe this one has been updated, trying to find the value. Remember with this one, we we're gonna take the storm sirens out and add it to joint communications. Yes, that has been done. Dispatch, thank you.
Checking status of ID card equipment. If this needs replaced, we will need to keep it in the budget. Is that what, do you create those cards?
So there's two different types of cards. There's the regular cards, the FEMA cards, and then there's rapid ones that they can make like in the field on the scene. And I was under the impression that it was out of a grant. But if I'm right, correct me if I'm wrong. The grant was not completed in time.
Right.
So the funds
Yeah, it's not
need to
there.
be for the 2025.
Okay.
But if it's a machine and there is ARPA available, it could still be used for that.
Yes.
So I'm gonna highlight it on my end. Circle back.
As far as the stockpile that I have for the cards and the ribbon, I'm pretty much, I think I'm set.
Okay.
What was the ARPA thing you said earlier, Eric? Sorry, I'm trying to keep them all on one page.
It was right off the bat. The computer or it was
The
the.
server, the
Oh,
$22,000 server.
For attorney,
Mhm.
got it.
And then I had brought up the computers, which will be 2025, so.
Unless you can get a contract with Dell or something, that would be a different story.
I think there's plenty of expenses to spend on.
Yeah.
And then EM is still one employee only for 25 as well.
My apologies. There's
Thank you.
also $20,000 allotted for an assistant.
Okay, so
Or
vacancy.
yes,
So one vacancy, 20 and
Full or part, do you know?
no,
That's deputy director.
right. I'm not sure on the title.
That's already included in there.
It is.
and that number doesn't have COLA or
No, it's
that's
just
just
20.
what they hired.
Mhm.
Well, but the other
No,
person, okay,
No.
perfect.
my knowledge, no.
An unknown advertisement, not on our end, but he does do his own website with his own applications.
Is that some, okay. Is that one of it?
What's that?
Advertisement? Sorry, I didn't see it.
They may not have any.
He probably utilizes it from his actual sheriff's budget, for his website costs or for an Indeed cost.
Okay.
I'm not sure, that's just me guessing. Cause I do know that they have their own Indeed as well.
And I know this was kind of the baseline year,
Yeah,
so,
26 will be better.
and there's a lot of good notes in here talking about what and why they did
Right.
what they did, which is
They
nice.
either moved it to EMS, combined it with a different line item to make it better for them. Okay, next one is county counselor. There is no vacancies.
So we had talked about the RFP for this, now that Senior Village is gone and we keep taking things off. Is that something we're going to publish now that it's completed, that we have the RFP? I mean. Might be beneficial to you too, to know exactly what your expectations are in a contract setting, because I know you had emailed us, you were looking at being the attorney for Effingham too. And do you do the city? I was trying to remember what, I know you got a lot of things going on. But with Senior Village leaving and taking lease purchases off and hiring the engineer, road and bridge, like there's been so many things that kind of taken off that the RFP for the county counselor I think would be in the best interest of the county, but
I'd like Alan here to. Yeah, have this discussion. Do you think?
okay.
I mean. I don't know where he's at. I do see there has been some changes there, so. I think it'd be a good discussion for all three of us.
Okay, you want to put it on for next week?
Yeah.
Okay. County appraiser vacancies.
0.
Capital outlay, computer replacement plan.
Yeah.
Okay, that's part of the.
Yeah.
Did you say no vacancies in there?
Correct.
Really? So they hired, okay,
Mhm.
good.
Correct. You have 5, right? 5 positions in the appraisers.
Yes, and she, yes, because she eliminated one and combined.
Right.
Okay, perfect, because I knew she had a vacancy, I thought, but.
And
if
then
she's,
we just advertised, did interviews, we're in pre-employment for one, so technically not an employee just yet, but in the pre-employment.
okay. Maintenance and repairs. Professional fees. Oh, treasure. Has anyone talked about that car?
I have sent an email to her with no reply, and I did not follow up.
Okay, so we had talked about selling that car since we have a county vehicle.
So I wanted to ask something. So I think a comment was made, or I overheard it, or something that was paid with motor vehicle money.
I heard that.
So I was gonna go back and research it to try to figure out when it was purchased.
This
and
is just
how it
an-
was paid with,
Okay,
because if it was motor vehicle money. I don't know.
so this is just a refresher. Sorry, it was just like a light bulb because we talked about it last time and just kind of keeping top of mind, just get an answer, right? Like
Mhm.
find out from her if that's something that. Because we're paying insurance and all the things that are
Right.
going up 15%, so.
If it's sitting there, and no one's using it, it's taking up the price parking spot. And for something that's not.
At the
being
very
used.
least, it could go back into motor vehicle money or.
Yeah, I mean, if it would just go away if it's just a fixture.
Yeah.
Monday, Venus was working on it, yeah, he was trying to jump it, I believe.
Okay, well, maybe your email sparked
Maybe.
interest to look into that, so.
I think it's Friday or Monday.
Okay, so then juvenile detention, the
Okay.
truancy.
Yeah, so this is where the $5,600
is
that
removed.
the community corrections director had you approve today. So we left it here because I wasn't for sure if 409 was needing that money. Never heard a response back from them. Katie reached out. We never heard anything. So
So my question is, since she allowed it to go away to Katie, can we remove it from 2025 and just have Katie budget for it? Like in the future, right? Because Katie has her own budget she brings to
Yeah.
us.
yeah, however,
However, if it's the same situation where she gets hung out without the funding, it's here.
right.
So we probably need to kind of understand that a little bit better.
Yeah, because her program won't start until after our budget is pretty well approved.
But she's taking it from the 2024, right?
Right,
Yeah.
but going forward. She wouldn't know if,
So your recommendation is keep it in here for now.
well, I don't know, after hearing from the county attorney. And if 409 didn't need it. To remove it, but after my email with her earlier, she was in favor of community corrections having it, so. I don't know.
Well. I didn't think that this was gonna need to be a yearly thing if she got the grants and everything onboarded.
That's what I thought
So
too.
I could see it going away. I
too.
think,
Okay.
I think everybody would agree with it if the funding comes through.
Yeah.
It's convenient this year that it hasn't been utilized. It's been able to utilize.
Yeah,
fund
and
for
this
that,
would have been gone if 409 needed it, but they never reached out, so we haven't paid anything to them. So if we want to zero it out, we can.
I would,
Yeah, I would
it
too.
would make something.
So then the next line item is the 15,000. Those are cases that come up that Sherry does need money for. In the event the case comes up, so
She,
Oh, they
she
paid.
doesn't know if she's gonna use it or not. So like last year, we used 20, but right now we've only used 8,000. So it just depends. Well, I think we should still keep the 15 is what I'm saying
Yep.
for that.
So,
So county general, this is a hot one. Because there's court appointed attorneys costs that we never know the caseload that we're gonna get to know if a court appointed attorney should be assigned or not. And we never know the charges that we're gonna get from that attorney. And the case could go for a long period of time and you have incurred costs up until the case is dismissed or ends or however it goes, so.
Pat, is this where a few years ago, no one really advocated for them and they were behind and? Well, I think there are two different line items here. There's one, there are 4 attorneys that are on a panel and they're each paid, I believe, $3,100.
35.
$3,500.
Okay,
But then there's also if they have a conflict. And that someone else is appointed. And Mark and I looked at that it's been a couple months
Yeah.
ago, but it looked like it's about a wash between having another person, try and find another person to fill a panel spot or just paying à la carte, I guess, if you will. So I don't know if.
And this is one of those that we budget for, but if then they're not used.
Right, it just rolls over into reserve, because this is.
Because
county
they're
gen-
paid on. Time performed, right?
Yes.
Or is it, they're
Yeah,
not
we
just
get it.
paid monthly
They're
because,
paid hourly.
Okay. okay, so
Well,
it's better to.
$3,500 times 4
Mhm,
times 12,
mhm.
so
That's
they are
4
paying money.
attorneys.
Those
They're-
ones are.
These ones are.
Those 4 are.
Are paid every month, right?
Correct.
But if those 4, if they have a conflict, they appoint another attorney,
For the $30,000.
so.
Okay.
And
I don't know what the amount was. I think. Mark, I'm trying to remember, we did a little math and it looked like.
Yeah, it's 42,000 a person. And. I have a placeholder of $15,000 extra for the conflict ones.
But when we looked at what we'd actually spent
Yeah,
2 years, the last 2 years, I thought 1 year we were. Saving a little bit, and the other, it was
not.
about the same.
Yeah.
As having a good person on the panel, so.
You just don't know. You don't know how many conflicts are gonna come up.
True.
I asked the district court clerk about it, if she could give an estimate, and it's rough to say.
so can we back up one line item
Sure.
for your tort liability?
Sure.
So that's your property, vehicle,
Equipment.
equipment,
Mhm.
insurance costs.
So the 300 is not accurate.
I was gonna, okay. And so that's based off of the K camp report that we received.
Correct.
Um,
And any claims that come in or something.
so currently already in 2024, we're at 284 and we
And that
budgeted
is-
230.
Right,
And so
because that's what it was in 2023 was 230.
284 times 2, I mean, that's like 569. We're in June.
Mhm.
Is it gonna? I mean, would
No,
be
there's no
double it?
more. There's no more.
It's
You get
paid
it once a year. Yeah.
Okay, so then. The 300,000 is not
It's not,
accurate.
it should be. The 300,000 should be 328,000.
Okay.
That would
Went
be
the wrong way on that.
15%.
No, right.
We're supposed to be cutting today.
Mhm.
And I know last year we got a list of all the equipment, but is that something?
Oh, yeah, we get that.
That you do annually with each department of like,
Yes.
are you
it is.
using these? What, you
Yes,
know,
it is.
so that they,
But they're also supposed to be sending it to us every time something occurs with the piece of equipment, whether they sell it, add one, something.
You
It's
might
once annually to follow up to make sure that the right list is
out there, but supposed to be an ongoing thing as well.
Okay. And do we change the way we're doing things for claims so that they're funneling through you?
Well, I think for the most part,
Everything, so I know something happened at solid waste last week, so
It-
when they call you, then do you put them in touch with you to say, like, whoa, we're not gonna turn that in
Yes.
because of,
the
okay,
deductible cost
yeah.
or
so we're having that's happening.
Yes.
Awesome.
I can't say it's happening at every single department, but generally I think they're all covered.
Cool. Health insurance.
So I did a 10% increase. We won't typically know until August, right?
Oh, well, that's projected from Gallagher, but Blue Cross will not come out with theirs or any medical until October. November.
But you're pretty comfortable with that 10?
You know, this year's really hard because we lost a pool of employees when we sold Senior Village, so I have no idea.
Okay. Employee wellness, workman's compensation should be removed from county general. Levied fund departments consolidated here. Okay.
Yeah, this is another one that it was hard for departments to know how much their workman's compensation insurance is for. I mean, if you ask Michelle, I don't think she would know. If you ask Joe, I don't think he would know. So it's just easier to have it here.
And that's just estimated based on our payroll figures?
Yes.
Okay. And then your rental expense Pitney Bowes, remind me what that was?
The postage machine. We pay it quarterly.
So the departments that have, okay, so this is just for the machine rental.
Correct.
Got it. Foreigner fees, okay.
Yeah, those, I don't know about those.
Who-
I don't understand them 100%.
I would like on our corner, that was one of the things at KCCA they were talking about of like the commissioners meet with the coroner and like have this agreement and talk through like the process. And I'm like, I don't even know who our coroner is. Like I've never,
I don't think I've ever
I
met
don't
a
know.
coroner.
who is our
since I've been
coroner?
I don't know. I had a conversation with Pat yesterday actually, and we were talking about he had said that it was from the
It's appointed by
First.
the county commission in Leavenworth. It's by judicial district.
Yeah.
Well, there was a bill. There's a new law that does allow. If you're not the largest county in a judicial district, to appoint your own coroner if you want to do that. But it's completely at your expense. The system that we have now, well, I mean, you can explain the budget, I guess. We use a corporation and they just changed names. They just got purchased, but it used
Half group
Path Group, yeah.
was Forensic Medical.
PATH, PATH group. And so what are we budgeting, forecasting the amount of deaths
Yes.
that we'll have in a given year? And
Yeah.
then do we do that based on historic data or?
Yes, that's how we've arrived at the 49.5 number.
Okay.
'Cause
So like, I'm just curious, because Corey, right, says it's done nothing but go up with all of these things. Is that what we're seeing on coroner? And then what happens if we don't? I don't know. I'm just trying to learn.
Hopefully another line item in general will cover it.
Okay,
And that's where we're kind of seeing it right now in 24 is there's a more than we get invoiced a lot.
so the Leavenworth County Commission negotiates with Path Group or with the current coroner. They select the coroner,
Mm-hmm.
have a contract with them that encompasses Atchison,
Mm-hmm.
and they negotiate our rates and our fees.
I'm not sure of that.
Okay,
I will say that when it went to Path Group, the autopsies went up $200 from the older company.
okay.
I don't know how the rates are established,
I might ask. I'm drawing a blank right now on her name, but the commissioner that I was emailing with about the juvenile stuff, I might just see if she has a copy of it. At least we could like kind of read it and
Mhm.
understand what we're paying for.
I'm not sure 49.5 is gonna cover it. Because one autopsy is 24.75. Plus there could be a,
That's interesting to me, because I kind of want to just understand, like, everyone has that right? When you pass away, like, you can tell them you want an autopsy on your family member, or you can say, no, thank you.
Mhm.
So like, are any,
I don't think that if you just, your family member passes away, that the county will give them.
well, that's what I want
You
to
can ask
understand.
for that. This is unattended death or indigence.
right, but what happens with that person? Like, cause we're paying for a death certificate chase, like to go find it, or there could be an external exam, or refrigeration. There's other costs, and I just don't know.
Yeah,
We've even
it'd just
done
be-
funeral or
Yeah.
cremation costs and things like that.
That'd be just
With
interesting
adults,
to understand
children,
it, right? Like,
it's-
why we pay for what we pay for.
Yeah, and we don't get reimbursed anything either.
It's fairly rare that we pay for a cremation or any sort of burial. It does happen. I think it's happened 3 times since I've been county counselor. But those aren't paid to the coroner. The coroner does order the cremation, and that's the cheapest way. But, so I don't know if we have a line item for those charges, but it doesn't come up. It certainly doesn't come up every year. So it's only on unclaimed bodies of the indigent people. So
And it, just to clarify, it is the Judicial District Commission, so it would be the Leavenworth County Commission that's doing that, not like the judge, okay.
Right.
Court-related fees, safe exams. And just curious why this is in the general and not the unified courts budget, just curious.
I don't know
Okay.
100%.
No big deal, I'm just curious. Paper, tax forms, envelopes. And general sheet fund. Individual department. Okay, question.
Mhm.
This, office supplies and printing. So this is paper for the county. Post and supplies for the postage machine.
Mhm. Like tape, ink,
Did we have those line items in department budgets for some reason? I feel like, no,
mhm,
just the postage with Postalocity, which has to be separate. Okay,
the appraiser.
thank
Mhm.
you. Okay, so then postage. $4,500 K.A.C dues, NACO dues. Advertising. $2,000 for advertising.
What was this for?
I wonder if that was, we put that in there when we went to the K.A.C. and set up a table, remember?
Well, it's
had-
also the county minute. Remember when we did that?
Yep,
There's a
and-
Christmas greeting in here.
Did
We
you say
had-
publications was in there?
Yes, the budget publication.
Okay,
Just because I was looking at, advertisement for the video that we shot
Oh, yeah.
for Movie Fest on the, movie theater.
okay,
And so I got quotes for that. So that's the only reason why I
But
think.
yes, we haven't done the county minutes, so we were able to use that cost for them.
the only thing sticks out to me is, remember when we went to the Capitol and all the counties had like all these like
Yes.
a nice tablecloth with their logo and like all these things, and we were like,
Sure.
we don't have anything for Atchison County, like it was semi embarrassing, so.
Yep.
I thought that's where maybe it originated from, but yeah, so that's just general county
Yeah.
advertising.
Mhm.
We're gonna leave it.
Well, that's
I
a good
mean-
question. I would rather it have a home to know what it's being used for, so whether it's under like you for, I mean, who's advertising the county? Like, you're the social media, you're the the jobs, like you're promoting the county. I would rather it have a home. So if we need it, I would rather funnel it to a department so that when we say, what's this for? You have an answer, you know what I mean?
I know at least 1,000 of it will have to stay here for
Okay,
the budget hearings.
for budget
Yeah,
publication,
your R&R hearings,
okay,
your budget meeting.
R&R. And those are those we get reimbursed, right?
No,
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we do, yes.
I thought it was just the R&R notices.
What were you talking?
The hearing
budget hearing.
publication,
Oh, no, the hearing publications we don't get.
just the R&R notices.
Yes.
Okay.
For the mail.
So this is for the hearings, so when we exceed it, you have to publish, hey, we're having this meeting, come talk to
And
us.
then you also have another one for your budget hearing.
Budget hearing, okay. Okay,
So if you want 1,000 of it, we can move it to HR. But
Well-
1,000 of it has to stay here,
okay,
because I'm not gonna pay for the budget
No, yeah.
meeting out per.
no,
Department.
100%. So is 1,000 enough for those two?
Mhm.
Okay, let's just do that, if you're good with that. Are you good with that? So we actually. I guess I should stop talking, we need to wait for Eric.
Looking into the movie, ad, it was 6 months, I think 1,400.
Yeah.
And it would play up to 67 times a week.
And
And that's
exposure from,
And it's local. So I was trying to think of ways to recruit and advertise openings locally, because you get on Indeed and you get people from Florida.
well, and our small regional towns are coming here anyway for the movie theater, so we could probably pick up on.
So it is a bit of a cost, but I think that's a great way to put it out locally.
It'll be interesting too, if you have any way to track of like, how did you hear about this on your application?
We have that.
That
in the
way,
application.
yeah, that way, if it's the movie, like, then you can gauge, right? Like, oh my gosh, I paid this and we got 4 new people from it, you know? It'd be kind of cool to see.
I know we went to the movies and watched Inside Out too, and just seeing all the, ads that were all local and seeing the businesses, and
It's neat.
then the kids see like their friends' mom and dads.
Yep.
People watch them.
Sorry, did he say he had to use the restroom? I didn't hear.
I didn't either. I'm sure there's a lot of shaving.
I know. But also.
Costs are just high too.
That's the hard part, is going through these individually. I felt like everyone was pretty frugal,
Me
right?
too.
But then you get to the end and you're like, $2.8 million, like what? Like,
But the mill levy
yeah,
of the R&R dropped because values went up,
right. No, I understand, it just,
which I'm not for sure. Aren't they projecting values to go up and up and up? Not
I've
just,
heard of anything that's not being used.
I mean, the R&R will continue to go down if that occurs.
Yeah, the last I talked to the advisor, there was probably still gonna be increases.
So Eric, we left off on advertising. We moved 1,000 to HR for county advertising, and then leaving 1,000 here for the budget meetings and all that.
Sounds good.
vehicle maintenance for the Traverse.
Yep, that's our county vehicle. It's probably low. Tires are okay on it, wipers are okay at the moment. Just oil changes and anything it may need.
Professional fees.
Yeah,
Fees.
came down quite a bit. I did a good deep dive into this line item, so we cut it, and those numbers on the right there are accurate numbers.
And road and bridge.
Okay, so with this is not, the pages you have is not reflected of the new personnel services with the overtime reduced. And with that is different benefits, so. I think Joe had said it was more towards 2024 budget number, so instead of the 2025 request there, it's more towards the 2024.
And if I can say something, if you want, being we didn't really get to go over any of mine. That's why I stayed. If there's any questions that I can answer or anything, and then are we gonna have another meeting to go over more of mine or not? I
I
guess
mean-
would be
So
like the projects for next year and stuff, so.
that's the thing for me of like. If you feel the county as a whole, right, of like. If we're not, like, if the goal is to not increase taxes. Where can we cut? And
Not sure.
it's like public safety, public
Roads.
EMS, or roads. And it's like, to me, the things that don't have to do with people of like. We're gonna have to shave back progress a little bit if. Unless we're willing to increase everyone's taxes, right? But, so I think we need to meet with you again to look at your road plan. And I mean, ultimately, you're trying to make progress, but if the commission doesn't want taxes to increase. We're gonna have to tell you,
Right.
like, we're gonna have to tell you, this looks great, Joe, but in 2025, we're gonna take 3 roads off.
Right.
Because we can't have this hit.
Right, so that's why I stayed. I wanted to find out when we were gonna have that. Meeting, so
Yeah.
I can be prepared, and then we'll get some of this stuff will be updated by then.
Yeah.
I mean,
And so our budget forecast, is no placeholder in there for facilities
No, sir.
too. So we've got to figure out where that's gonna go. That's the big monkey in the room, I think.
Because if you give me just a second, and I know I'm probably interrupting, I shouldn't be.
no, you're fine. And just to that question, I'm not at the point of feeling like we can execute this facilities. Like, I think we can set ourselves up for absolutely executing it. But like 2025, like I'm just really not setting well with everything shaking out, and I just. I'm trying to be realistic with everyone of like, I'm not there and I don't think I'm gonna be there, like. But that's why I said with the ARPA, right? If we get the ground and the fencing and the utilities and the grading. He can go ahead and start having a place to stockpile. He can mobilize motor graders in the center. He can bring all this pipe from Effingham. Like, you can start doing all the things that the point of the facility was for, and then we can figure it out. Maybe it has to be 2026, 27, 28, who knows? But we can figure it all out and have an execution plan. But I mean.
Especially if we would have to throw an election on top of, and those fundings, if we choose to go a route and there's a protest and it goes to an election, well, I mean.
I
That would
love
throw
that,
us.
because that would make it feel way.
Well,
way
it would, but
easier
I'm
of
talking about the
like,
timeline.
We shouldn't
though.
be doing this.
If you're looking at a timeline of how that's gonna affect, well, we wouldn't know until the first week in November. When that would probably be the time we would have to hold it. And then if it don't pass, then you're really up, if you're counting on that passing. And it don't, and you've got all your eggs in that basket, what does that look like? How then you've got 2 months to scramble to
Yeah,
get
and
that
no.
passed through.
Yeah, it would be very difficult to have all of the contract ready to go. To do
Yeah,
that,
and
to
so,
utilize ARPA.
which I hadn't thought of.
If you have to
that.
wait till November to do that, but.
Yeah, it would be extreme. But
So you-
also.
Go ahead.
If it's just the thing of spending it. We could. Like, run it through Road and Bridge and spend those. On the products and the gravel and stuff we're doing now. And then be able to, instead of using it on wages like we were.
No,
talking
I'm
about.
not in favor of
That-
wages
I
at all.
don't think any of us are, but I mean, that is,
I shouldn't show up anymore to this seat in Tuesdays if we're dumping it toward wages, like. That
My
is a terrible.
grant plan next
terrible.
year is $782,000. So that's for the surface roads, and that will be starting over from our first initial. So, when we started, we will be starting over on them in 2025.
on the tip and seal and that stuff.
Yes, yes. So, that's
So that's kind of encouraging too. I know that it screws with you and your cycle of what you're trying to accomplish, right? But
Right, but we could
also,
possibly do some spot repairing and maybe some spot chip and seal patching. So, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to get the rest of these other roads done this year, if we can make it work. Because then that whole cycle is done. You know, we've made it through that cycle faster than we predicted. But then if we would just go and look at the roads who need it the worst and try to take care of them. But I also honestly don't want to lose a dime, but I'm just being brutally honest
no,
here. So here is a place where if we decided to do something different, you know, I increased gravel 50,000 for next year. But if we decide that we're gonna reshape and do some just strictly put that on the plan instead of this, then maybe half or a third of this, probably maybe half, and then we can come in and use that money for gravel or whatever. I'm willing to work with everybody on this. I just wanted you to know where we were at.
Mhm.
I don't want to let go of continuing Ottawa Road,
Oh, yeah, no.
you know, and right now that's our, in Osborne, that's our worst roads. But this is something we can look at. We just need to set a time here fairly quick
Can we do it next week?
to where we
we
can,
should.
to where we can go over
Let's
some
go
of
over it.
these
You're
things.
coming in late, but look, will you be here after 10?
Oh, yeah, I should be, because that was supposed to have been, I haven't gotten a confirmation on that.
Maybe you could send us that and like your thoughts, because also a lot of the roads that you made progress on are still good shape to where hopeful, like depending, right? It's
Well,
gonna be a
we
balancing,
still have-
it's
if
gonna
we
be a
have-
balancing
Still have
act.
to do some patching here and there. We've got some spots that.
If we
that
could
would
push
need
it
to
off.
do some patching, but we could probably make a decent dent in this.
Aaron, I'm really confused. Were you gonna be late next week or the 9th?
The 9th.
The 9.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
okay.
But this is what we need
Yeah,
to get to. the
thank
end
you.
of the day.
My
Oh,
apologies.
yeah.
This is where, you know,
I didn't do it myself.
and maybe we can just do, you know, I've got patching at 155,000. You know, maybe I can figure out what it would take just to patch those spots. And we wouldn't have the whole chip and seal expense, if I'm making sense.
No, you are. I'm just kicking ourselves for, like, at what point do we have to, like, this is why going through this meticulous like this, line item by line item, making hard decisions that are right for the county, like, to where we can't always break even. We're gonna have to increase because the ways we found to mitigate increases bite us the next year. And it's like, we can't, and also the public can't sustain, oh, they've been riding along, you know, and now all of a sudden, like, it's not, we gotta find that balance of what is a need and what can be pushed off a little bit so that we're incrementally, right, of like,
Well, and the sad part of it with road and bridge is the infrastructure shot. So there's all these tubes out here, and when they start showing up, they're gonna, and there's some that we haven't replaced that I need to get replaced. I mean, trying to find that fine line, and maybe if we can cut this and use some of that money for that.
well, and that's why it's so hard to talk about bonding a $7.5 million project for a facility when we have all those tubes and we know that we don't have, you know, all the things. So it's that balance of, we know it's a need, so how do we do it incrementally to where it makes sense and it doesn't hit everybody?
But at the same time, you know, what you guys decide to do with the facility is what you decide on moving forward. Either way, but remember, we have no place for them to go when it's cold, when it's hot. We don't have an ADA bathroom. We're not compliant with most anything. So that's not gonna go away. Yesterday, eating my lunch, and we had to open up the room in the back, so if it's extremely hot and they wanna come in and eat, they can. Well, some came in, and I was still trying to work while that was going on, so no fault of their own, but I just want everybody to be aware that there still is a lot, you know, you talk about, we have no storm shelter, we don't have anything. You know, and I'm not saying build all these things and then still try to, you understand what I'm saying? I just want you to be aware of what the, you know, everybody to be aware there's way more into this than just, hey, you know, let's do this.
Well, if we're gonna go over this one next week, shall we move on then? And,
It's whatever you want to do. I've got.
or
my
do you
sheet
want to
here.
go through it,
Well, no,
Sure.
I just maybe just to kind of get some. So,
identify some
right,
questions?
so we have, you said 2 vacancies right now in your
Sure.
personnel services.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to get one interview right now, and I've got somebody I want to talk to, so.
Okay,
so
but
then-
did you remove one? Are you down one? Didn't you already remove one from your
roster.
first ask?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
yes, because I added when I wanted to add. one.
well, I see,
That's gone.
our figures here aren't showing that,
Right,
so,
No, because
right,
but no, that's gone. I'm below that number right at it right now, so.
So your contractual of 255,000 is,
100, let's see, Mark, that goes into, it's also with the Ottawa Road,
100,000 of it.
155, isn't it? We took 100,000, and I honestly can't remember where it went. I'm sorry. Let's see.
we got road projects.
and then the road projects for 569,000.
Okay, so the 100,000 of that came from the 669
Mhm,
on the contractual. Is that how that went?
mhm.
Sorry, say that, sorry. 569 road projects was,
That is
That's his
the,
road plan, I believe.
so
Isn't it?
not
That's for
782.
Oh, Ottawa.
that's
So-
for all special road projects now. And then,
So, okay, so 155,000 of the contractual is Ottawa Road and 569 is Ottawa Road,
yes,
okay. And then we moved lease payments,
Yes, so it's split out between lease payments and road bond or bond payments.
and
so,
you wanted us to change.
so your capital outlay will move up to lease payments,
Yes, and bond payments. They're gonna be.
they'll be split out. Okay. So then capital outlay, we're not asking for anything.
Correct.
No new machinery.
No,
Do you know what our total equipment dollar figure loaned out right now is
So roughly 175
for the total loan or just payments?
of payments.
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 Okay,
You want to know the principal
Yeah,
that we
if-
owe?
yes, just not today, I mean, next
okay,
week.
okay.
Cause that was another thing I was trying to. Of what I know the lease purchase doesn't go toward your
Right.
debt ceiling, but it's still good to know what we have out there.
Yep.
Okay, 10,000 of commodities,
Yeah, we dropped that from, what was it used to be?
33,494 and 23. So far this year, we're at $934.
Actual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what is the commodities?
Those are purchases, other purchases, how did we define that, Mark? Cause when we changed that, Casey, we had, it was in. What was it?
I don't know. I don't have 23 with me.
It's just. Commodity or something you would need that would be maybe out of the ordinary, there's no actual line item that maybe it would fit. Does that make sense?
We'll have to look to see what's been paid out of there.
Okay, so then the rest is pretty capital outlay. Did you hear him say that zeroed out, Eric? This is zeroed out because they're splitting it out into lease payments and then bond payments. So you can see this. So we'll have an updated one next week, but
Mhm.
papers.
Well,
like
But that'll be showing on the new one that we haven't got.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
FICA, workman's comp, transfers. Employment. So,
So those costs go up as, which we left it the same.
license and dues increased due
Yes.
to CDL license. So we
And
pay,
DOT rate.
we pay to get their license.
So we pay a percentage of their license. We pay the CDL part. And then whenever we get the DOT randoms, then we have to pay for that. Plus, we also, and Jody and I've talked about this and we haven't got to it. I guess that's probably my fault, but trying to come up with a way when these people leave, that we get some reimbursement.
That's what I was gonna ask, like at Senior Village, when we paid for their nursing degree, it was like a commitment for so long, or they'd reimburse back when they left.
I reached out to other counties and then I think we got 3 back that they have agreements put into place.
Nice.
But there's a different, they send those individuals off to get trained. They do training in-house and we only pay for the actual fees for the
But
license.
what we do that's not figured in there is we have people training them. And as those people are training them, we're taking them away from what they normally do.
Right.
So I think that we should be able to go and find out what these other places are charging.
Send them to
And
training.
we, well, no, well.
Is that what you're
we
saying?
could-
We could do it, but
We can
yet
just charge what they're charging. while
putting
we're-
a value, put a value on
Put a
that
value
training.
on what it would cost, what we think it would cost, otherwise we gotta sit down. How do you value Ben not spraying today because he's taking people out on CDLs? You know, how do you put a cost on that 8 hours? It's not just his hourly wage or his benefits, because there's more involved in it than that.
Yeah.
Or if we take, you know, people will complain, hey, I saw 2 guys riding in a truck. Well, that's because one's training the other. So instead of 2 people hauling rock, you got one hauling rock training the other person. And to come up with that figure of what it's really costing the county, I think we need to go off of what they send people
I'd
to
find
school
two or,
for, and then, and try to adjust that and just go off a flat.
you had 2 or 3 places that if there was a flat charge for a CDL and average it and then use that
You know,
as a.
we're not trying to make a profit by it, but at the same time, it's costing us.
Start, find a true value to it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Well, and
I
I
think getting an estimated amount of how much it is for that cost and then having a 2-year agreement. And if they leave before that 2 years, then being able to get that money back. If they didn't fulfill the 2 years after getting their CDL.
I would be curious to know like what the training is too, that they send them off to, because in my brain I'm
well,
like,
it has to be very similar to what we're doing.
right?
It has to be very similar to what we're doing, except for they're doing it every day. For so many
For like a
days,
class.
where
Right.
we have to. You have to take a test, you have to take a pre-test to see if you can take the test, we have classroom that they have to do. That's all the same, we have the same rules as everybody else. They're just doing it every day, all day long with these people, where we have to spread it out because we can't do it every day, all day long.
All right.
And
Well,
they
that's
changed
what,
the process and put more rules in place February of 24. Was it February of this year they changed? Or 23 of last year.
I don't know. I'm just curious to know what that looks like. Cause like to your example of Ben not being able to spray all day because he's training someone, does it make more sense to send them to go to this training, pay for the training, and then they come back trained while our guys are actually still
So there's
doing
a
the job?
county next to us that won't hire them unless they have a CDL because of this.
A lot of counties that way.
They
Mhm.
will not hire unless they have a CDL, well.
But
Okay.
if we're
then
just
that limits
hiring them,
us.
training them, and then sending them on their way,
Maybe we're better off just to, you have to have a CDL,
Yeah.
I don't know. But that's something that,
Yeah, I think that'd be really good things to,
you know,
Way to
we're
pros
either
and
gonna
cons.
have to, we're to come up with the cost and they're gonna have to be responsible for it, and we're gonna have to be willing to go after it. Or, of course, most of them will probably, take the easy way out. Or they have to have at least a K.S.A when we hire them.
so what would be the commitment that? A year's employment after the time they get their seat, or 2 after they get the date of
The
the.
samples that we got from the other counties were both of them that had a time frame were 2 years. I'm not sure how they came up with that time frame, but that's just what I've seen from other counties.
I would make it the norm, so it wouldn't be, you know, if it's 2 years everywhere else, 2 years.
Okay.
And then if you go down to training right there, so we have another class coming up, 1 or 2 in October. For all the staff, and then everybody's talked about incentive pay and doing things to increase longevity and give people a reason to grow in their jobs. Well, with the LTAP, and they have certain levels that you can attain. And I would really like to figure out a way that once they get through the first level, there's a raise there. There's something to give them to look forward to, those who want to look forward to. So that's something in the future, but we are trying to do more LTAP trainings, and then the trainings we have here, we get a little bit of break, but it still costs pretty good. Pretty good, but pretty good amount of money.
Maintenance, advertisements. This question, advertisements, every department's doing their own, and it's being billed back. Right, from what you do, does it make sense to do that?
So the county website doesn't go into that, but the Indeeds do. So if they put it on Indeed, then they do get billed and it's paid out of their budget.
And the departments do that themselves, not you?
And no, it comes in as an Indeed one and it's taken out of their budget line items for advertising.
But I mean, you're not doing their Indeed search. The department heads are looking for, or you're doing.
Yeah, we're doing Indeed.
Okay.
Yeah, HR does the Indeed, they post the Indeed, I send all the resumes and who's interested to that department head through review, just like an application process. And then when we get the Indeed bill,
Yep.
it is broke up, and we pay it out of the certain line items for those advertisements.
Do you think, I don't understand your work of how you do it, but is that more work? Should it just be under HR to have the advertisement budget to budget for the county? Or, because I'm just wondering, like, what does this tell me, right? Like, if I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay, advertising for the past 3 years has been $1,500. Like, it doesn't tell me how many they're hiring, how many they're,
I don't know that all are just Indeed, so I'm
Okay.
not sure what every department uses for their advertising line, but I do know Indeed is part of that.
Okay.
If they so choose to opt into the Indeed. Some of them never put it on Indeed.
Okay.
They don't want to pay for it. It's $250 a month.
Okay.
So
Did you have these?
I don't know what they have in the
I think I
advertising
already
Okay.
other than Indeed. If it's just for Indeed,
Yeah, I looked through
doing it through HR is
I
fine.
didn't look, I never thought
It
about your
gives me
signature, but
the ability to not have to
Okay.
get permission from them
I'm just,
to put it on Indeed, because right now I ask them where they'd like to post their jobs.
Well, I feel like it just saves more time and less work. And to funnel it through then you can develop those metrics for us to say who, like, what we're advertising for, what we're not, where is it hitting? Is it hitting on an Indeed? Is it hitting on the county website? Is it hitting on
Yeah, I
the
think
movie
that
theater?
it would be helpful for the commission just to ask each department, what do you use the advertising line item for?
Okay,
Cause I'm unsure
okay,
what each uses.
thank you.
Mhm.
Use it for- All right, uniforms, tires,
some tires, just so you know, we're getting ready to replace some blade tires. And some, probably some duck tires. I don't like to keep a lot of different tires on hand, because in the past, they've been left there and some of them were outdated by the time they were put on, so most of that will get spent by the end of the year. Probably all of it.
the tires have really jumped,
They're crazy,
horrible.
they're crazy, so.
Tractor tires for just a regular tractor tires are $300 a piece. And they're nothing special. There's not like a, high speed. They're just a big old balloon tire.
okay. Maintenance and repairs,
Gonna go over. I can tell you that,
maintenance and repairs,
we're gonna go over this year,
and you're keeping track of which,
every piece of equipment, everything. Which one, and we've got it all.
And your right-of-way purchase number is based on the projects we're gonna be doing that year?
So. I didn't know what it was gonna cost us this year. I knew what it cost us last year. And we are on the Bridge 290, we still don't know where that's gonna be. We know what we've offered them. But that does not include if we get into any right of way on Ottawa Road. I mean, we just estimated and it's came out like last year. 2023 was $7,615. And I had the estimate like on Bridge 290 and then what I thought it would be. Well, I'm off about half. But if we have something on Ottawa that we have to purchase, because they talked about like at the end of some of these culverts, if we extend it, that we may have to purchase some right of way.
We say with Ottawa
So that's
Road,
kind of a hard.
I wouldn't,
It's kind of a hard one to guesstimate.
I wouldn't lower that because with everything we got.
So then your bridge material.
That line does not look quite right for some reason, because I think most of that is gone.
So for 2025, we don't need bridge material because we're outsourced, like we're doing.
No, for 2025, I'm talking about the 2024 actual.
Oh, okay, so the
2025,
2025,
we went in. See, the one bridge there towards the end of last year was 100 and some planks. So that pretty much ate up my whole budget. That's why I don't know if that's quite right. So just the inflation, we increased it $15,000.
in your road material,
Road material, so that's gonna be our rock. That's gonna be riprap, that's gonna be AB3. It's gonna like on River Road when we went out there. And we had to put good dirt in the road. Then we came in with 3-inch rock. Then we came in with a screenings, which is cheaper. And then we ended up with 1.5 inches. So that's mainly our road rock and whatever it takes to build the road or put rock around the culverts and stuff. And we are a lot closer to 270 probably right now, 260. I may be off a little bit. And this is part of if we change some of the other, then maybe some of that money can take the place of this 50 from the road plan.
okay. And your professional fees is Peppercorn, the engineer, right?
That would be that we have bridge inspections. And we have like when we used some of what we used on Benish on the 2 projects we did, like the Ottawa Road 2. Some of that is considered, some of it's taken out of special highway and some of it's taken out of these professional fees. Signs that's just going up because we're replacing more signs.
That are in bad shape or that have been stolen, or both.
So. I had a dilemma right now with us putting up signs and they're getting tore up, getting thrown out on these bridges. So just so you guys understand this. They're supposed to be put at the edge of the bridge. Everybody's equipment's too big for it. So no matter what I put, it gets destroyed or removed. We tried to pull them up out of the ground. We've tried to do breakaways. Nothing. Their duals hang over. We're not ruining our tires. We're tearing everything out. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm kind of in a catch-22. We're throwing our money away on those. But if we move, they say, well, just move them out. Well, when you move them out, you're telling the car coming down the road that the edge of the bridge is clear out of here. It's not, they're in here. Am I making?
No, your makes sense. I'm just thinking in my head like a solution that you could give a visual
I
to the
don't-
sign or.
Could we just do little reflectors instead of the big tall posts or, you know what I'm, because if
So
they
if you-
could
So if you put the plastic,
reflectors.
when they run over them, they break them.
Yeah.
Because no matter where you put it, if they get to that culvert, if it's under 20 or whatever it is, it's in their way, they either pull it out. The bridge we worked on Benny. We told them they could pull them out, they pulled them out, threw them in the creek. Okay, so we went, we got them, we put them back, they pulled them out, they threw them in the creek. Then we went back, the ones on the other side, they just busted off and threw them in the creek. So, the sign expenses. You know, we still have some that won't reflect, that need to be replaced, so that's the reason for that.
I think the rest of them will just be for next week when we talk about the road plan, because everything's gonna be altered. Depending on what we decide. Election vacancies.
0.
ES&S election fees, election worker bags for election. 2 new, okay. 2 new touchscreen electronic voter machines. Is this something that's a one-timer expense that could be ARPA instead of, like, you wouldn't hit this on your budget next year, right? So that's something we could consider.
We could do it this year, I mean.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah,
And it wouldn't hit us again next year, like if it was
It's-
reduced from this,
right.
you wouldn't have it back next year.
Those are the big touch screens that you put the empty ballot in, the blank ballot, and it's like the handicap accessible newer technology
Okay,
machines.
How much was that?
6,000
Piece for both or just,
total.
Should be for both.
that's a good ARPA expense.
Okay, so the rest is rental expense, election precinct rental for buildings. Pretty much is what it is. Do they set that, or do we give them fair market value, or how's that work?
It really hasn't went up since I came,
Nice.
so.
Okay, election worker wages, 2 elections. And you know what you pay them and how many you need, so. Office supplies, ballots, election hardware. Licenses and dues, all the same cost, increase for deputy election officer to go to Sanborn for training.
We're still planning to keep that.
Okay,
I don't think we need to keep that.
okay, so we'll take the 800 out. And then same with the travel mileage would go down,
Yeah, we'll have to.
kind
look
of
at
figure
how
out what
much,
that
yeah.
is.
There may still be some travel and mileage, but there shouldn't be any training fees because a lot of the Elvis training, which is the voting system, that is
Elvis.
right. That
All right.
is free, but it's getting there. And there may be some fuel and or meal expenses, but should not be override states.
Okay. Maintenance well, your advertisings for the elections.
Is that gonna continue? Are they gonna pick it up, or is it from you from now on?
The advertising,
Yeah,
that's all by statute. Like this year I'm getting ready to do one that has all the candidates that are on the primary. I have to run it 3 times and it's very lengthy, so.
Can you ask that one? I didn't understand your question.
I'm thinking of the reimbursement for the R&R.
We,
Yeah, it was not advertising. It was,
correct.
but you were being reimbursed for, was that the only thing you were being reimbursed for was the R&R
I
notices?
did get reimbursed just recently for the presidential preference primary.
Okay, do we get reimbursed for the township elections?
Yes,
Okay, I was gonna say the city
Yes.
reimbursements when they have their special elections, I was just curious.
Yeah.
yes.
Because
Did-
Received in today.
Nice, that's awesome.
Mhm.
Okay, maintenance contracts, poll pad annual costs, express voter maintenance, firmware license renewal fee. So these are just annual, and because it's a presidential election, it's more, I mean, do you use all of your equipment every election regardless of? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. EMS,
I don't know about vacancies.
okay,
On,
Do you?
on what?
EMS.
No, I have a roster that I could possibly look at to try to get a better picture. Hold on.
From what I have, there look to be all filled.
Only request for new ambulance. We split that into
We
25
did.
and 26
Correct,
to be bought in 26.
correct. We were going to give, he could have two options. We could write a check to his ambulance capital outlay to wait until 26, or he could write a check to the company right now and they would put it in a holding account and draw interest on it. And then when the ambulance is ready to be bought, then they would use that escrow account and apply the payment.
I wouldn't. That is choosing your ambulance and the maker a year ahead of when.
Yeah,
I would think that'd be almost a little dangerous, because if
well, he
maybe,
said it takes time to build it.
yeah, but I don't think we've done it a year ahead, did we? You know what I'm saying, I wouldn't question anything, because I know he's a professional.
And
but-
that was one of the things that
Okay.
we talked about could lower the budget and it could be a one-time expense is buying it outright with ARPA. I mean, he sent me the cost, so
Yeah,
it would save you not only 2025, it'd save you 2026 too, and then allow him to get back onto a
Rotation.
rotation. So I don't know, that could
thank you,
be
Joe.
question, I mean, of a placeholder to get down.
Mhm.
I'm kind of like that. I kind of like putting a cost in every year for that, because if we're doing one every other year, it's it's like the election, budget makes
Mhm.
things wonky because you're doing it
Yep.
every 2 years. And
100%.
I
That's-
like that.
And I like using ARPA funds for things that won't hit us next year or the year, like, that we can gradually
Mhm.
get the money to pay for it when it's due instead of all at once.
So do we want to?
So I circled it, because that could be something that we
That's
could do.
Yep, it's possible, or
I checked his roster. It is all current. It does not have the blank spots for what needs to be filled. I think that and it's hard to tell. I think it comes down to how many paramedics does he have, how many EMTs, AMTs, and what do you need on each ambulance? So, it's hard for me to tell.
But I know he always advertises.
Yeah, he always keeps the openings
Plus,
for it.
the amount of overtime that we have, I think cutting any positions, if there are open ones, would be detrimental to the overtime number.
Yeah, I think,
Because
yeah,
overtime would be higher.
his department, I would be very leery of cutting
Yeah,
anything.
I was just gonna say, I feel like he needs to be back with us on this one, if we're,
Okay,
it's
let's
just,
do that.
he's like road and bridge and sheriff, and there's so much that we don't know, right? That it's like,
intricacies that.
we gotta kind of know what we're doing here.
So you're gonna have another meeting with him? Did you say?
Hope to, yeah.
I'll just find a time to schedule it.
I was gonna say, I think that that would be helpful.
But then keep in mind, some of these that
So-
show some increases, but we reduced it from the emergency management budget and give it to this one, since he absorbed
Right.
some of that rescue cost.
And that's what I just noticed, like building maintenance, he increased it because now he has to take care of the rescue facility too. Which again, going back to all the factors of
Mhm,
if we put the building on his campus and sold that,
mhm.
get it off.
We actually priced a building one year and it was so high. It was unbelievable how much just a plain storage building that's gonna be kind of where we park on
Yeah.
the west side of that, right
Yeah.
next to Hawk Electric. Shock the hell out of us.
I think it'd be interesting to have that though,
I mean,
because compared to
Mm.
$800,000 replacement cost on rescue building. That's not being utilized to the full potential and we're still paying insurance and you could sell that and put it toward
what
the building costs.
You mean the recycling building?
Mhm.
That's what our plan was at that time, you know, it was just like, oh, let's just move that up there, and it's like, oh, it was prohibitive. I don't know whether you get different response now, but then you get, so if you bid things like that, then you don't build it. People, I don't know, if the same people would be interested in
No,
bidding it again.
Well, and even if you just had the conversation of hey, this is what I'm looking at. You know, I feel like today the contractors are, with inflation, they're down to like being able to spit off a square footage, like, don't hold me to it, but here's the rough cost to know like what you're looking, 2, 3, you know. Okay, so vehicle I mean, all of these things are really, he's gonna have to kind of plant spots. Well, and honestly, he could help us understand if it was right there at your campus,
Right.
what would we save on some of these items?
Yeah.
Because he
Yeah.
increased everything for the other building.
Mhm.
Okay, be good with EMS.
Mhm. Yep, I'll have him back. I'll find a Tuesday that will work for him. Law enforcement, again, I don't know if there's any vacancies.
So, 1 second. Does your law enforcement start with registration fees? Okay, yeah, sorry. I was used to having personal services first. Okay, so okay, so I emailed him for that breakdown because I wanted to see the law enforcement and the jail both have the same amount for personnel services. And so that was something that stuck out to me of seeing the vacancies and the differences between the two budgets. So I would love to invite him back too, after
Okay.
we have that information. But we can walk through this too, just to see.
On KPNF expense,
Mhm.
are these his notes? Or are these your notes?
Those are actually his notes.
Well, it's almost, he's asking the question, I mean. Did he not? Says 2024 budget request for 205,000, request for fully staffed deputy. Well, 2024 budget was not 205,000. It was 159. So see, I don't, the notes don't seem to fit the columns. Extra budget worksheet shows 159 as current 2024 budget.
So does
But the
that,
budget, he says the 2024 budget request was 205, so did that get changed? And he not know it?
do those,
So if you take $820,000, which is the 2024 number, times 24.71% is 203,000. That is accurate and in line with 205 that he had saying.
and that's how you figure KPNF?
It's 24.71.
Well, but we're in 2024 budget.
Yeah.
And he says his ask was 205,000 for our current year. But the current budget is 159, so. That's where I'm
Does
getting.
that factor in how many openings or
Yeah, I don't know how many.
positions he
Oh,
budgeted?
maybe it was
for
reduced
24 to
for,
25,
right,
that may
because.
be different.
Yeah.
I think that's
Actuals.
why that breakdown really helps
Mhm.
with knowing where that money is going.
Mhm. Yeah, so when we were going through the budget, it probably was updated to show how much staff he had.
Current staff instead of estimated staff.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think that spreadsheet will help a lot, just because, and then having that will allow us to have the, so like annual recertifications was 12,000 actual in 23. Budgeted for 18, but we only are at 4,300. So again, it might be the same thing as you. It's on the back end, but like without having those conversations, like, yeah, you don't really know. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. And then this one shows a little different, so it goes to the sheriff's office and then it leads right into the jail, so anything with 051 behind it is the jail expense.
Which we need to change that for the personnel instead of personal.
Did I not change?
It's the jail one.
Oh,
You
just the
changed-
jail.
yeah,
That's
you-
because it's different.
You changed the other one.
With the 051, it throws it off.
Sorry, I'm still looking up above real quick.
Yeah, no, you're.
More we got. Yes,
We gotta be getting toward the end.
someone have to be.
Yeah, IT, GIS. Noxious weed, solid waste, and dispatch.
I mean, I really think we need him to go through this. Maybe because I can ask questions, but we're not gonna have the
Yeah,
answers.
I don't know the answer.
You wanna skip this one and have him come back? GIS,
So GIS is 65, or I'm sorry, IT is 65.
previous 24 budget only included 9.5 months.
Yeah, so remember we had switched
Oh,
it.
yeah, so to get a clean item, okay, so this makes sense. Okay. Not split out, okay.
And you wanted to skip IT, is that what you said too? Because IT is before GIS.
Oh, did I go too fast? Wait, no, I didn't want to.
Or maybe I
Sorry.
have. the
No,
pages.
you're right, I went to. Vacancies,
0.
okay. Contractual,
So I know he's went through and reduced some things down as well.
well, and so this is one, I would love him to come back to us
Okay.
too. Because I think the projects piece is what we were talking with ARPA
Yeah.
of like.
Yep.
If these are projects that are one time, get you up to date kind of deal, like which one was IT? It's 25,500 in capital outlay. That's
Mhm.
listed as projects. Are you okay bringing him back to ask some more questions? Tell me if we keep, if we're getting too much, we'll bring you back, like,
Oh, no,
but,
no,
and maybe, I
it's
mean.
fine. Yeah,
If you just want to say, hey, can this be an ARPA deal? What's the one-time thing? Instead of having to pencil him in, it's kind of like what he found on the other one, like, hey, could this be used?
Mhm.
Let's use.
Okay.
We don't necessarily need to bring him back and take it, but it's time to go line by line, but.
right.
Okay. He broke out.
So we're on GIS.
Yeah, I didn't add these up, but I assume when you add all those figures up that they're gonna match what he's asking for. We were keeping a spreadsheet of that too, right?
I am. I still
Okay,
have it going.
Awesome. That way,
It's not a full complete year yet, but
yeah.
Of
that'll-
what?
Just of the department, so when they have like maintenance and repair contracts or like computer services, like they give you a total amount. But then if you have, it's almost like their personnel services, where we look at the breakdown, it's kind of the same thing with the breakdown of what the 90,000 pays for. Well, it pays for 8,800 of this and 52,000 of this and 5,200. So it's easier for us to
Mhm.
know what we're paying for. Okay. So GIS, this is kind of a baseline year too.
Yeah.
I mean, not a lot going out of that. The training, $2,250 of training.
Holly told me what that was, but I don't remember. Probably find it.
And then they have a printer upgrade.
I was
Yeah.
looking at that.
So that, if that's a one-time thing, we could do.
Yep. Can.
$3,800.
It's for the training, it says Jack and Roger are researching costs for their annual conference. Yeah, just an annual conference. Not for sure what
I
conference
just-
that is.
Seems like a big number based on the other departments we've been in, but maybe I don't have that.
And it could be that they're putting travel in there too, like hotel.
Because they don't have that line item. That would make
Mhm.
sense.
Mhm.
True, upgrade. Okay. Appropriations,
Yes,
Or that's
pension council is
extension.
an appropriation, yep.
but they did, why did I think they asked for an increase?
They did.
Okay.
You
but we
guys
just
reduced
left
them
it
down.
it's
Mhm.
The same, okay.
Uh-huh.
Did we let them know that?
No, not yet.
Okay.
I don't let them know until it's
Until it's
final.
signed off? 'Cause
Yep.
You know how we roll.
Yeah.
Okay, noxious weed,
Yes.
so this is just the director and half of an office
Yeah.
manager.
Right.
Okay.
And I have seen so much more spraying activity from, I have not ever seen that much spraying done, visibility. I know he has to go to Effingham, I do see him, but thing is, I've always been there every morning and very seldom seeing a spray truck. It's like I see him a couple times a week.
Yeah.
So I've got more, I think it's doing an excellent job.
That's doing awesome. Okay, so commodities on that. 60,000.
Chemicals, expense. That's all chemicals.
So then.
It could be reduced down. I think Joe could talk about that.
Okay. And this is being funded
It's its own levy.
its own levy. That's why health insurance is in this one.
Correct.
Thank you.
It's its own levy.
Okay.
That would be quite a journal entry nightmare to pay it out of general, but then move the money back and general's levying it and noxious.
No, yeah, absolutely. I was just trying to remember because
Yeah.
staying
That's it.
consistent with health being pulled out of
Yeah.
everyone else.
Mhm.
I think we, had like 4 or 5 areas that.
So I would just be curious, like what training, if it's like. I don't, when you're certified, so I'm just
Mhm.
curious what other training and travel.
They might have a cert, they have to have.
Yeah.
credits.
That's what I would,
Lessons and-
I would think
and
that
type of
too,
stuff.
but I'd just like to. To understand it.
And they have the big noxious weed conference each year too.
Oh, that's right.
It's huge.
So that might be what it is, but. Advertising. Is that for publication in the paper for their noxious weed rates? And because they publish the chemical prices, I think, don't they? I'm pretty positive that they used to.
Yeah,
I
it
think
could,
that's a great idea.
it could be reduced down. It hasn't been used
Okay, oh
Like-
yeah, $200.
a couple
Yeah,
hundred dollars.
let's figure that
Look at
one
that
out
one.
too. And then tires. That was just for the Gator and the
Yeah.
little truck?
Yeah.
Okay, so that seems like a big number, kind of. That maybe could be reduced. Maintenance and repairs and. So utilities, that's interesting. That would be for the Effingham building, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mhm. Yeah, they have to keep it heated and all that.
Right.
Next to solid waste. Not sure how much you'd want to talk about using ARPA for this department since it is sales tax funded. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not interested.
No.
interested. And this budget just is also, looked at by the solid waste committee,
Correct.
so they're on
They-
top of
They've
it.
approved. it
Like
as
they
well.
kind of pre-approve it before it gets to us. And then joint communications. Which is interesting. Huh? It's called joint, yeah, I just read the title, sorry. So this one is intriguing to me because it went down. But we added things to it. So I'm just,
Well, they removed that. Jack didn't want to remove the whole 313,000 for the radio system. He removed 213,000 of it.
that's right, because we talked about how it was in there and we weren't actually
I think
doing
he
it.
wants to visit with you guys about
That would
what
be,
you really want to do.
yeah,
with
100%. Okay, so and he'll come back.
Yeah.
Okay,
For the sheriff. Yeah.
so you were asking clarifying all the ARPA numbers. Do you have those written down then? Yep. Okay, I was trying to, but I probably missed a couple here and there, but at least that'll give us some numbers to.
Will you just email it to me too?
Yep.
So I don't have to read
Give you a
it.
recap.
Yeah.
One thing I do want to add that we can do at the very end is, July 1 was phase 1 of the DOL changes for the Department of Labor with the salary. We didn't have anybody that was in that, but we do have, I think, 4 or 5 that are gonna be affected by the January 1 phase 2. I had brought it up in discussion with you guys prior. Revis kind of said, let's wait on it, it's still in process. Phase 1 is concrete, it's happening. Phase 2 could still be taken out, but that will affect multiple budgets.
For 2025.
Yes.
So
And I've made a spreadsheet for it that shows if you were to give a COLA, what it would be after the COLA to still meet that threshold. Or reclassifying those individuals, which I don't.
that was gonna be my,
Yes.
yeah, that was gonna be my question of, so what are our options? So say that I'm gonna use $20,000 and then they change the threshold to 30,000, then we have either 20,000 at hourly or bump them to a 30 salary. Is that the options? That's the 2 options.
There's 3, pay them overtime, bump them, or make them hourly. I did a webinar just last week on this, and I can send you the webinar. The first half hour of it is just over employment, law and the DOL changes and everything.
Well,
So it breaks it down.
I
for
can
you.
do- yeah, I can do it.
I would
Just hit
rather you
restart
just
when you get home.
send us
and it'll
the people
update it.
affected.
Okay, is it gonna
and
come to the
kind of-
screen?
Uh-huh.
I think
Okay,
I did
it
that in
should.
that one email.
Yeah, it
That,
should.
you remember that one email where I broke it
Yeah.
all down and I said,
Yeah.
this is how it's set and.
But then I remember it was like, no, we're not talking about that. It's not gonna
Yeah.
happen. So then I filed it. I keep them in my
So
inbox unless.
we can talk later on when you get to the very end of the budgets, because that's something easy that Mark can go in and change, and it only affects a few. But it will be something that you guys have to determine before the budget season, because it will affect those numbers. Unless you want to just kind of go with it, and then you can see.
Yeah, no,
what
I
the
like to,
amendments
I
are.
like to be prepared and know what direction, one way or another.
Three different department head budgets, and then should talk to Sheriff Lori, and there's 2 within his that he said he would take care of.
Okay, I'll get I'll try to figure out with the department heads that you requested to see back. I'll get them scheduled. I'll recap some of my changes with Cody's ARPA changes and tell you how much that changes our overall.
I know I asked you this before, but you did plug in a figure for the proposed investment increase.
Yes.
For income.
Yes,
Okay.
I did.
And I'm not, again, I keep going through, I know you told us, but. And you did figure for the neighborhood revitalization NRP.
Mhm.
all
So
of
but
those.
whenever we get our a more accurate number of what you want the budgets to be, I'll have to back those out, redo them and put it back in. Because the NRP is factored off of the numbers that you want to levy prior to NRP. So that's where the hangup was, is NRP was factored in. And then you set the levy, well, NRP was wrong. Wherever that one year prior to me, but so you gotta have NRP out completely before you set your levy and then
Yeah.
put it back in.
Yeah, I think they forgot it completely. I think they just
That's,
didn't, it was from what I hear, it was before me,
yeah.
way back when.
Okay,
we
so we got, no, we have to, sorry, let me find my. Okay. So we finished that, unfinished business. Do we have anything? Okay, county councilor updates.
County clerk received notice that one of the two lay members of the Judicial Nominating Commission is no longer able to participate, so you'll need to appoint another non-lawyer member for the First Judicial District Judicial Nominating Committee. This is probably a position you should put more thought into, and that you should probably target the person that you want rather than just simply asking people if they want to be on a committee and asking them to do this. But of course, that's up to you how you do it. We have not picked a member for a couple of decades because the two that have been on there have been excellent choices and have done a great job picking the judges over that time. But sometime in the next few weeks, likely you'll need to appoint somebody to one of those positions.
So what's the criteria for someone that you would,
not a lawyer. I mean, I would have a couple names if you, that I would think of would be good people for it, but you would want somebody that knows people, that's out in the public, that is social in that way. I think we are frequently in issues where with in a competition, if you will, with Leavenworth County. In fact, to the point that it used to be that there are 4 lawyer members of it. It used to be that there were 2 that were Atchison lawyers and 2 that were Leavenworth, but that's changed. Leavenworth now elects, all the lawyers vote, but so 3 of those positions are now filled by Leavenworth County lawyers, and 1 is filled by Judge Bedner as a lawyer member, as the lawyer member. But he's from Atchison County, but the other 3 are Leavenworth County lawyers. There are 2 lay people from Atchison County, 2 from Leavenworth County that are appointed, and those 8 people nominate the district judges from the people who make applications for it. I think you may want to avoid people that might have a conflict with
they don't, so they won't show up late for their parole hearing?
yeah.
Bad jokes.
I'm thinking because it is a political position, if there's somebody who's associated with a business that's both in Atchison and Leavenworth, they might not be quite as good a candidate as you might otherwise think, because they could get drawn in conflicting ways there. So I don't know how you want to go about trying to
So can we just
do that.
develop some criteria, what you're saying for like looking for people involved in the community, all the things? We could publish it like we always do. and maybe target maybe like a Rotary organization or an organization that would have the people. You know what I mean? Like
You could
be-
do
to where you're doing what you're saying, like trying to find,
steer.
well, no, trying
Well,
to find the right type of candidate that fits this. I mean, because it's like anything, like if you read something and it's like involved in, and you're not, like, you wouldn't put your name in, right? Like,
yeah, but I think there are a lot of people that would be really good candidates who probably would not put their names in.
right.
Steve Kaplinger, who was here today, would be an excellent candidate. But I mean, I haven't ever talked to him about it, but I don't. But I doubt that he put in his.
He is involved in a lot of things.
He's involved in a lot of things, and he knows a lot of
He's
people.
kind of interested in lawyering. His dad was a lawyer and everything. I could see him maybe doing it.
So I don't know, you may want to take some time and discuss that next week even.
Okay. Can we put that back on the agenda next week?
Trigo Road. We had a few weeks ago, we had a group of people here, and you made the determination that there was not evidence that it had been an open public road before, and directed some other staff to make to issue permits and make some other assumptions on that basis. I've presented a proposed resolution. I think not adopting some sort of resolution leaves some ambiguity out there about the status of your position on whether or not there had ever been a road opened on that section of Trigo Road. Because it had been declared a minimum maintenance road and then declared not to be a minimum maintenance road and then declared not to be a road. So I've presented a resolution that I think helps get rid of a little bit of the ambiguity. If something developed where it is possible that there are some road records that just aren't indexed properly, but I think that's getting to be less likely as we've kind of systematically gone through all the road books that are upstairs. But if some other evidence comes forward later to show that there is a road, of course, the next commission or another commission, even you next week for that matter, could reverse it. It could open a road there, but the resolution that I've prepared, I think, gets rid of a little bit of ambiguity about the status of that road.
So I had some questions because I thought it was unique that we talked about. So when you're there, and I guess this would probably be a question for Roger, but when he's researching the roads, he probably does the register of deeds where their easements are recorded and all of the things. I mean, because I thought it was how we line item like specific people within there. And then also, did we get something in writing from the township of what they want it to, this is township road, right? And historically, the township had it as minimum maintenance in the resolution, but then the township trustee that day to allow her to get an address said, like, we move forward with the private, but should it be their call? Like the township should make the call, not the county.
The township has no authority to open, to declare the existence of a road or to vacate a road.
Even though it's their road.
Correct. Now, they have maintenance responsibilities for it. If it is a road, they would have maintenance responsibilities for it, but they don't have any authority to declare the opening of a road or close a road. If you read the statute, they have authority to open a road in the sense that if there is a mail route that's got an obstruction in it or something, they have the duty to make it passable. But they don't have anything to do with declaring a road to be, declaring a section of ground to be a road or to not be a road. Not a township function at all.
so.
That's interesting. So it's up to. But wouldn't we still want their input as far as like for budgeting purposes, if we start adding roads? Like, hey, this is a road in your township, like they need to know what they're maintaining.
I don't think they're, if it has only went from just being a path to a minimum maintenance road, they're probably not gonna put gravel on it, they're not gonna do that, only if it became a major upgrade, would that change their budget any? Cause, I mean, a lot of times it's just classified. And especially like there, where even when the upgrade was paid for by the individual, not the not the township,
Right.
so.
But when it was a minimum maintenance road and then we were getting easements on both sides. Doesn't the landowner on the west need to be able to utilize the road?
Well, apparently not. The landowner on the west didn't return.
Never did sign it.
It didn't sign an easement or return it. It's hard for me to imagine what budgetary impact there would be to making a declaration that you could find no evidence that this was ever opened as a public road. I don't see how that could be a budgetary concern for any township.
So when we had the road research done and it was a minimum maintenance road on that resolution,
We didn't research it. That was a request by the townships to declare it a minimum maintenance road, but I don't think we researched that. That was the result of our question. Do you have roads that you want to declare a minimum maintenance road? I don't think we researched.
Right, I'd say that's true. And I think what you're pointing at is the ambiguity about whether or not it's a road or not, because the only evidence though that I've seen that it's a road is
that
this resolution.
Mhm.
And nothing else. So I think leaving the resolution in place that changed it from being a minimum maintenance road to not being a minimum maintenance road leaves an ambiguity there, and especially after a ruling or the decision that you all made and the direction that you gave to staff that this isn't a road. We shouldn't be issuing an address on it. Issue the address off of the crossroad. I think it creates ambiguity for the future. That cognitive dissonance isn't going to bother me if you say that you're happy having it there. But that's your decision.
Yeah. I just think, I mean, we did that day to allow her to get an address so that she can dig her basement. But is that the right for the road, like for the future, right? Of like, there's a stop sign at the end of it, I think. And when the township's maintaining it, I think that would be, I mean, a question to see for them. I mean, she went to the township to get road standards to build a road for the township. So like they still did have that conversation and agreement. I would just want to make sure whatever we do, the township's on board.
That's fine. You do whatever you want to do. I don't have a dog in this fight, but you've got a situation where you've got, where
We
you
need to
don't
put
have
clarity.
You do not have clarity.
No, you don't.
And you do not have right of way. On,
My question to her at that time is, okay, she's fine with building on a private road, but there is no obligation from the township to ever service that road. They have a change of board, they may decide not to push snow off of it or ever gravel it or anything like that. So my concern for her is that, okay, you've got a handshake deal, you don't have it in writing.
Mhm.
And
No,
I even suggested that day that she get something in writing from the township
Mhm.
before she agreed to do it. Do you
No,
remember that?
yeah, I do. And that's
And
what I agree. It's like,
But,
need to
but
check with the
we don't have
township.
anything to do with that.
no, I
It
know.
was only my recommendation.
No, I know. I just think it would be worth checking with the township. Now that the dust is settled and they're building the house, like. What do you want the road, like, are you gonna maintain the road? Because it could go back to, I mean, I think it was said in that meeting, don't worry about it, we'll still maintain it, right? Because they were trying to help her. And so it'll go back to that, well, now we're maintaining private drives, well, so.
And that's creating more ambiguity and more problems because. I don't know that a township, I'm not on that township board or any township board, but. Using public money to maintain a private drive would be problematic.
Yep,
And
so that's why I think we should check with the township and get it right of,
but it's not their decision about whether it's a road or not, it's yours.
well, I know it's ours, but it would be nice to get input when they're the ones maintaining it, right?
But
But
I
what
think
could
you
we-
need to do something one way or the other, either declare that it is a road and pay damages to, or get the right of way that you need for it, or determine that it's not a road and there wouldn't be any damages in that case. But one way or the other, I think you need to do something.
Can you explain the pay damages?
If you're saying that it's a road and then you would be taking the right of way off the
Eminent
west side of
domain
that
for the right of way
because
that didn't get signed.
because it has not been, there hasn't been any grant of right of way in that area. And so that would be a taking by the county and you need to pay damages. Or at least be open to the possibility that someone could assert a claim for damages.
Okay.
They may not, they may sign and return the grant of an easement, but they have not done so, at least as far as I know, up to them.
Do we have some time to check into,
Absolutely.
have a conversation, and see what,
Yeah,
Is-
you take as much time as you want.
are you good with that, tabling it?
We are almost ready to file the next tax sale, and there's under Kansas law, you have to direct the county councilor to file that, and that's done through a resolution. The proposed resolution is nearly identical to a resolution you adopted about a year ago.
How many properties? Estimate.
50.
Okay. Considering a lot of times there's been double that on at this.
Yeah, no, yes, at this point, it's frequently been much higher than that. But those were the ones that were eligible. And I expect that we'll continue to go down if we keep having tax sales as frequently as we have. So.
Do you want us to do that today? Do you have that?
I do, I emailed it.
You want me to
Uh,
print it?
Printed, I have that.
Yeah, I've got everything.
I'm gonna let the courts know that we'll just go ahead with that figure. Because they may have mentioned, and maybe say that
Just,
I don't want to ignore them, or we could say it'll be available next week.
thank you. Okay, and this number will be,
1541.
Yes. That's good.
look for a motion to approve a resolution number 2024-1541. A resolution by the Board of County Commissioners of Atchison County, Kansas concerning judicial foreclosure and sale of real estate tax liens. Whereas K.S.A. 79-1801 sets forth the procedure by which a county must levy real property taxes, and K.S.A. 79-2001 controls the collection of said taxes. Whereas pursuant to K.S.A. 79-2301, if real property taxes are not timely paid and proper notice has been provided, the county will acquire the real property for which the taxes are unpaid in a delinquent tax sale for the amount of taxes owed. Whereas numerous parcels of real estate have been sold and bid by the county at delinquent tax sales and have remained unredeemed on the first day of September of the second or third year after such sale. And whereas the aggregate assessed valuation of all such real estate subject to sale in the boundaries of Atchison County, Kansas is more than $10,000. Whereas the legislature has passed laws providing for the foreclosure of tax liens and the sale of real property in order to assist in the collection of delinquent taxes. Now therefore be it resolved that judicial foreclosure and sale of such liens shall be conducted, and that County Councilor of Atchison County, Kansas is hereby authorized and directed to prepare the necessary petition or petitions in order to effectuate judicial foreclosure of any real property which has been sold to the county for taxes and which has remained unredeemed as provided for in K.S.A. 79-2801. Do I have a motion to approve this resolution?
So moved.
Okay, and I will second. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes 2-0. Quick question on that. So what is going on with those parcels that ended up getting in the Board of County Commissioners name? Remember that? We had some that,
I think there were 3
Mhm.
parcels, well. I think they have to be in the. We have to wait 6 months after the deeds were issued, and then you may sell them, offer them for sale at private bid. I think that was in February, right, or March.
so would that be something we would just put them on the tax sale with these?
No, they,
Or they'd have to be separate?
the way you asked that question. I suppose you probably could put them on another sale. I don't know. That's not what the statute says. The statute has, for you to hold them and you can offer them for sale. With this, there's a process for sealed bidding.
But aren't there other properties? It was just the fact that there was listed was the Board of County Commissioners instead of the Atchison County. It was properties listed differently or recorded differently than what the norm had been. Do I have that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that? Instead of being the owners would be Atchison County, now it's these 3 are the Board of Commissioners of Atchison County.
Well, the board.
So, I mean, they are
The
listed
board
different.
conducts the affairs of the county. So if somebody sues the county, they don't sue Atchison County, they sue the Board of County Commissioners.
But it
And
is
we convey real estate, the Board of County Commissioners sign the deed.
correct, but they are different than any other properties that I think we own. And I didn't know if that caused a problem or not.
Oh,
Or maybe even if you searched, it might be different because they are titled differently.
yeah, I'm not aware of that causing any issues. Michelle, I don't know if. I haven't done a search on. Atchison County is definitely a landowner, listed as a landowner in some records, but. I don't know if these are indexed the same or not. I think there were 3 of those properties in the last text.
We're done.
Any need for executive sessions? No. Approval of expenses. Do I have a motion to approve this week's expenses?
So moved.
Okay, I will second. Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. This is 2-0. Public comment. Seeing none. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
I'll have a second. Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We adjourn at 4:32.